nowhere, we got a Miss P
I know.
sighting
Shout out Miss
early
P.
in the morning. Wow.
Shout out to all you guys being in here. Soren, Miss Mac10, Teotrino, Dad is in here. Johnny G. Appreciate you all as always. Yeah, it's much better than that Cubs hat, I think.
Well, what do you have again? Well, I know. I'm about to say, what do
It's
you
a
have?
shot at the chatty house. Someone
the-
in the chatty house. All right, here comes the idea. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Shout out to everyone tuned in at 7 a.m. listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320 on
10 a.m. Sorry,
13,
East Coast people.
Yeah, 13.
Mitch,
Well,
Miss P.
what time is it? Yeah, not 10 a.m. over there on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Shout out to New Jersey. Shout out. We'll just leave in New Jersey.
She's in the
right now.
DMV.
Yeah, shout out to the DMV as well. Yeah. Point being, shout out to you guys for listening to us this morning. 1320 a.m., 98.5 HD2, TuneIn app, listening there, Odyssey app as well, watching on YouTube or Twitch, 916-909-1320 if you want to call us, 916-909-1320 if you want to text us, Mojo's local tapping kitchen studio text line. We're talking Kings. We got some news this morning that broke about the Pistons. We'll be talking about tough news. I got some thoughts on Giannis that we could probably tie in with the Pistons there. Got former Sac State coach Brian Katz join us to talk NCAA tournament later on today. We've got that starting up. I mean, unless you think the start of the tournament is the first round or the first four, excuse me.
Hey, look, the first four is fantastic. All right, we saw Miami of Ohio last night and Dayton.
Big Vitale's
right down
here
the
too.
way, and they got the
Big
win. Shout out to the HBCUs. They've got two teams in the tournament, but it starts today, baby. It starts today. We've got the NCAA tournament. We got diaper dandies. We've got some Rolls Roycers. We got some PTPers. It's awesome with a capital A.
You do that impersonation and it's like ha ha ha, but also like college basketball was at its best when like he was around calling games. And,
oh man!
And we'll talk about the tournament a little bit more after we talk with Brian Katz and get his thoughts on everything. I got plenty of questions for him. But point being, like,
I disagree. I heard Coach Katz. Coach Katz was wild, and I completely disagree. We'll talk to him about it.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk to him later on. But yeah, we got all that. We're gonna talk plenty of Kings, like I said. Real quick. Let's have some fun real quick. Your boy Jay-Z concert coming up this year, or is it next year?
This year.
This year?
Yeah, 2 nights in Yankee Stadium.
What is it? Is that something you're gonna try to make it out to, or is that just kind of like it's tough?
No, I'm not gonna try to make it out to that because I would, but I actually think it's that weekend is the start of Summer League.
Gotcha.
So I've never gone to Summer League. I've seen Jay-Z.
Are we gonna get you guys out to Summer League finally?
I'm going to Summer League, man. It needs to be a business trip.
It should.
To be honest with you.
You know, hey,
business trip.
Boss man Kyle Madsen, by the way, back on Monday. Kyle Madsen back on Monday. Casey filling in today and tomorrow. Yeah. Shout out Casey being here last week as well. Hey, Kyle, you're in position to make moves now, pal.
Yeah, come on, man. It needs to be work, but I'm going out there. The Kings I believe they're going to have a top 5 pick. They're going to have, I think, 3 or 4, and you could be looking at the start of Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Darius Acuff, hopefully in some cases, AJ DeBonster or Darren Peterson. You could be looking at the start of their career. So, yeah, I'm going to go to Summer League. Yeah. Plus, I don't want to tell nobody because I ain't, man, I don't want nobody to get the tickets before I do. I'm trying to keep it on the low so I secure my tickets. But my boy Jeezy's doing a residency in Vegas. I got to go to that.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go see Jeezy. Yeah. So the whole thing is dope, but yeah, to fly across the country.
I just because Jay-Z and Twitter was late yesterday for it. I saw all the
fantastic.
If you don't know this song or that song, you can't go. And the whole Jay-Z with the dots on is like, oh, you don't know, then you can't go and blah blah blah. So Twitter was lit.
Yeah, I agree. That concert. I mean, that's an all-timer. Reasonable Doubt. The Blueprint. Blueprint is my favorite Jay-Z album. So that's just gonna be amazing. That is in a different situation. I absolutely be trying to go to New York.
I want to be a concert guy so badly, but I just don't think I have the vibe for it.
What you mean?
Like I've been to 50 Cent once. Shout out no, we're good. Shout out to yeah, we're good. Sorry. Producer error, but point being we're good now. I've been to 50 Cent concert one at the amphitheater, and it's kind of like, just stand around. I don't really be moving to the music or anything like that. So
Vibe a little bit.
Yeah.
You can vibe. Yeah, man.
Maybe.
Come on now.
I'm gonna try to get out there more. But point being, I'm gonna try to be a concert guy more. We did have some news this morning. Tough look for the Pistons. I mean, we'll see what the rest of their season looks like. Cade Cunningham out an extended period of time with a collapsed lung. I don't know what extended period of time means at this point. It's just that's the term that's thrown out there. I don't know if that's going to mean a month. He's going to be back in the second round of the playoffs, so like his season's over. But point being, he's going to miss a lot of time for an extended period of time, for the Pistons, and that's tough for a team and for a city where like the Pistons have been pretty bad for at least a little less than 2 decades. But point being, last couple of seasons are starting to pick up, and now you see them as the 1 seed. And personally, for me, I thought they had I thought they were title contenders. I probably would have put them 4th on that list. I don't know if they would have beat the Thunder or Spurs, but point being, I could have saw them coming out the East.
Yeah.
Now it's just, I guess, celebrate what's happened so far, and maybe he's back soon enough where they can make a difference. But I'm not kind of holding out hope for the Pistons at this point.
Yeah, I'm kind of, just because of vibes and situation, not because I don't think they're a good team. I'm out on them as a title contender. I don't believe Cade can go through something like this and make it back in time to get back into that playoff groove where they make a run to the conference finals or to the NBA finals. So I'm out on the Pistons, and that's tough, man, because I'm with you. I thought they were good enough to make a run in these playoffs. I thought they were a title contender. And once again, we don't even know how long he's going to be out officially.
Yeah.
And we have, what's today, the 19th? We got a little less than a month before the playoffs start. So extended period of time, I'm going to assume it's three weeks. Got to ramp it up maybe for the final week if you even play him, and then just jump into the playoffs. That's asking a lot. I think that's asking a lot. And I'd be surprised if they made an NBA Finals type run after going through this.
Well, you kind of wonder what the ramp up is too, because believe it or not, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a radio host.
No, you're a doctor.
Producer as well. Help with social media.
Dr. Tapia.
Yeah. Don't sue me if you're taking that seriously. Point being, is like, I'd imagine coming back from a collapsed lung, like you got to get your breath under you, got to get back into game shape.
Sure.
And don't imagine, all right, game 1 of the playoffs, and we don't know when he's going to be back, but game 1 of the playoffs, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time. And I think with the Pistons as well, it kind of highlights the fact that they need another guy. Cade Cunningham's great. He can be we've seen he can be the one.
Yeah.
Okay, he can lead a team. But you have a bunch of specialist type role players where, like, yeah, they can get threes up and all that stuff, but I don't know if you have someone else that can go and get themselves a bucket. And I think in order to be truly successful in this league, you need 2 of those guys.
They should have went and got DeMar DeRozan. I don't know if they were like officially looking at him or if he was on the trade market for him or anything. But yeah. I remember when we were talking about it, I was the guy that I said that it was. I remember we were talking and it was like, should they keep Tobias Harris in that role? Because he's had a really good season, and he's been perfectly fine for them. But do you keep him in that role and believe in him in the playoffs, or do you go get a guy like DeMar DeRozan that's a certified bucket? Might take a little bit off on the defensive end, but he's a certified bucket. And when things are clogged down, or God forbid in this situation, if somebody gets hurt, he has the offensive repertoire to be able to help you withstand any type of injury. Or if everybody's there, he's just another option for him. Now you're relying on a guy like Tobias Harris to step up his game. And
that's just not who Tobias Harris is. Shout out Soren. Shout out to the chat house. Says Kevin Huerter's ready to take Cade's spot. Shout out Kevin Huerter, 3-point specialist, but that's not
a sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, but that's not Kevin's game either. That's kind of it's going to be tough for this Pistons team. And I kind of wonder, like, we can talk about this as well. The Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis at odds once again. Milwaukee wants him to sit out the rest of the season, and Giannis is like, no, I want to play. I just wonder if maybe if you're the Pistons, you take a look that way. Because I'm over Giannis. I think Giannis is a villain. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a nice guy. But as an NBA character, he's a heel right now. I'm sorry.
Well, why is he a heel?
Because he's doing this whole, like, oh, I want to be a Buck for life, but also, like, my agent is looking around for deals and things like that, and I can't control that. No, you can. It's just he's been so 1 foot in, 1 foot out for the last few seasons. The whole GQ articles, if we're not playing well, they might have to trade me. It's like, we know what that stuff means. We've been around long enough to know what all of this means, Giannis. You've kind of been slow playing your exit from the Bucks for a while now. He's a heel right now.
I think
he's a heel in the league.
I think in his heart of hearts, he does want to stay in Milwaukee.
But I think he wants to feel like he wants to feel like he does. But I don't know. I think he's ready to leave.
No, I think he wants to stay. This is just my opinion. I haven't talked to Giannis. Newsflash.
Neither have I.
But I think he wants to stay in Milwaukee, but he knows they're finished as a championship contender. So like he's playing for legacy and everything like that. And if you're playing for legacy, like you got to be a part of this championship situation. And I think that type of mindset is forcing his hand to leave. Like I don't honestly think if he said, hey, Milwaukee, just argument's sake, traded for Levine and now, they can make a push. He'd be like, cool, I'll stay in Milwaukee. Like I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I just know they don't have anything left no more. Like this is over here. And they're in a rebuild situation. And I'm in the prime or close to the prime of my career. I can't be in no rebuild situation. I'm trying to win championships. I'm trying to get on Jesse and KC's top 10 all-time list, and I can only do that if I get multiple rings.
That's fine, but it's just that's fine. Everything you just said is fine. I agree with that. Yeah, Giannis, go get yours. But it also feels like, yeah, I still want to be a Buck and all these things. Like, no, I don't think.
No, he does though. But that's my whole point. He does want to be a Buck. I don't think he wants to leave. Leave and go where? Where did you? That's the other thing. There's not even a place he wants to go. Maybe. If anything, it would be New York. But outside of New York, which I don't know if they're in position to make it happen, where you want? He don't want to go to the Lakers. He don't want to go to Dallas. I don't think there's a place he wants to go.
Did we see Miami and someone else, or were those just teams interested?
I think those teams interested.
Okay.
I don't think he hasn't had a list. The only thing that people can link him to, which I think is real, is New York. That's it. And he hasn't even given strong indications.
Yeah, because there was a period, I think, last season before the trade deadline where the Knicks had an exclusive negotiating window with the Bucks to land Giannis.
I think it was in the summer, wasn't it?
Might have been the summer. Point being, there was an exclusive window for the Knicks to try and land Giannis. Didn't work out, of course, because, we're talking about Giannis and the Bucks right now. But, yeah, look, you might be right, but I'm over it at this point. I am. I'm over it. Move him this offseason if you're Milwaukee. Let's end the charade. Figure out a new spot for him and just keep it moving. Because at this point, it feels like we're just dragging it on at this point.
The killer.
It's not a good time.
The killer about trading Giannis is the Bucks are gonna think or try to get the world for Giannis, and it's like, man, come on, that's more to me.
You don't think you can still get the world?
Huh?
You don't think you can still get that?
I mean, you can, but no one to fold them. If the Kings, for instance, came with 2 first rounders and Sabonis and a second rounder, no, that's not enough. What? I'm giving what? We won 7 total picks. That's what Rudy Gobert got from the. All right, man. That's more irritating to me. That charade, that whole posturing and trying to get different picks and all this other stuff. When nobody's really doing that right now. Maybe they can find a team that is doing that and they can find somebody to make that happen. But that's going to be more irritating to me than what's going on with him right now.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, we got the news this morning. Cade Cunningham out an extended period of time with a collapsed lung.
AI, not Allen Iverson.
I looked up the AI for a collapsed lung too, and I didn't trust it at all. I just closed the window.
It says recovery from a collapsed lung for a basketball player usually takes 2 to 6 weeks in minor cases, or up to 6+ weeks in severe cases requiring surgery or prolonged chest tube drainage.
I got a 1 to 2 weeks diagnosis. I was like, yeah, this is not right. Let me go ahead and close this. Let me close this.
That's the same.
Cade Cunningham will be back next Tuesday, according to AI.
Yeah, that's the same as Anthony Edwards' knee inflammation. I don't think so. So 2 to 6 weeks is what I'm seeing for that.
Yeah, so we'll see.
In minor cases.
We'll see what it looks like for the Pistons. I don't have too much hope for them. It's going to be tough, I think, getting Cade back into the fold of things. And again, I just think you need that second player to go with him. And hey, maybe it's Giannis this offseason. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's someone else. I think Giannis and the Bucks need to split up already. I think it's over with there, but we'll see how the rest of that turns out. Some things happening in the NBA yesterday. You're listening to the Jump on ESPN 1320. KC filling in for Kyle Madsen, who will be back on Monday. D'Lo by himself on D'Lo and KC from 2 to 6 today and tomorrow. I think he's got some guests planned for the next couple of days. He had some not big plans, but he had some ideas. So we'll see what ends up happening. Damian Barling, shout out, producer. She says CJ McCollum has had it happen twice. CJ McCollum, he missed 3 weeks and 6 weeks. So I'm not sure if it's
or CJ, man. Yeah. 2 times.
Twice is tough. So we got something there. We'll see what it ends up looking like for Cade Cunningham. Yesterday in the NBA, Lakers Rockets. I gotta tell you, it was hilarious. I get home, I turn on the game, and literally the first play, I think it's a little bit into the third quarter, Marcus Smart comes up for a double team on Kevin Durant. Turnover. I'm like, oh, they didn't learn nothing. They learned absolutely nothing. I think Cade Cunningham, or not Cade Cunningham, he was on the mind. Kevin Durant had about 3 points up until that moment. Ended up turning it up later on the second half, but it's kind of like, all right, yeah, maybe they didn't learn anything. And like I said, they turned it up later on, ended up losing. I think the story coming out of that game, you even tweeted about it.
I mean,
you even tweeted about it. I was almost a little snarky, had some snark, almost quote tweeted it, talking about some championship basketball, but
is it championship basketball?
Luka is destroying the Rockets. Period. My goodness. Period.
So let me go there real quick. Is it championship basketball against a team you think has no shot of winning a championship?
Tomato.
The Kings beat the Bulls.
I'm having some fun. I'm having some fun with it. I'm not ready to call the Lakers a title contender or anything like that, but they are playing the best basketball.
They're playing fantastic.
LeBron's game yesterday kind of has me. Hey, maybe he's just been kind of getting through the season, and now he's ready to turn up.
They're playing fantastic. Luka is playing fantastic. He went crazy last night on the Rockies. On the Rockets, he was destroying the Rockets in that fourth quarter. Put them to bed. Put them to absolute bed. So they're playing great basketball right now at the right time of the year. And you look at teams like the Rockets and like the Nuggets, who are actually the Rockets are like going, their stock is down on the Rockets.
Yeah.
The Nuggets, we'll see what happens with them.
We can talk about them. We can talk about them. They're part of what happened yesterday. We can talk about them.
That was a terrible loss last night for them. But the Lakers are playing great basketball right now.
Mm-hmm.
Luka is going crazy. Like you said, LeBron is starting to step up and do his thing. And they won 7 in a row. I want to say they probably, I forgot what it was. If they won 7 in a row, it's probably somewhere around 12 or 15 or something like that in their last 15 games. And they look good. I don't look at them, like I said, I don't think they can beat the Spurs or the Thunder 2 times, which is,
I wonder if it's just going to stay that way the rest of the season, though, because I'm not sure there is a team outside of like the Spurs or Thunder beating each other where it's like, yeah, I think the Lakers, the Rockets, the Timberwolves, Nuggets, insert whatever team in the West can beat those 2 teams.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change. That's my whole thing. I don't think that's going to change. And beating the Rockets twice, while impressive, and they beat Denver on Saturday night, and just how they're playing in general, they're playing really good basketball. It still doesn't. I still don't look at them and see. Yeah, they'll beat the Spurs 4 times.
Yeah, no, I'm still with you, but they're playing great basketball.
Which would be the second round matchup.
Yeah,
as of today.
And like I said, it's kind of funny watching Luka Doncic because now that's kind of my guy, I guess.
No, it's your boy.
I am a Luka Doncic guy.
That is your boy.
Shout out Slovenia. That's as far as that goes.
Shout out Fanatics with that 77 Lakers jersey. You want the gold? You getting the gold or the purple?
I'm not getting either.
Or are you getting the black one or the white one?
I'm not getting either. Point being, Luka, I believe in you. And Luka's honestly, we can get past the whole championship player. Like that stuff doesn't matter at this point. But the guy's been tearing it up the last couple weeks.
He's been killing.
He's been on a mission.
He's been absolutely killing, and he's got himself into the MVP conversation. He has. I mean, I wouldn't pick him over SGA. I had Cade earlier, but it looks like Cade is going to miss time. So I can't have him being the MVP at that point. But Luka's got himself in that discussion. I think he's third. I think he's above Jokic in there. Before, if I had any type of rankings, it would probably have been Cade, SGA, Jaylen Brown, Jokic, and Luka.
Wemby might still have a shot.
Wemby does have a shot. I put him behind Luka.
I got you.
But
maybe just part of the conversation this year.
But now, after the last couple of weeks, I think Luka's probably third on that list for me.
Yeah.
You think he's kind of gone past Jaylen Brown?
I think so. I think the league is not forgetting about Jaylen Brown, but just more so talking about the Celtics as a whole now. And maybe if Tatum sat out the rest of the season, it's like, yeah, Jaylen Brown would be more in it. But like you see the NBA release their MVP ladders, and who knows how much it means. But I mean, it's the NBA, so you figure it's like, I don't know, it's kind of media's thoughts and things like that. But point being, I think he was like 6th or 7th this week, and he's just kind of slowly falling more down the list.
Yeah.
So I think, I don't hate the Luka take. Before we get to the Nuggets and all that, and just talking more about the West, what is LeBron doing after this season? I find it very odd that there's no smoke. There's no smoke to like, oh yeah, he's probably going to finish out his last season as a Cavalier, or he's going to do the Knicks thing. It's eerily quiet. And with LeBron, that's usually not the case ever. It's usually like a hint. It's like, hey, maybe if this happens, blah, blah, blah. But there's nothing there at all.
Well, if you're looking, there's some things there.
What?
I think there was, I forgot who.
It was him crying at the Cavs game after.
Well, yeah. But I forgot who had the report. It might have been Windhorst. And it wasn't even a report. I think it was like said on a podcast.
Yeah.
Right. And they were like, yeah, so it's something to the effect. It's almost a done deal. He's going to go back to Cleveland.
Okay.
Next year. Like that's what it's reading. And then I don't know if this is smoke or not, but Russell Westbrook in the middle of the game a couple weeks ago, like, you guys are about to be trashed when Bron leaves for Cleveland next year.
I forgot about that. All right. Yeah, there is. Okay. Maybe
and these guys know, these players, they know what the moves are. So there, I mean, it's
maybe
not.
I'm just always expecting the Windhorst and stuff like that to throw things out there, and I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's not the same type of smoke that's going on, but I do think he's going to play one more year at the very least. And I don't think it'll be with the Lakers. I think it'll probably be with the Cavs. I was hoping. It depends on. I mean, there's the Mike Brown situation, but if he didn't win if they don't win this year, which is kind of probably likely, I'd like for him to spend that final year in New York.
That'd be the funnest version, I think.
Yeah.
You can go back to Cleveland. I'm not going to say anything. Go back to Cleveland if you want. That'll be a nice little story. But the Knicks would be fun, I think.
I'm not even that interested in him going back to Cleveland.
I'm not at all.
Yeah.
Like he already did that. We don't need to do it a third time. You don't need to be a Cav a third time. It's fine. You already got them a title. Like, just go do something else.
The best story in basketball would be him.
And spend the whole year talking about, Donovan Mitchell and LeBron James just can't coexist. It's going to be nonsense.
LeBron and James Harden can't coexist.
LeBron just tweeted, stop trying to fit out and fit in.
To Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
It would be one of the most fun stories in a while if he went to New York.
Yeah.
I know.
I mentioned it would be lit every
I'm New York centric. Like I'm into that type of scene. But I think that's one of the best storylines in the NBA in a few years. If he were to go back to New York one more year and trying to get the Knicks this elusive NBA championship.
Something they've been missing since 1975 or 73, I think, even though we talked so great about that franchise. Yeah, 73. It's been ages.
Yeah.
Been generations. But they still have the hype.
No, because it's New York City. It's not Boston.
Yeah, I know. That's why we talk about the Jets.
No,
it's why the Jets get talked about.
It's New York City. It's not Boston.
I know, where they actually win things in Boston.
Nobody really cares about Boston. Boston's a northern more version of Philadelphia.
All right.
Like it's not
being mean.
It's not New York
Don't
City.
call us Philly.
Okay, nobody says I want to move to Boston. They say I want to move to New York City.
Yeah. Kenny mentions Phillies. Kings play the 76ers later on tonight. We'll talk about that in the second segment. As we round out yesterday's games, we can just begin eliminating teams from title contention, I think. I'm done with the Nuggets.
Done with the Nuggets.
I'm done.
That was a bad loss.
It was a bad loss. And like maybe they can get to the second round, but it's just we kind of looked through it yesterday. They haven't been relatively successful as a championship contender in the playoffs, other than the two instances where they got to the conference finals and won the title. It's all been second round and first round. And Nikola Jokic is one of the best players of all time, no doubt. But I think as far as a true title contender with the Nuggets, I think I'm ready to close that chapter.
You're probably right. You're probably right in that situation. I'm a little scarred by the way I saw them play last year. And even then, they only made it to the second round.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I was very impressed with the way they competed, the way they got after it last year in the playoffs and pushed the Thunder to 7 games. So that's probably why I'm a little hesitant to close the book on them. But you're probably right. They're probably a team that can't win a title. I would put Minnesota ahead of them, like in any type of rankings or anything. That maybe Minnesota's in the same boat as they don't think they can win a title. But I'd probably say Minnesota is better than Denver at this point. Plus, they match up well with Denver. They have no worries about playing Denver.
Yeah, Minnesota beat the Jazz yesterday, 147-111. Thunder beat the Nets, 121-92. As Bobby Marks tweeting about expansion and whether it's a bad thing.
Settle down.
Look, I got the answer for that. I got
Bobby's
the answer. Yes, Bobby, friend of the show, D'Lo Casey, always hits his back. But not even talking to Bobby, but just more so the idea that expansion's bad. No, expansion's not bad. Just start trying. Just have these teams start trying to stop tanking.
T-Mac said the same thing. He said there's not enough talent to do expansion.
I disagree. These teams are pulling whatever player is playing well during the fourth quarter. It's like, no, just keep playing basketball rather than tanking. That's how you fix this.
I think it's a flawed system, which allows you to see these type of situations in Sacramento and Brooklyn and Washington. Washington has Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Yeah. They're not playing them. Like that. That's why
they're playing Trae Young 20 minutes a game just to get familiar, but also like, yeah, we got a tank still going on here.
Indiana lost their all NBA point guard. That's why they're as bad as they are. Utah has Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson, and they're not playing them. Like that ain't got nothing to do with whether or not there's enough talent in the league or the talent pool is dry. These teams are just operating in a certain way, which allows the game to look the way it does.
Yeah. So I just the method to that is to stop tanking. And as we finish up here, Celtics beat the Warriors 120-99. I think the story here is Jason Tatum 24 points, Jaylen Brown 32. You think your Knicks can get past them in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah,
I absolutely think they can. They could also lose.
I think we might be down to 4 title contenders now in the league.
I don't look at Knicks Celtics by any means as I do Spurs Thunder.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I think the Knicks are built to play against the Celtics, and I think they absolutely could beat them. But Boston, I mean, if you look back at that series last year, Boston blew 2 20-point leads, leads in games 1 and 2. That series could have easily went differently if they were able to close out those games. So Boston plays them again this year. They could be a situation where they learn from that and they handle the Knicks.
Yeah, I think we're down to 4 title contenders in the league right now. The Pistons can re-enter the fold if Cade Cunningham comes back at a certain time and they're playing good basketball. But I think it's Knicks, Celtics. I can't do the Cavs thing.
I mean, if you're gonna say Knicks and Celtics, I don't know how the Cavs don't get in there
easily. Look, I'm not gonna yell. It's Thursday. The vibes are up. The sun is coming out. We're all happy. It's the jump on ESPN 1320. The Knicks were in the conference finals last year. I just believe in the Knicks. I don't believe in the Cavs. I'm sorry.
Well, the Knicks weren't in the conference finals the year before.
That's fine.
They were able.
And you know who's never been there? And you know who's never been there? And here comes the hate. I don't want to be this person, but Donovan Mitchell.
That is hate.
It's not. It's facts. It's facts. It's facts.
Yeah, it's
I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna let you do that. The Knicks, Celtics,
what did Donovan do on
Spurs,
Thursday
and Knicks. Nothing. You did that and made me do that. It's your fault. But yeah, I think we're down to 4 title contenders. Maybe the Cavs can do something. Yeah, what are you gonna sell me on James Harden next?
James Harden been to a conference finals.
Yeah, but it's never really looked great.
Well, been to a conference finals.
Yeah, but there's context to that. I don't buy it.
Wemby ain't never been to a conference finals. But Wemby ain't never been to the playoffs.
Yeah, but he's generational. He's the alien. He's generational.
Aaron Fox ain't never been to the conference finals.
But he's been to Game 7 of the first round with the Sacramento Kings. I don't know. Sports don't make sense. What do you want from me? We're talking Kings 76ers. Former Sac State coach Brian Katz joins us to talk NCAA tournament.
They didn't hear me on the radio before. It's NCAA tournament.
Big Vital is here, by the way.
It's that time of year. We got Diaper Danny's. We got PT Beers. It's awesome with a capital A, baby. Let's go. The tournament's here. Miami of Ohio. The Dukies. North Carolina. Go Blue. Let's go.
And we were talking expansion stuff. We're going to tell the Kings with that later on. So make sure you're tapped into the jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. All right, we're good. Don't hit one little button, it all goes bad. We're all good, though. What's up, Chatty House? Appreciate you guys getting here after 7 o'clock. If you did, hit the thumbs up, please. And good morning to you all.
I'm being a little picky. I understand that, and I'm not ungrateful by any means. I appreciate what has been done by our coworkers, but We don't even have nothing to drink. We got donuts here, but we don't have nothing to drink.
You bring your own water bottle, you can fill that up, I guess. But yeah,
Damn,
fridge is
it's
empty. Tough. I think I'm not gonna complain. I'm glad we got free snacks and stuff, but
I'm appreciative.
We are appreciative. I'm on the same wavelength. I get you. I'm just
making an observation.
Yes, I know.
How am I gonna eat a cake donut with nothing to drink?
There's a lot more days in this building where I'm like, hey, maybe I just walk into this room and take a Coke for myself. And that's not the rules. Like, you're not supposed to do that. But like I said, we got to that point where it's like, what stopped me from taking a Coke in this room? Yeah, charismatic. I saw that. Hey, Messi can handle Champions League. Couldn't handle the CONCACAF Champions League.
No, I mean, it was a tie.
Yeah, they're knocked out though now.
Oh, they needed to win.
I think so, something like that. But I saw they're knocked out this morning. The glitz and glamour of UEFA, but CONCACAF, yeah, can't handle it.
I mean,
good morning, Easy Mood.
What the hell is that all about? What you trying to say about Messi?
Just saying.
What you mean just saying? Isn't this the greatest player to ever play?
No, yeah, it's all jokes. It's just, like I said, the thing about CONCACAF and just the teams that play in Central America and these little tournaments, it's all just pure chaos.
What did my boy Ronaldo do?
He's playing in Saudi Arabia. I haven't really tapped in for
Ronaldo. He's in Saudi. I didn't know he was in Saudi. He getting the Saudi bag.
Yeah. Yeah, Messi, 900 career goals. He's the greatest athlete I've ever watched. I mean, I guess the greatest performer, whatever you want to call it. Like, LeBron's the best athlete physically and all that stuff. But Messi, I think, is just the best player, whatever you want to call it.
He ain't better than Jordan.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's the greatest. He's the greatest soccer player. He's up there on that level.
Messi scored like 100 goals in one calendar year, and that was like insane. Jordan, I'm sorry, stop. I don't want stop. You have your guy, and I have mine. Messi's better than Jordan. Yes, he is. Messi is. Yes, yes, he is.
He better than Tom Brady. He better than Jerry Rice.
Yes,
he better than Jerry Rice.
Messi, dude. Messi, yes.
Messi better than Jerry Rice.
Yes, Messi is that dude. Yes,
he is that dude, but he ain't.
He's the dude. He's the dude.
He ain't better than Jordan and Jerry Rice.
No, I'm taking him over.
You talk about the goals that Messi didn't score, which is insane.
Yeah.
Have you seen Jerry Rice's numbers?
Messi is my height. My height.
Jerry Rice
insane.
Runs a 4.7. Have you seen his numbers? I'm not gonna say nobody's ever gonna touch Messi's numbers, but ain't nobody touching Jerry Rice's numbers.
No, look at. See, no, John, but don't do that, okay? This is a perfectly sober take, okay? You guys just weren't outside. And Madrid missed me with this. Oh, it's a matter of opinion. Ronaldo and Messi are very different players. Brother, we found out who was better like in 2012. I'm sorry. I know you love Ronaldo and Madrid, but
Ronaldo, my boy, man.
Ronaldo's great, but Messi passed him up a while ago.
I gave up on that argument.
Yeah.
Because, the people have told me. Before I'd be like, no, Ronaldo. But then people have told me, like, no, Messi him. And nobody better than Jordan. And is he better than Tom Brady?
Yeah, he's better than Brady. We can debate Jordan, Rice, and Messi, I guess, if you want to do those three.
What makes him better than Tom Brady?
He's just kind of he's won every. He's still great. He's just done everything. I don't know. It's just watching Messi is like I don't know what to call it. The dude
has he won 7 Champions League titles?
I don't know exactly, but it's got to be around there, I think. Okay. But like league titles, everything. He's won everything.
7 World Cups.
We're back. Hold on.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Yes, it is hold on. There's entirely too many buttons, Kyle. I can't wait till you're back. I almost fell over trying to hit the button on this board.
Jesse Tapia wilding.
I'm not wilding.
Thursday morning.
I'm not wilding. Okay, and I know this is an argument I'll lose because just people aren't tapped in with soccer like that or anything like that. But I did say
it's actually an impossible argument.
It is. It's entirely impossible. We could never figure this out. But I guess I said that Messi is the best player I've ever watched. And we tied that into like Jordan and things like that. And funny enough, I've never seen Michael Jordan other than YouTube and the Wizards, by the way. That counts. The Wizards. But I just said Messi is the best player that I've ever watched over Tom Brady and all those guys. And you yelled at me again.
I didn't yell. I said he's not better than Michael Jordan.
he's fine. I'm not going to tell you who he's not.
And then I say he's not better than Jerry. Well, because you were talking about the goals that he scored, which is crazy. Like it's crazy. It's unreachable. And I said, well, Jerry Rice, to me, is the best football player to ever play.
Yeah.
And his numbers are never getting caught. Like, his numbers are insane.
Shout out.
Messi's third.
He's in the group. He's in the group. Shout out Bim Gooner 916 in the chat house. Y'all need to wash your face with some cold water. What is this debate? It's radio. That's what it is. We're having fun on Thursday. That's what it is.
It's not even radio. We were off the air.
Yeah, we were off there.
It's sports, baby. It's
Charismatic
sports.
brought up CONCACAF Champions League because Messi got thrown out. Not thrown out, but Inter Miami got eliminated. So it's an impossible argument, like you said.
By the way,
Big
I want to say,
shout out.
March Madness. NCAA tournament is here. NCAA tournament is here, baby. And D-Lo and KC has the bracket challenge.
Oh, yeah.
You can go to my Twitter. You can log into the bracket challenge and lose to KC. He's a PTPer. He's a Rolls Roycer. He's a diaper dandy. He's awesome with a capital A. You can get in there. It's NCAA tournament. Go blue. Michigan's going to win it all. I filled out my bracket. I got Michigan winning it for the first time since 1989. Romel Robinson, Glenn Rice.
Shout out Big Vital and good catch there because you threw in the bracket challenge. I get so scared to just even mention March Madness.
Yeah,
I believe that.
I try
didn't
not
throw
to
it in our tweet this morning. Yeah, we get these emails every year. It's like, don't do it, or you're gonna get sued into oblivion. Like, all right, I won't. All right, leave me alone. But I am excited for the NCAA tournament. Yeah, I'm not even gonna mess with that. We'll talk to Coach Brian Katz later on about it. I think my biggest memory that'll always stay with me because I'm not the biggest. Like, I love the NBA and things like that, and I love March Madness, but I think Mario Chalmers' shot is that's the one where I think I remember where I was and just things like that. Mario Chalmers' shot, I was thinking about last night. That's the one where it's like that always stick with me. I was rooting for Kansas low key that tournament too for some reason. I think it was just big Paul Pierce got to kind of say, oh yeah, Kansas,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Mario Chalmers hits a shot. Derrick Rose on the other side, and yeah, that's one memory I've had in my mind lately.
I've never really liked Kansas. Not really been a Kansas guy. I love Roy Williams, and Bill Self is cool. Like, he's proven to be obviously one of the great coaches of all time. But for some reason, I never really liked Kansas. I was going for Memphis because I like Coach Cal, and I thought Coach Cal was going to finally get it done. He should have finally got it done. I think Memphis missed upwards of 12 to 15 free throws in that game, including Derrick Rose missing one of two that would have made it a 4-point game in that situation. And then you're up 3. And I'm usually not a proponent for, like, up 3, like, you have to foul. Because this is just maybe the observer in me. Like, I like the drama. Don't take the drama out of the game. And even as a coach, like, you guys got to be able to defend. I need you to be able to defend in these moments. So I'm not always going to foul up 3. But with the NCAA championship on the line, yeah, I don't care if it's fun or not.
No, go get that dub.
Like, Mario Chalmers went full court. Foul him 75 feet from the basket. Yeah, that was a tough loss for Memphis.
916-909-1320 if you got a March Madness memory that sticks with you. 916-909-1320 if you want to text us as well. Mojo's local Tapping Kitchen studio text line. Filthy McNasty says the Weber timeout is the one for him.
Oh.
That's one where I, again, was not born for that or anything like that, but I've seen the highlight enough and just them talk about it. You understand that moment.
Yeah, I was still a little too young to understand the magnitude of what had just happened. But that was one of the first. I watched 92's NCAA championship, Grant Hill taking on that Arkansas team. But that 93, I was like rooting for Michigan. I was a Michigan fan. And man, that is tough. Like, in hindsight, that is tough. And then the interesting thing about that too is that's been broken down a bunch of times. And, you know, you see him calling for the timeout, and then people got a different angle where there's a coach on the bench telling him to call timeout, but that never gets talked about.
No one's ever going to talk about that.
That's Chris Webber calling the timeout.
You're the player, and people are going to say, oh, you got to be mindful and know what's going on at all times. But
and you do. And I mean,
high pressure situation though. I get why Chris did.
I think
you're just kind of looking for help, and that's the guy you locked in on. You happen to lock in on.
I think that's, you know, in hindsight, obviously that's something that the coaches got to remind him. I think they were at the free throw line for sure, but there might even have been a timeout before that. And you got to remind your guys at that point, like, hey, we don't have any timeouts left. Or, at the free throw line, hey, guys, remember, no timeouts, no timeouts. And, yeah, that's an all-timer. Now, watching a 30 for 30 on the Fab Five, I think they have I guess it's called a one shot where they just follow Chris Webber off the court into the locker room and like down this long highway because they were in the hallway because they were in the Superdome. So from the court to even get to the locker rooms, it's just this long path, and there's no words, there's no narrating, there's just him walking with his head down, and that is powerful. That is you can feel the moment. No words are needed at that moment. Just seeing him walk and have that on him, man. It's unfortunately one of the most memorable NCAA tournament moments ever.
Yeah. 916-909-1320. Let's head out to New Jersey real quick before we get into this Kings game tonight. Mitch, what do you got for us?
Top of the morning, Jesse, Casey. How we guys doing? I didn't hear Joe. The years are going so fast, so I'm gonna be a little not very Canadian little plays. USC when they had Sam Clancy, they made a pretty good run.
Sam Clancy.
Yeah, I know.
Who was the point guard too? Then they had a point guard that was pretty good with Sam Clancy. I forgot the. Oh man, that's gonna bother me.
Here. And they had a wing too. He could jump out of the gym, but I forget his name. He had a cup of coffee. But my more recent one is with Hammy Haggis with his sister plays at UCLA.
Yeah, well, aren't you a USC guy? How's that memorable for you?
Well, they came close. They made it to the Final Four. I think that year USC and UCLA were in the Final Eight. And his sister plays for UCLA right now with the Bet sisters. I think they're gonna win it all. But next year, USC is gonna have Juju back and 3 5-star. I'm giving them a 6 because they say so. They're gonna have 3 5-stars with Juju back. They win it all next year. But the years are flying, one day at a time, right?
That's fine, Mitch. You have a good day. We'll probably talk to your mom, sure, but shut up, Mitch.
That just kind of baffled me. I was just kind of stuck there.
Mitch is LA. I think he's LA. Mitch has no allegiance to anything other than like LA and New Jersey, I think. Yeah. He's a Kings fan too.
Yeah, he is a Kings fan, Niners fan.
Yeah.
But he's an SC guy, and he was like, oh yeah, it was great when UCLA did I don't understand that.
No loyalty. Shut up, Mitch. I mentioned the Kings, and we can, I guess, just get into that. Honestly, man, I can't wait till the end of the season for the Kings.
12 games left?
12 games left. Lose whatever you want. But it's just gotten to a point where it's a season full of questions and a season ending with all those questions still, no answers. I'm not sure what this was all about. It feels like, honestly, watching the Kings this season was like watching the rest of the NBA play out just whatever they got going on in the organization moving forward or whatever it might be, just with some sort of plan. And it was just the Kings just hooping game through 1 through 82. Nothing was really achieved here. Like Max played well. That was great. Like there was intriguing things, but it felt like a whole lot of nothing. So I'm just ready for the end of the season. I want to know if Doug Christie's going to be here next year. I'm just ready for some questions to be answered finally. Well, it's been a tough year.
Well, it's absolutely been a tough year. One of the things that could have happened at the end result, because I remember around the trade deadline, I was like, man, we're wasting time and all this, and that was all true. But now that you're through that part, the one thing that could have happened is you started the reset, and you got potentially, we'll see how it plays out, but potentially a top 5 pick out of this, and you kind of cleanse this organization, or begin the cleanse of this organization from the previous regime, and you start that with the draft pick. Unfortunately, because of some of these contracts, it may be something that happens in steps, happens in increments. But the first part of that is probably trying to get new blood in here and getting a high pick. And that's the season itself was miserable. It has been miserable, but the means to the ends in this situation is potentially getting a top 5 pick in one of the best drafts potentially we've seen in years.
916-909-1320 if you want to call us. Let us know what this season's been about for you. 916-909-1320. Mojo's local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line if you want to text us. TCG in the chat out says, this year was just about going through the motions, getting a high pick. And then you got John Bull after that. Says, I don't see any reason to move on from Doug Christie. This team has zero ability to win, like zero ability next year as well. Might as well keep him. So another tough part about this is that I feel like, and I don't hate the idea of Doug Christie coming back next season. I truly don't. But it's also, I think we're bringing him back because, again, it was just like TCG said, we just went through the motions this year. And I'm not bringing back Doug because, like, oh, yeah, I'm bought in on Doug and he's a great coach and I can see the vision and things like that. It's just more like, yeah, we got through the season. Let's just try it again next year and see if we can actually figure out some things.
Yeah.
And you go into a game like tonight against the 76ers, and we'll talk a little bit about Philly as well because they've had an interesting build since the process ended. But like I said, we'll talk a little bit later on about that. But getting back to the Kings, it's just kind of like, what am I looking forward tonight? Like, yeah, I want Max to play well and Nick and the young guys, but we wanted that all season.
I mean, there's nothing to look forward to tonight. I mean, I don't think that we've been in a position for a while now where there's nothing to look forward to. I mean, here we go. People are gonna think that I hate the guy or hate
this is the jump. We share
again.
our thoughts, and that's all it is.
But I've been pretty. I feel like I've seen all I need to see from Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford this year.
Yeah.
Like,
well, what is 12 more games going to do for you?
They're not going to do. I felt this way 12 games before this. Like, all right, I know who they are right now. What needs to happen is they got to both work on some stuff in the summer, and let's see if they can, expand on their games and get better and grow. But at this point, like you said, 12 games ago, and now with 12 games left, like I'm not learning anything about Maxime Reynaud or Nick Clifford. Much like the Kings, it's about getting to the offseason with them and seeing if they can get better there. I would have liked to have seen Devin Carter. That would have been something that would have been interesting.
We had the game we talked about, and it was great, and we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, been hurt since, and I'm not sure if we're going to see him again this year. That would have been a small reason to tap in to say, okay, what's going on here with Devin Carter? Like, and we don't even know if he would have gotten minutes after that game. Like, that could have been a complete one-off. Like, hey, you just came in a pinch and played great, cool. Now back to 6 minutes or a DNP or something like that. But if he was going to get consistent minutes after that, that would have been something that I would have tapped in. Not because I think he's like this super great player. I do think he's an NBA player, and I think a little higher of him than maybe others do as far as his game, his ability to bring something to the table. But I wanted to see it. I wanted to see, what potentially his ceiling could look like by seeing him play and get extended minutes, but we don't even have that now.
You think there's any chance that we get this season next year as well? I think Doug is back. We'll see what happens. Like I said, I want to get to the end of the season just so I know what the plan is more looking like. You get your draft pick lottery, and it's just more of a structure. But I'm afraid that, and maybe you can talk me out of it, but I'm afraid that next season turns into a bit of an evaluation year as well, where it's just like went through the motions again, and maybe you learn that Doug isn't the coach or he is and things like that. But I wonder if we're going to get a repeat next year as well.
I mean, maybe a little bit. The one caveat is you're going to have a different type of rookie in here. You're going to have a rookie where you're looking at what he can do every game as a guy that can be a leader of your franchise, be a guy that can move your franchise into the new era that you're going into. And seeing that type of player every night for most of the season is going to be interesting. His ups, his downs, him learning things on the fly, him, taking over games and learning how to lead and winning clutch games and making clutch buckets and stuff like that. It's going to be a different level of optimism potentially with that rookie that you're going to pick. That'll be really the only difference. You could end up seeing a lot of the same stuff. Maybe you get some growth from Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford, and that gives a little more optimism. But yeah, for the most part, I think you're going to see more of the same. I think they're.
What would it take for you to bring Doug back as to be the coach of this team going forward after next season? What do you need to see next year for Doug? Like, oh yeah, he can be the guy. What would it take for you to give him that deal?
To get into the play-in.
The play-in?
Yeah.
All right. I think he might be cooked then. I don't think I don't think they can get there next year.
Maybe not. I mean,
Yeah.
I still do.
With what it could potentially look like, I don't see that. I was thinking maybe, hey, they get to 30 wins, like, all right, they showed some, like, keep Doug around. But if we're talking playing, it's gonna be a lot on Doug's plate.
I mean, people. So I'll put it to you like this:
Mhm.
people looked at.
What's that team looking like for you? I guess.
Well, I'll tell you this: people looked at the team this year as they were going to stink.
Yeah.
Right. And to them, because nobody predicted this before the season, to them, stinking was like, oh, they're going to win 30, 35 games.
That's where I was at with them too. I thought at best, at absolute best, everything goes right, they could max out at like 41, be a 500 team. But I thought about 35 wins.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's fair. So I think a lot of what happened with this particular team was the injuries. So if you come back with Sabonis and Keegan Murray, you add a first-round pick. Everybody loves Maxime Reynaud. So you got him.
Boy,
you got him back.
Yeah.
You got if he's everything everybody says he is, you got him coming back. Maybe you get some type of trade compensation for DeMar DeRozan, get you another young player or some type of vet, some expiring guy or something like that. And I don't think it's inconceivable, like you said, the team that you thought best case scenario could get to 40 wins will basically be back. I guess minus DeMar DeRozan. And that's your best scorer. So that plays a role. But I don't think it's inconceivable for them to get into the play-in.
I got you.
Next year. I'm not picking that. I'm not predicting that by any means. I'm not doing that. Don't get it twisted. But I can see a world where that happens. And if that were to happen, super exceeding his expectations, that's something that you could say, hey, Doug Christie did a really good job and can get back in here with that.
Yeah, TCG says needs to see chemistry with a lottery pick coming in to keep Doug around. Soren Smith says, how about Scott bringing some actual talent, give Doug a fighting chance? That's been a conversation all year long, too, just about not necessarily what Scott's done, but Doug hasn't necessarily had the resources to succeed this year. I mean, even in the moments where he's like maybe try to. Gregory Kaiser says, I think closer to being 500. The plan depends on what Scott Perry can do with the roster. Talking about bringing Doug back. So, I mean, yeah, if Doug were to get to like 30, 35 wins next year, that's a lot of progress coming from being one of the worst teams in the league. So I think I'd give it a thought. But even still, we don't even know if he's going to be back next year. This offseason, like, this was a horrible year. We can't forget the fact that they did lose, what was it, 16, 17 games in a row?
16 in a row.
Like, that did happen.
Yeah.
This team at one point was losing by 30 points a game. It felt like every game. Now it feels like things have kind of reined in, but you don't know if it's because of the tanking teams you're playing or maybe they're just completely bought into what Doug's doing. But point being, it's not all like, oh, yeah, Doug is back. There's some answers that they're going to have to, questions that are going to have to be answered this offseason.
Yeah, and I mean, I also think that you need talented players.
Yeah.
You need talented players. And I think a lot of the times you're playing with guys that are second stringers and guys that are young and guys that are super old, like past their prime. Like in an ideal situation, Russell Westbrook, even though he's having a really good year and he's been productive, you probably want him in a bench role. So, I mean, I guess maybe Zach LaVine, but how many times has Doug Christie played with a true starting lineup in the NBA? Like, how many true starters are on this team?
I mean, this season, it could probably be less than 5.
Probably 2.
As far as games where he's been able to like throw out a real starting lineup.
But like everybody says DeMar should go to the bench, right? Everybody says Russ should go to the bench. How do you feel about Maxine running? People think Maxine is a starter, Nick Clifford is a starter. Like, these are the guys he's playing with the whole season. The 2 guys on the roster that I think everybody would agree on any team are starting players is Sabonis and Keegan Murray, and they've never played together all year. And for the most part, they've been out the entire season.
Yeah, I can't even tell you.
Zach LaVine is probably another guy too, but people hate Zach LaVine.
I can't even tell you how many times it's been like, yo, yeah, Doug. I don't even know if it's happened this year where it's like, and make what you want about the lineup and how you feel about these guys. But point being, he hasn't had, it started out with Schroder, but Schroder, LaVine, Keegan, Sabonis, DeMar. Like I don't know how many times he's ever had like just a true starting five where it's like this was what the plan was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I
it
don't
hasn't
know how many
happened
times he even had that, if not once this season.
At the very least, he hasn't played with Sabonis and Keegan at all this year. Not one
So it's
game.
never happened then.
Not one game. And once again, those are guys that, like on a good team, like on any team in the league, you would say for sure they would start. Those are the only two players on this roster. And like Doug is doing what he can in that situation. So I think there's a world where he gets the benefit of the doubt this year and next year. But yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of progress that has to be shown for that to happen.
Yeah, tough year for the Kings. They got the game with the 76ers tonight. The 76ers are, I don't know if it's stuck in mediocrity because they're well above 500 and all that, but I don't know what to make of this team post process. Daryl Morey decided to go the compete route, and it's like, yeah, they're winning ball games, but I'm not sure what this is ever going to amount to for the 76ers. Maybe VJ Edgecombe like turns into this great player and develops into that, like Tyrese Maxey's number 2 and things like that, but I'm not sure. It feels like the 76ers are a bit stuck right now.
In a little bit of a transition period, with Joel Embiid having renaissances, but then not being able to stay healthy. This is Maxey and VJ Edgecombe in their future, and you hope maybe you get some cap space or you hit some gold in the draft again. But they're a top 6 team. How they are, I think they might have fallen into the play-in, but that's due to a lot of injuries. Like Embiid's been out. Maxey's been out. Paul George has been out, who was playing great.
Fell into the play-in, but they're still 37 and 32. Yeah. They're about a game and a half out of the top 6.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot better than a lot of us had them going into the season, and they're still dealing with injuries.
Yeah.
So I think they're in a little bit of a transition period. They're going to need somebody. They're going to have to find a way too. They're going to need somebody to go with Edgecombe and Maxey as like a third wheel guy, because I think Paul George is kind of past his prime with that physically. And Joel Embiid, you can't rely on that. So they're going to have to find a way. There's a couple of different avenues that they can go through to go get that. Hey, maybe there's a center in Sacramento that might be able to help.
Yeah, maybe. Dylan James was talking to Dylan Casey yesterday about how maybe there's a future for him here, at least for the next couple of seasons, I think. But
maybe
we're gonna talk some Sabonis tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, because
it's
been weird. I've got questions. It's been weird, and I've got questions.
I don't have answers, but I've got radio thoughts on that. I've got radio thoughts. I think we'll talk about Sabonis a bit tomorrow. But King 76ers tonight. I mean, we got 12 games left. Hoping the tank works out. Not even the tank. It's not even a tank. Hoping the lottery odds work out well for the Kings.
Yes.
You got the Nets and who was it? The Mavericks, I think it was yesterday, just getting blown out. Some other team. I can't remember who it was.
Mavericks got beat up by the Hawks.
Got beat up by the
Hawks.
Hawks
Win again.
Playing good basketball. Point being, I mean, the tanking teams are doing their thing. So you just hope the Kings are able to stick around and, have some luck come lottery time. But that's kind of what it's all coming down to at this point. The season has been a wash. Like TCG said, it's just kind of going through the motions. But now, once we get to the offseason and that lottery, it's like, all right, now you kind of move forward, and this is what it was all about.
That's it, man. And it's about a cleanse of this roster, a cleanse of the franchise. Will it work? Will it be successful? I don't know, but I think that's what this was, the start of kind of washing out what was here previously and starting over to a certain degree. And unfortunately, we didn't get anything in this season. Well, Maxine Marino has been pretty good. Dylan Carwell's been pretty good. And Neek has shown signs, but you haven't gotten a whole lot that you can latch onto franchise-wise, franchise-changing wise, but you potentially have a good draft pick coming, and that's where this thing is really going to start.
Yeah, so we got more Kings coming up later on. We're going to tie them in with some of the expansion stuff going on. Casey's got some things to talk about there. We got former Sac State coach Brian Katz joining us right outside the next break, so we'll be talking NCAA tournament with him. Got some thoughts there, so make sure you're sticking around on The Jump, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
Yeah. Okay. Well, securing and John Bull, you know, I think Doug deserves another opportunity to show what he can do um, with maybe a little bit more of a cohesive roster team. Not that it's like perfect or anything, but this was a lot this year. This was a lot. And a lot of it was out of his hands. Just being an observer, has he always made what I think is the right move? No, I mean he's had things I'm like, I don't understand that, or I got to see it. But he does get credit for um, the development that people like to say, the development of Maxine Reynal, the development of and finding Dylan Cardwell, the development of Nate Clifford. He gets credit for that. He absolutely gets credit for that. And if that's what you're trying to do, if you're trying to get young guys in here and develop them, he's shown that, yeah, maybe he can be good for that. I don't know if James said that, but Keegan Murray's a good ball player. He's a good ball player. You keep him around, to see how he messes with some of these new guys. I think you always have your ear out. For me personally, I think you always have your ear to the streets, to the NBA streets, to see if you can move him and what you could get for him. That's just my thought on him. Um, if you can't get anything of value or anything that you deem of value, then you hold on to him, and he's a good ball player, and you keep him in your system. And you try to help him, or excuse me, have him help you put this thing back together. He's a really good ball player. Foreign bombs Blazers completely unnecessary. It's not bad. It's just, what are we doing? TCG, that's a good point as well. The locker room is seem to be absolutely fine. Sure, but we don't know if that's what Scott thinks. Like I think a lot of people assume that, but you don't know. We don't know if that's what he feels. Then yeah, you move on. But if Scott is not sure, or if he's like, oh man, let me see him in a different setting, I don't think that's inconceivable either.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Yes, it is. Appreciate everyone being with us this morning. Shout out to everyone been listening to us talk Kings. Talked about some things going on in the NBA. Cade Cunningham going to miss an extended period of time with a collapsed lung. We don't know exactly how much time that is. Shout out D'Lo. Told us that CJ McCollum has dealt with that twice. I believe first time was 3 weeks. Second time he was out 6 weeks. So we'll see what happens to Cade Cunningham. But we got the NCAA tournament starting up today.
That's right. NCAA tournament
Dick
starting
Vitale
up
here
tonight,
as well.
baby. We got some diaper dandies. It's awesome with a capital A, baby.
Yeah, so Dick Vitale here, as well as former Sacramento State men's basketball coach Brian Katz. Coach Katz, how you doing today?
Well, it's always good to hear your guys' voice. I don't want to set the show back because I wasn't able to Zoom. I'm back in the other century still.
Nah, Coach, you're all good. We appreciate you joining us this morning. That's all it is. We appreciate you waking up and joining us. All good.
I've been up since 4:30. Don't worry about waking up.
You just like me, Coach. Yeah, we're good.
Is that a regular occurrence, Coach? You're a 4 or 5 o'clock riser?
Yeah, easy. Yeah. When I was coaching, it was 3:45 on the dot.
Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah. A lot to do, right?
I guess so. Early bird gets the worm, huh?
We got the tournament starting up today, and we'll get to all the fun, like, who's your pick for the tournament, stuff like that. But I kind of want to pick your brain a bit. Arkansas and Darius Acuff Jr. have kind of been tearing it up lately. Can you just tell me your thoughts on that team going into the tournament and what you think they can achieve?
Well, the thing with Arkansas is this. They only play 7 right now. They had an injury or 2. They're not a great rebounding team. Okay, now they're great in transition. And I might argue, as I keep watching this more and more, that Acuff might be the best player in the country. The guy is really good. So he always gives them a chance. But, you know, in the overtime game with Ole Miss, they had 3 guys that played 40 minutes. So over the course of a tournament, that's not great. But they'll win some games. I just don't see them getting the Final Four.
Now, Coach, you're my guy. Coach Katz, that's my guy. This is my boy right here. But I got a little bit of a bone to pick with my man, Coach Brian Katz, because I saw you on the selection show on CBS 13, which you'll be at CBS 13 all tournament with my guy, Jake Gaten, with my man, Brandon Benitez. You can catch him after all the broadcasts on CBS. But I disagree, and I thought you were a little harsh on my man, Darren Peterson. Coach, is it true that you said you wouldn't even take him in the first round?
Yeah, he scares me. Look, soft tissue injuries, quote, soreness, and I've watched it closely all year long. The rumor, look, is he mentally soft? Is he physically soft? Or is he protecting his draft status? Now, there's a lot of grumbling, and I'm not, telling tales out of school or making stuff up. Within our coaching profession, this, that, the other, just about him maybe protecting his draft status. And I know that Kansas is better without him. They have a better record without him. And your eyes don't lie to you. When I watch them, they play harder and more connected. When he plays, the ball doesn't move. They don't have as much energy. He scares me. I would not take him. I would not. Not trying to hate on the kid, but look, it's a business decision. I wouldn't take him.
So real quick, Coach, there's 2 things with that. Number one, I don't know if Kansas is that good. Like, I think every time they go on, they play well at Fog Island, but when they go on the road, whether they have Darren Peterson or not, they get stomped out. Like, I don't know if they're that good of a team. The other thing about that, and I'd ask you as a former college coach and everything else like that, if I was Tyron Stokes, for example, and I saw what happened to Darren Peterson this year, how he got hurt, he had cramps or whatever the case may be, and he came in as the number 1 guy, hands down, and all that happened all year long was people just picked apart at him. Why would I ever go to college?
Oh, you and I.
Like that, I mean, if we're making business decisions, Coach, I'm a competitor, but if I'm Tyron Stokes and I'm the number 1 pick going into college, and I saw Darren Peterson in the same situation, go to college and play, and all that's happened all year is people have picked at Darren Peterson and picked him apart to the point where he's no longer probably the number 1 pick. If I was making a business decision, if I was advising Tyron Stokes, why would I say, yeah, you should go to college?
You and I look at this completely opposite. See, I think all he had to do was just show up and play, and it was all going to be fine. But again, look, he's held the team hostage. There's no question about it. It's been in and out. It's been all you got to do is go back and look at the interviews between the players, Bill Self, the whole thing. They're very, very, very frustrated with him. I'll make the argument the reason Kansas isn't as good as they should be is because of him. Because they're in a wait and see whole pattern. Like, Kenny, here's the deal, and this is just me. You can be tantalized by talent, but when you go up high enough, it's got to be more than just talent. And I'm not saying he's not a smart kid or any of that. I think he is a smart basketball player. But whatever the issues are that you can't, like Kyrie Irving, everybody goes, oh, well, he only played 7 games. Yeah, he broke his foot and came back and tried to play. Soft tissue injury, translation, soreness. It's scary. I mean, there's 4 or 5 guys I'd take ahead of him easily. But look, I'm not trying to act like I know everything because I don't. But I will just say this: I have watched him a lot.
Yeah, Coach Brian Katz with us on the jump. ESPN 1320 Sacramento sports leader. Coach, we've talked about Acuff. We've talked about Darren Peterson. We might as well lump in the other guy that's been talked about all season long. BYU's got number 11 Texas. What do you think of AJ DeBonston, kind of the player that he is?
Complete opposite of Peterson. I take him number one. He will start for 10 to 15 years. He'll be an all-star every year. You can build a team around him. He's high character. I watched him. I went down and watched Arizona practice, and I saw him play BYU. And so I sat at courtside. He's very engaged. He's very competitive. What I like about him is he has a very calm demeanor through good and bad, which I think is something that's very underrated in the game of basketball. He's strong and tough and stoic, and his teammates like to play with him. He's a complete package. You can really build a team around him. I'm absolutely sold on him.
I love AJ. I love AJ. He seems like a born leader. And before we even talk about his ability on the court, he's one of the great college players that we've seen in recent memory.
Can we just say that if Darren Peterson had your heart, we wouldn't be talking about this, Kenny. That's all we're talking about. Come on, man. Hey, by the way, real quick, Cal State East Bay. How about that?
Oh, my goodness, Coach. Come on, man. Go Pioneers. Let's go. Let's go, man.
Yeah, that's where you went. And by the way, my guy who played for me at Delta is the head coach, Brian Rooney. He's from Stockton.
Oh, man, I didn't even know that.
I
was familiar with Coach, but I didn't know the roots like that, man. Oh, shout out to them. Let's get it done. Cal State East Bay. Let's go, baby. Come on now.
Hey, like I said, Darren Peterson, he had your heart, your toughness, your competitiveness. We're not talking. But that's okay. You broke my heart and didn't come when I recruited you. I'm never going to let that go.
And you know who doesn't let that go as well, Coach, is my mom. She said, you should have just went to Delta. I don't know why you didn't go play for Coach Katz.
I love it. All right. What do you guys got? Next player?
So now I want to go to the teams a little bit now. We talked about the individuals, and I want to go to the teams. And ironically enough, I don't think Darren Peterson in Kansas. I don't think AJ DeMonsta in BYU. As much as I'm a big Darius Acuff guy. Like that's my dog.
Oof.
He's been rising up the ranks all season for me. I'm still trying to find flaws in his game, and I haven't been successful. Like he is fantastic. But those three guys, I don't think any of them are going to be in the Final Four. I'm looking at Arizona, Duke, Houston, and my boys, the University of Michigan being in that Final Four. These are teams. These are solid teams. Coach, do you agree with that Final Four, or is there somebody I'm missing that might sneak up on everybody?
Oh, I hate to admit that I absolutely agree with you, and that is the four that I picked. I picked all four of those. Look, to me, it's Arizona and Michigan, and for sure, I believe that. Now, Duke is the third team that can win. I don't think Houston can win it, but I think they'll get to Final Four. Look, Arizona's got the best 8 in the country. They really do. They will murder you inside. They're 39% from three. They're completely balanced. They've got Del Orso off the bench, can hit 25 in a heartbeat. The other team, and again, I'll call them, they're right there neck and neck, is your guys, Michigan. I'm a big fan. They're loaded. They have 3 frontline players that are leading scorers, and their front line is massive. They have over 200 blocked shots. They're a great defensive team. They're 10 deep. They really – I tried to figure out, do they have a flaw? I don't think so, but, like, here's how Duke beat them. They put length, Dar, 6'6", on Cadeau and really tried to pressure him out, and it did hurt a little bit. The other thing they did is because Mara is always in drop coverage.
Yeah.
They set on ball with Boozer and went pick and pop. Now, the deal is that those are the 2 ways you might exploit them, because if they go to a switch, then you have Mara on the guard, and that is not good. Right. So there's your strategy to be. But I'm going to tell you, Kenny, couldn't agree with you more. It's Arizona, it's Michigan, it's Arizona, with Duke on the outside looking in, and Houston, I think, will get there, but I don't think they can win it.
Yeah.
Coach, you think it's going to be a tournament where the top seeded teams dominate, or is their team maybe below the fourth seed in the tournament where you think they can make a run? Maybe like a St. John's or anything like that?
First of all, I hate agreeing with you, Kenny, so we'll move on from that.
I learned from you, Coach. That's how I got my mindset. I learned from you.
You know who I think's really good is the sleepers, Virginia.
Ooh.
Virginia is the team to me that you're describing, Jesse. They have 9 guys that all can shoot and make threes. They're very, very big. They blocked over 200 shots. They dominate you at the foul line, at the three-point line, and on the boards. Now, the other part, too, all 9 have double-digit offensive rebounds as well. So they're a very interesting team, and they're going to be a really tough matchup for a lot of people. I think that's the team I could see slipping in there.
You know, Coach, I actually have this team I'm about to ask you about making a run. I don't know if I believe in them as much as their record during the season, but Miami of Ohio, you know, going all season long, being undefeated, getting tripped up in the first round of that MAC tournament, then getting the at-large bid, playing a great game last night against SMU in the first 4. I got them going to the Sweet 16. I got them upsetting Tennessee. And oddly enough, Coach, I got them beating Virginia in the second round. That might be a little bit of, you know, you just want to see a Cinderella story. But what do you think about their whole season and how they've had to deal with doubters and stuff like that, even though they were undefeated all year long?
Well, I picked them to beat Tennessee. I agree with you. Although I will tell you, boy, it's going to be interesting because Tennessee's long enough to create problems on the perimeter for them. But we talked about this on Jake's show. Look, this is the culture of today. Miami of Ohio only played 2 games in quad 1 or 2 all year long. So hence the doubter, so to speak. But was it their fault? No, because when you have a team that returns, they return virtually everybody from a 23-win season. Okay, no one's going to want to play you. No one. That's the way coaches are. What we're trying to do is schedule wins because we know there's enough tough games out there. So as a result, I give the example, Kentucky, they can go ahead and schedule Oregon. And if they lose, it's not the end of the world. Their fan base won't kill them. But if they lose to Miami of Ohio, who ironically is better than Oregon, but their fan base doesn't know that, it kills them. So Miami of Ohio, very much untested in terms of until last night. Last night was the highest rated team they had played all year long. Kind of not really their fault because of the culture or the climate of NCAA basketball. But I will tell you, I know you saw the game last night. What a unique style. Oh, my goodness.
What they shoot, like 42 threes or 45 threes, something like that?
Shot 41 threes and made 16. I made more threes and twos, which is not uncommon. It's a very interesting dynamic. And by the way, 20 assists on 29 field goals. The big thing with them that people miss is that they think they come down and jack threes. No, they don't. They move the ball. They penetrate in and out, hit the post, cut, play ball, old school ball, just like you're playing an open gym. And that's how they create their threes. And ironically, what they do, you get so spread out that then the back cut or the layup kills you. You can't overreact to the 2 because they are not going to beat you from 2. They're going to beat you from 3. Yeah. So like last night, they had 13 twos, right? And they had 16 threes. And of course, they got to the foul line, made 15 free throws, which that's what they've done all year. That's exactly what they've done. Played SMU even on the boards too, which if you're going to beat them, for Tennessee to beat them, they're going to have to crush them on the boards and they're going to have to control them, guard the 3 without overreacting to the 2. You know what I mean? I hear
you, Coach. I got one more for you before we get you out of here, man, and get you started with. It's almost time for these games to start within about an hour or so. And I want to go macro here, and I'm fascinated by this conversation. And a guy like yourself who's lived it and breathed it, I'm fascinated to hear your response. I love college sports. I love that the kids are being able to get paid now and make money and NIL and all this other stuff. But I think it has gone way too far. I think they need to go back to, if you are at a school and you decide to transfer, you got to sit out a year. And the only exception is if the coach that recruited you is no longer there, then maybe you can go directly to another school. But the hopping around both in basketball and football from year to year due to how much somebody's paying you and getting a better deal here and there, I think that it's bad for the product of basketball. And it's kind of bad for like what they're trying to teach these kids, that, hey, you can just go from place to place by virtue of the highest dollar. You know, and I think they need to go back to at least having them sit out a year for a transfer. So if you really do think that you have a better situation somewhere and you want to make that move, at least it'll make you think a little bit like, hey, I'm losing a year of being able to play somewhere. But what do you think as being on the other side at one point, coaching these kids?
Well, I agree that I'll I've thought about this a lot. Here's the problem. NCAA has no power now. They can't enforce anything. They get killed in the courts, so they have to give in. The only way this changes to what you described, which I think is good, is if they go antitrust agreement, just like Major League Baseball, football, and basketball. And now they have their own set of rules and regulations that have to be adhered to. Now, if they do that, just think of the NBA, like there's a slot, the salaries are slotted, contracts are binding, rules are binding. You fail a test, drug test, this, that happens. Now the NCAA has absolutely no power because they're not antitrust. Until they do, they will have no power. Now, I don't believe they'll ever do it because they don't want to give up the moniker of student athlete. They want to convince everybody these kids are student athletes. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying they're professional athletes that are going to school. All of that said, I could not agree with you more. It is hurting the product. More importantly, what it's doing is literally, like Kenny, right now, I'm not kidding you, everybody knows in the country who's going to be in the portal the minute this tournament ends, even though they're still playing. So there's guys playing on Arkansas, Michigan, Duke, Miami, that have already made their mind up they're leaving, and people know it. And people know it. Now, how do you deal with that? Now, the coaches can't speak about it because the minute they do, they get killed saying, oh, you're not for the kids. You don't want them to get paid. You don't want them this. So the coaches keep it to themselves. But internally, within the profession, they're all miserable. Your point is 100% taken. It has to be fixed. I believe the only way to do it is the antitrust agreement.
That's Coach Brian Katz talking college basketball with us on the jump. You can catch him making appearances with Jake Caden and crew on CBS 13 as the tournament rolls along.
Absolutely.
Coach, we definitely appreciate you joining us this AM to talk with us.
Hey, anytime I can, get my toe in the water of the big time operation here. I listen to you guys all year long, but it's like, oh my goodness, it's like these guys. Oh, by the way, just so you know, Kenny, and I'll get off. When you guys were talking about wrestling, I'd turn the channel. Now, when you start talking about wrestling, I listen. If you're talking about the Kings, I turn the channel.
Oh no!
No. I get that. That's kind of where we're at,
Coach. And real quick, I need you to talk to my 13-year-old son because Coach Katz changed my life, and he doesn't even know it. He was recruiting me, and he told me I was 17 years old, and he told me, he said, "You're a good ball player. Like you can play." He said, "Your shot's a little streaky," and he didn't mean it as a dig or anything. He was literally being honest. Like that's what it was. But I took it as like, what you mean streaky? I took it as a negative. So he said that. And for about 6 months, I did nothing but work on my jump shot. And the next time he saw me, he said, oh, you've been working on your jump shot. I see it. And now I'm a sharpshooter. Now I don't miss, Coach. So Coach changed my life with just that honest assessment. I need you to do the same thing for my son.
Well, you busted me to you with the three that changed my life because we lost at the buzzer to you. The only time we lost to you in 2 years. But so I killed myself there. I worked against myself. I'll talk to your son anytime. If he's like you, he'll listen. He'll get good.
Straight up, Coach, man. I appreciate you. We appreciate you, man. And we'll be tapped in on CBS 13 all tournament long, seeing you, Jake Gaden, and Brandon Benitez.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Jesse.
I appreciate you, Coach. You have a good one.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there. It's my guy for life.
Shout out
Coach Brian Katz.
One of my favorite conversations that I've ever had, sitting in that producer room, by the way. He came in, was sitting there for a bit or whatever, just talking shop and all things like that. Learned a couple things.
He's a can't say a Sacramento legend because it expands beyond Sacramento. He's in Stockton and all this other stuff. But he is in this region, he's a legend. He's a legendary figure. He did a fantastic job for years at Delta College. Did a fantastic job at Sac State while he was there, man, and just an all-around good dude, man. I've known indirectly, out of nowhere, I've known him for 20 plus years, man. And every time I see him, it's good times, it's good vibes, and he's one of the great guys.
Shout out Coach Katz for joining us. Shout out to you for listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. KCN for Kyle Madsen, who will be back on Monday. We'll have regular programming back then. Casey will be back with D'Lo on D'Lo and Casey from 3 to 6. We got solo D'Lo on D'Lo and Casey for the next couple of days. Casey back with me tomorrow as we wrap up this weekend. Does college basketball, does this tournament time still hit the same for you? Like, is it still got the same magic? Just you're excited and things like that. It doesn't have to be peak or anything like that. Because we all got those peak moments.
Yeah.
Like just for whatever sport, whatever it might be. But is it still there for you?
No,
the game's changed
it's still
a lot.
there. It's still there, man. And it goes from year to year. I think a little bit more. Like last 2 years, I think were down years for college basketball as far as star power and teams that you wanted to see in the tournament.
There's a lot of talent in this one.
This year's the complete opposite. Like there is must see TV all throughout this tournament. Great teams. I think this is going to be a great tournament. You know, Bomani Jones has a theory that is actually, I understand it. I want to do it justice with how I explain it. But he said the tournament was at its best when you couldn't see every game.
I have no recollection of that. I was watching a video about that yesterday. Just some dudes talking about like there's a point where you couldn't watch every game and West Coast, like it was all regionalized and stuff like that. And it's like, I remember going to the library, March Madness on the computer, watch every game, whatever, doesn't matter. They got multi-view.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was a situation where you couldn't watch every game unless you went to a bar or a restaurant. And that's where you would get, especially out here on the West Coast, people at Mojo's at 9 a.m.
Shout out Mojo's. We love Mojo's.
Because they wanted to watch the game. They wanted to watch their team. Maybe they're on the West Coast and the only game they got was UCLA, but they're a Duke fan. Well, Duke was always like Maine, but like Michigan fan. And you had to go to Mojo's and watch the Michigan game, and you took off from work and all this other stuff. And even to the point where it was still there when they would give you the option to like pay to, $5 or $10 to be able to watch every game. Not everybody was doing that. They still were like, hey, I'll go, fill out my bracket and go to the, like that was peak. That was top tier. The fact that every game is on TV, while we've wanted that for years, it actually ended up taking away a little bit from the NCAA tournament. But it's still one of the best times of the year. I love this stuff, man. This is great.
I still get excited for it and things like that. And like I said, there's the moments where like I'm back in high school with my friends and we're all just cuddled around computers and things like that. Should be studying and doing homework, but no, we're watching Kansas, we're watching Lehigh Tech beat Duke and things like that.
Not on this Thursday and Friday. Are you crazy? There's still an element.
There was, and you know what, kids, if you're in school right now, listen to your teachers. That's what you should do.
Spring break. They don't even.
Oh, they're on spring break?
Oh,
yeah, you're all good.
Half of them are. Half of them are on spring break.
Well, for the ones on spring break, salute.
But see, that's the problem. They shouldn't be on spring break. What you did built character.
It did. Thank you. It did.
Sneaking around and trying to watch the NCAA tournament, faking that you're sick so you can stay home and watch the NCAA. It built character.
Yeah.
Having it all there for you right now.
I saw some dude on Twitter talking about this morning back in the 80s. He moved his thermometer to the lamp or whatever to heat it up. Mom kind of found out, like, oh, no, you're messing around because it says 156 degrees, son. Like, no, you got to go to school.
So, this is gonna be great, and I'm always a sucker for win or go home situations, season on the line situations, and that is what every game is in the NCAA tournament. Like your season, even the upsets. Like, oh man, this is your Florida Gulf Coast or whatever. They're Dunk City. Like that's their moment. Like that was those kids' biggest moments of their life, and we're able to watch it in real time.
Speaking of tweets, I think I saw that was 15 years ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I used to be the one where it's like, oh yeah, no, it's not happening in the moment. It's like, yeah, 15 years ago. I have vivid memories of that.
I'm not exactly.
I didn't realize it was that long ago.
I'm not exactly sure. I think Roy Hibbert was on that Georgetown team. I believe Roy Hibbert was on that team.
All right, yeah. We're getting old on the jump, and we're talking Kings when we come back. ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. All good.
Yeah, Russ Dog. If I was a teacher, I'd strike for 2 more days. Strike for Thursday and Friday. Hopefully they get that taken care of, man. That's never a good thing.
Teachers very disrespected in this world.
That's never a good thing when you've got our teachers having to be in that situation.
Yeah. Hit the thumbs up, please. That stuff is important for us if you're in here. Shout out Chili. Shout out Jalen. I went to Chili's a couple weeks ago.
Shout out Chili's. Shout out Chili's. There goes JC.
Shout out JC. Brought donuts today.
Yeah, man.
Mr. T. Shout out Modesto. We got Mr. T's. We got that in Modesto. It's like the local donut shop and things like that. They tried putting a Dunkin' Donuts like across the street to like rival and stuff like that, and that thing's been empty as long as it's been there.
I mean, that's a little crazy. I don't know why people are so anti Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, it's like you sticking with the local shop around town.
Well, no, I'm with that. I'm with that. And Matt, by the way, yesterday I went to Safeway. Yeah, I went to the person to check out. I only had 4 items. I had some potato salad, some macaroni salad.
How long did you wait in line for that, though?
I don't know, 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. I don't know. It didn't matter. They had one lane open with the person. This is ridiculous. People are losing jobs because.
Oh, you're not even wrong. You're not
the whole
wrong.
damn thing.
No, you're not. Hold on.
Self
Checkout was made for people like me, where I'm gonna grab a few things. I'm not really trying to talk to anybody. Let me get in and get out the store. That's what it was for. It wasn't for you to take your 15 items, all right, with your cart. If you got a cart, you need to go to the cashier person.
But
Kenny, wait, send the example.
Corporations have taken advantage of that, and I'm trying to set it back.
Yeah, shout out to you for doing that. Yeah, I'd like it to go back. I'd like for it to go back.
There was one lane open, and they have like 8 of them, just empty.
All empty.
Just empty. They take.
Meanwhile, I got this person at self checkout with 15 items struggling because they don't know how to use self checkout. So I gotta wait.
Dad, because that's what I'm gonna call him, Dad.
All right.
I don't think I've had. No, somebody brought him in before, right?
Yeah, JC brought him in.
Yeah.
JC comes in from Modesto. Shout out to him. Yeah.
Great donuts. Dad, I don't think you've had Marie's donuts. I think you need to get up here early on one of these days.
Mr. T's was ranked 14th nationally at one point. So I don't know. Look,
Marie's Donuts.
Shout out Marie's Donuts. Shout out Sacramento.
Marie's Donuts is the one. It is the one.
It's one of the ones.
It is the one. So, Dad, come on up here. And it's open all the time. You can go in anytime. You don't have to be super early.
That's the thing.
We're going to Marie's
If your
Donuts.
donut shop is closed at like 8 p.m. or something like that, I don't want it.
One of them that I really like is closed on Mondays.
Oh, that's tough.
Like, wait, what?
Hey, David Lopez, I'm about to ban you. I've seen this twice with this Laker nonsense. Enough with the hour Lakers, okay? Enough.
It's difficult to mess up a donut though. Like
but you can. Like,
yeah.
I went to.
It's like a hot dog. Like, how you gonna mess up a hot dog?
Yeah.
How you gonna mess up a burger?
I went to a donut shop around the corner from my apartment one time. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like a little hole in the wall. She's like, oh no, you guys are very. It was all nice inside. It's like, I'm at the wrong spot. I'm sorry. I needed dirty and stuff like that.
Securing, it actually makes sense because, like, when else would you be off if you're a donut shop? You're not gonna be off on the weekends. It's when you make a lot of money. I guess Mondays make sense. Speaking of Elk Grove, I saw a study where Elk Grove was named the best place to live on the West Coast.
I don't doubt that. Elk Grove is. It's. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't think.
You got everything you need there. Yeah. It's close in proximity to the city life. Good neighborhoods. Yeah. Shout out Elk Grove. No, Russ Dog, why would you say that? I do not. People believe you when you say that too. There's nothing wrong with being that close to South Sac.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Shout out South Sac, shout out Elk Grove, shout
Yes,
out
indeed.
all of the Sacramento, shout out Modesto 219, everyone
Even
listening.
shout out to
whoever's listening.
Shout out to
right now.
Antelope too.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Antelope.
Shout out
It's
to
all
Antelope.
good out there, man. You know what I'm
Roseville,
saying?
we're in your city right now as
Roseville,
well.
Rockland, Folsom,
If you're listening to us, shout out to you. If you're not,
Rancho,
do better. Rancho as well.
Natomas. Natomas
Shout out to Thomas.
Natomas getting top golf.
I know it is.
It's gonna be a good look. Have they started that yet? I don't think they have.
No, they
though.
haven't. They
I
haven't.
need to get that going. That
I
should
needed.
have been going for this summer.
I needed a gas station with that Costco. They kind of let me down, but it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. So,
Oh yeah, the way I'm gonna start walking to work. I'm gonna start walking to work
You're gonna
at this
see,
point.
Jesse walking on 50.
Honestly, it's probably cheaper to walk that at this point.
Oof.
That number's hitting 6, might hit 7.
It's 8 in LA.
Yeah, and my car's got to get the nice gas. So
I mean,
it's tough.
I don't know what.
Babe, if you're listening, I'm gonna start using your car more.
The wife is already like, I got to go somewhere this weekend. I got to take your car.
Yeah.
Tesla. Wait a minute. I like taking the Tesla. And so now I got to take her car. And I got to get gas in it. Oh, man.
That's tough world
Sorry.
right now.
It's all right, though.
It's also a tough world for the Sacramento Kings. Got the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. I mean, 12 games left. We're all kind of counting down at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys on the team, Doug Christie, doing their best to win what they can and kind of build whatever they can as the season rounds out. But, I mean, for me, for you, it seems there's not really much to learn going forward.
Just playing out the string.
Just waiting for the lottery, and when those ping pong balls say Sacramento Kings first pick or Sacramento Kings 8th pick, we'll be there ready to go, and just kind of now we'll know what the next move is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm holding out hope, obviously, for the number 1 pick. I think in my heart of hearts, it's going to be the 3rd pick.
Maybe. Part of me sees like, oh yeah, they got the 4th worst record right now, around the 3rd. Maybe the ping pong balls go their way, because again, it doesn't work that way. We know the odds and lottery balls and probability and things like that. We know that the past has no, I guess, fate on the future, whatever you want to call it. Has no, how do you say, whatever you want to call the term.
It's not related.
Drawing a blank. It's not related.
Yeah,
okay,
unrelated.
so yes, of course, worst record has best odds and things like that. But worst record has not landed the top pick yet.
No.
Maybe.
No. And I disagree with my boy, Coach Cass. That's my dog. That's my dog.
Oh, he's out on your board, Darren.
But if Darren is there,
I'm kind of he might be there at 3 or 4.
Darren is there at
It's
3
kind
or
of what
4.
it feels like.
Like, yeah, you scoop up Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
Darren Peterson is fine. He had full body cramping.
I was gonna ask Coach what it's like, I guess, for a player to go through something like that, and the media is saying one thing, but it might not necessarily be what's going on. But Coach Cass lit him up, so I was like, let me throw that question away.
Coach Cass wasn't out there when it came to
I would have
Darren
drafted the
Peterson.
first round of top picks. Like, yeah, let me go ahead and throw that question away. Never mind. Shout out
By
Coach
the way,
Cass.
while we're here,
Yeah.
Because in less than an hour, the NCAA tournament will be starting. You can jump into the D-Lo and KC bracket challenge. The link is on my Twitter. I'll retweet it again. But go to my profile. The link is on there. I know Securin was asking about it earlier. Go to my profile. It is, I think it's the last tweet I had. If not, it's one of the last 2 tweets. The link is on there. Go make your picks. Go get in there for your opportunity to lose to me.
Yeah, make sure you're doing that. Make sure you tap in with everything we got going on. ESPN 1320. It's The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. KC here for Kyle Madsen. Kyle will be back on Monday, and KC will be back with D-Lo and KC on Monday as well. We've been talking Kings, talk Giannis, talk Pistons. Get well soon, Cade Cunningham. Talked briefly about the Lakers and Nuggets and contenders and things like that. And then we did mention expansion as well. Bobby Marks had a tweet about just kind of the tanking teams right now and how expansion might not necessarily be needed. We're not going to get into that. I just think don't tank, and that kind of fixes that. But you had something on expansion, and you wanted to tie that in with the Kings.
No, yeah. So I saw this article on CBS Sports, and basically they did an expansion draft right now. There's quite a few rules to an expansion draft that
You can't hold on to a two-way player, I believe it is. You can't hold on to a player that's on an expiring deal as well, I think it is.
yeah, and you have unprotected players, and one player. I think they said you can't take more than one player from a team. So essentially, in this case, one player from every team will be on Seattle and Las Vegas's teams. And also, they said that there's a coin flip from the 2 franchises, and whoever wins gets their choice of either first in the expansion draft or the highest NBA draft.
That's fire.
NBA draft choice.
Well,
so they can't, and the expansion
yeah.
teams can't get number 1. I think the highest they can get is like 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah, then maybe it's not as far. It's like, oh yeah, you give me a choice at the number 1 pick in the expansion draft and the number 1 in the NBA draft. I'm with that, but yeah, never mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, number 5.
5 is still pretty good.
Number 5 pick.
Darius Acuff Jr.
It might be 6. It might be the highest they can get is 6.
I think that route I'd go with the top pick of the expansion draft. But I do like that rule though.
So they held, and also one other thing, they don't have full use of the salary cap. So they can't. I think if the cap is at 139 or something like that, I'm just throwing out a number. They can only use, the expansion teams in the first year can only use like their cap, so to speak, is like 117 million or something like that.
Gotcha.
So there's that. Now they did a mock expansion draft on CBS Sports, and I'm interested if anybody thinks these teams are better than the Kings right now. So let's go with Seattle. I won't name all 15 players, but I'll name some of the players. They got Lou Dort, Wendell Carter Jr.,
okay,
Zion Williamson,
okay,
Jordan Walsh,
good player,
Devin Carter,
okay,
Klay Thompson, Cody Williams, and a notable guy, Cam Payne. That's another notable guy. So based on those guys, do you think Seattle is better than the Kings right now?
Right now, yeah. It's not, as I was thinking, like, as you hear Zion and blah blah blah. But it's not one of the best teams in the league either. It's not. I'm probably splitting hairs. It's not a great team.
With the Kings team playing, not like guys are hurt, but Sabonis,
Keegan,
Zach.
Run me that Seattle team one more time.
I think this is probably the top 7. Yeah. Lou Dort, Wendell Carter,
okay,
Zion Williamson, Jordan Walsh, Devin Carter, Cody Williams.
Yeah, it's not better than the Kings. I'm sorry.
And Klay Thompson.
It's not, because like,
and Cam Payne. Sorry.
The first 3 sound great, and I love Jordan Walsh, but it's like that's still Jordan Walsh who needs plenty of development. Devin Carter needs plenty of development. Klay is towards the end of his career. I don't think that team would be better than the Kings. The names sound great, but I don't think they're better than the Kings.
And for argument's sake, this is kind of mixing things up, but for argument's sake, let's say,
what am I going to believe in a Zion Williamson-led team now?
They got Kingston Flemings because of their draft pick. Still say no.
I think I still say no.
Okay.
If you gave me like one more vet that was like I could hang my hat on for the Seattle team, I think I'd probably lean that way. But again, like once you get to Jordan Walsh 4th, then it's a little tough. No disrespect to Jordan Walsh, he's gonna have an impact in playoffs. But
the number 1 pick in this expansion draft was Lou Dort. I'm not sure why. Zion was like 4th.
Lou Dort, you can always use a Lou Dort on your team, I guess.
Number 1.
Like I'm trying to be nice to Lou Dort.
I like Lou Dort. I like what he.
Would you take Zion one?
Well,
we can see the other teams.
Yeah, because I think my number 1, this team. I think the Las Vegas Villains is what they call them.
Oh, nice.
This team might have the Kings. They might have them. Ty Jerome, who was their first pick, for some reason. Tyler Hero.
Okay, I'm a big Tyler Hero fan. I'm a big Tyler Hero fan.
Julian Champagnie.
Good player.
Benedict Mathurin.
Good player.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, hey. Vegas, what are you thinking with?
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Vegas.
Paul Reed.
B-Ball Paul.
Cam Whitmore. And they got Jaden Ivey. Royce O'Neal.
What the hell happened to Seattle? Hey, congratulations, Seattle Supersonics. Your GM got fired before the season even started. How do you get this team? Like, how is it just so unbalanced where it's like, oh, yeah, wow, that's a good player. Oh, wow. We're on number 8. Still really good.
Who was drafted for Seattle? Let me see. It was
how we get to Jordan Walsh 4th, and I got all these players over here with Vegas.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm reading here. It's John Gonzalez and Sam Quinn. Who?
Sam Quinn drafting for Seattle?
I'm trying to think.
He's the glasses one that hits on the Kings sometimes.
Yeah, let's hope history repeats itself for the revived Sonics, but now that leaves me in control of the expansion draft. I'm assuming he was in control of the Sonics.
Yeah, no,
And he did awful.
I hate that draft. It's a horrible
that
draft.
Las Vegas team is actually kind of popping.
No, that Las Vegas team is great. The Las Vegas team is going undefeated if they got to play Seattle all year long. Like, I don't get how. Run me the Vegas team one more time.
Vegas team has Ty Jerome.
Okay, there's one.
Tyler Hero, Julian Champagny, Benedict Mathurin.
Benedict Mathurin is where we got the Jordan Walsh on the other team, by the way. 4th pick. Go ahead.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Much better than Jordan Walsh.
Dorian Finney-Smith. Paul Reed is there.
Yeah.
Cam Whitmore, Royce O'Neal, Bronny James, Jaden Ivey.
Might win 35 games. Might win 30 games.
Vegas is better than the Kings. Huh?
Yeah, Vegas is better than the Kings. And they're better than Seattle too.
Damn.
Las Vegas villains coming into Sacramento tonight.
Seattle tanking already.
Yeah,
they come into the league tanking.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
and that Vegas team will get a pick.
Mm-hmm.
So Vegas gets. What if they got Kingston Flemings?
Yeah, Kingston Flemings. Maybe Darren Peterson falls in the draft.
Gosh,
I'm kind of holding on to that right now too. I'm not out on Darren Peterson. I feel like we'll talk to Shreyas a lot at one point from the KC Star. Just did a story on Darren Peterson, kind of what he's went through with his cramping and all that stuff. I feel like a lot of people are being unfair to Darren Peterson. Everyone can have their thoughts, but I think it's a little unfair.
I think they're being 100% unfair, and I think it starts with the optics of it all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like him asking out of game. So the optics of that, like here's the funny thing about it. It doesn't matter to these people if he's actually hurt or not. It's just the fact that the optics of him being the number 1 pick coming in and him saying, hey, like I can't play, I can't go. That is, the people don't even care about the truth, right? Like if they don't, it depends on how you're looking at it, the lens that you're looking at it through. They don't look at it as he was trying to play through injury or discomfort or cramps. They look at it as he was asking out of games because of cramps.
Yeah.
And they just take a negative view to him. I don't, the thought process, and it could all be true. I don't know, but the thought process to automatically assume that he's bad in the locker room or he's a selfish guy or he's problematic without even really knowing anything about him.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't, I don't know anything about him one way or the other, but just to assume that that's who he is, I think that's unfair.
All of my concerns honestly kind of went away once we talked to Shreyas Slaughter from the KC Star a couple weeks ago on the jump, because like he talked about, like, yeah, he's just an introverted guy. And those guys necessarily, that's why I wanted to ask Coach, and maybe I could have reworded it a different way after he went on Darren. But like just more so like maybe like there's times where it's like a guy's not going to speak up for himself. So I'm just more curious, what's that like, just being a coach in the locker room and dealing with those things. But yeah, if Darren's not going to speak up for himself, the narrative and the media is just going to run with whatever they want. When in reality, yeah, the dude's dealing with full body cramps.
Right.
He's never dealt with before. And we can talk about injury concerns, and if that would scare you away from drafting him, that's fine. But as far as I think the character and does he love basketball and that stuff, I feel like it's all been a little unfair too.
I mean,
because like Trey's talked to us, like, yeah, I've never seen anyone's workout routine much tougher than Darren's and things like that. Like he loves the game and stuff like that.
Right.
And he's there with the team and all that.
Right. And I like I said, I don't know everything about the young man by any means, but there was no stories about him before he got to Kansas as being like this problem or being a prima donna or nothing like that. He was just a hooper. Like
it's a product of the era of college basketball now, I think, where money is prevalent and guys are worried about their draft status. And we're long past the days of like, oh, I'm going to put Duke on my back or I'm going to be here and things like that. I think people will take that now, and now we look at these players negatively rather than like, no, maybe Darren Peterson's just dealing with cramps and just going through something.
Well, once again, like I was asking Coach, if I'm Tyron Stokes, give me a good reason why he should play college basketball next year. If Darren Peterson had elected not to play this year, we wouldn't have any of these questions about him.
AJ could have the year that he has. Darius Lakehoff Jr. could be having the moment that he's having right now, and it's still Darren Peterson.
They might create something to say like, oh, he doesn't want to compete. That's why he didn't play college basketball. No,
but you can't pass on a talent like that. Yeah, that would be the conversation.
But no, like all anybody has done from Darren Peterson is pick him apart all year long. Yeah. He came in as the number 1 pick, and all they do is look at his flaws or his perceived flaws, and they shine a light on him every chance they get. Nobody is like, oh, this guy's a great basketball player. He has great skills. He has great potential. Nobody's saying, hey, he's playing through injury. It's just he don't want to play. He don't love the game, and he's not that good. And people. I saw somewhere the other day. And this is always a funny thing as well. Somebody said, "Yeah, he's not Kobe. He's more like Bradley Beal, to be honest with you." Like that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal, what, a 3-time All-Star?
Whatever it might be, made enough money, one of the better scorers in the league during his prime. Was one of the top 2 players on a Washington Wizards team that was getting back to the playoffs year after year.
If the Kings drafted Bradley Beal,
it's a very good player.
This draft, that would be great. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But once again, it's the premise that you want to look at it. It's the premise that you want to look at a guy like Darren Peterson or all these guys, right? And it goes back into like what we talk about with sports in general. They're just finding ways to pick apart of people. And as much as I love AJ, I already know that's what they're going to do to him. When it give him about 3 years, he's going to get into the league and they're going to find a flaw in him like they did Paolo.
Exactly.
And they're going to pick him apart too, as much as they love him today. Yeah. And it's ridiculous in my opinion.
City of Beams, shout out to the chat house, asked, would you guys still take Peterson number 1 if his camp didn't give you his medicals? See, if his team's hiding medicals, and like that's the way I'm perceiving his question, City of Beams question. Like if his team's not giving me medicals, then yeah, it's gonna scare me off a little bit.
It's gonna scare me off. But the last time that happened was Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr. a really good ball player.
Yeah.
He's a really good ball player. We go crazy over Keegan Murray out here. Mm-hmm. Michael Porter Jr. has had a better career and has been more efficient, more effective than Keegan Murray in his career.
Would a Michael Porter type, seeing the way his career has worked out so far, would that type of player in and out the lineup, I guess, because he's been hurt throughout his career.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's also contributed to winning. Would you be okay with the Kings taking a player like that at 4?
At 4, with where the Kings are at, it would be,
because 1, it's a little bit tougher.
It would be dicey, and there's other options too, right? Like if Darius Acuff is there at 4, like I might as well just go with him. Or a lot of people love Cam and Caleb Wilson a little bit more than I do. If they're there, then I'd just go with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'd make that move. But I know it was just a question. Like, it's okay, but who says the camp isn't giving medicals?
Well, it's just questions. Like I said, it's just questions. It's injury concerns, I guess. And shout out City of Beams, active in the chat house. We shout out their question.
Would you not draft Caleb Wilson if they wouldn't give the medicals? Like, there's been no indication that's going to happen.
That's another thing, too, is like, when we talk about Darren Peterson, those guys like, oh yeah, can you bring him into the Kings culture and this and that? We're talking for these guys at this point, and kind of their injury concerns and all that. We're turning them into players that they might not even necessarily be off the court or anything like that, mentality wise, I guess.
Yeah, and then also us as media members, as fans, like we don't know how these guys are. We're not like, if I'm Scott Perry. Yeah, I'm, and I'm interviewing these draft guys and everything.
All right, y'all, got to run the quick reset so everything looks right in here for your boy. Hang tight, just 1 minute, less than a minute, and we'll be back. Looks like no upset is coming, but we still got 3 minutes and some change left in that Duke game, man. We'll talk about it. Hang tight. All right, back in here. What's good, everybody? What's good? Let's get this banner off. There we go. What's happening? 65-61. Duke finally takes the lead back. I think they had it with like less than 5 minutes into the game. Just got it back about a minute ago. Siona hasn't scored in going on 5 minutes now. Man, this first day of the tournament is such a blast. BK, what up, baby? Scooter, you all right, bro? Just found out my daughter. Oh, damn, Scooter. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Gotta hope those things for the best, though. Zay, what up? Alan, what's happening, baby? Wheezy, yeah, baby. What up? There you go, BK. 10-8 was their last lead. Should have bought the iPad today so I could have the games like directly in front of me and stop looking at the screen to my side like that. Everybody good, man? Scooter, sending y'all the love, sending the fam the love. About 4 minutes before the show gets started. Damn, both teams stuck on their scores right now. Still 65-61 with about 2 minutes left. Oh, at the rim. Goodness gracious. Sit down, son. Michigan, what's up, man? G, Brooklyn, what up, baby? What up? Yeah, Duke said, yeah, this is cute, man, but we ain't going out like that. This is cute, but we ain't going out like that. Yeah. Future King Cam Boozer, maybe. What's that, Kings fan? What's up? Just a t-shirt, man. Just a t-shirt. What's good? What's up, Katrina? Shout out to the Chatty House after party, continuing to do that work. I see y'all. It's tough right now, but I see y'all. Great work. Russ, man, that dinner with Sky River last night was terrific. Absolutely fantastic. Just a great bunch of people that we've worked with over the last 3 years. Great group of people, man. We had so much fun last night. So much fun. What's up, Mrs. MacTan? Man, bruh, let me tell you, what did I just see? This is exactly why I don't fill it out. Well, actually, the main reason I don't fill it out is because I enjoy these games much more when I don't care who wins. But there is nothing like, no one cares about your stupid ass bracket. No one cares about your sorry ass fantasy football team. Please, and I say this respectfully, with 2 minutes before we go on the air, shut the fuck up. Did you think you were going to win something? Get out of here. What you laughing at? Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Filthy McNasty, what's happening? Your boy been sweating all day. I cannot. I do a bulk of the planning of this show, but fuck, man. These 11 shows have beat my ass, and today was the worst. I'll tell y'all why right at the start of the show, because it's embarrassing, and it's like a swift kick in the balls too. Well, it's D'Lo and KC in the show, but there is no D'Lo in that bracket challenge. See, Patrick, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what I'm talking about right there. This one's going to come to a conclusion right at the show starts. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, he lost that out of bounds. They leaving the door open for him. Okay.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's get in here, man. Perfect timing. Yeah, the NCAA tournament is under action. We thought we was going to have a story here to start this show, but the story is going to be that number one advances. We welcome you in here to the first day of the NCAA tournament. We welcome you here into another game day for your Sacramento Kings. And we welcome you in here to the Thursday, March 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Y'all know what it is, man. It's always D-Lo and KC. And we are live alongside the EP and the Associate Brand Manager.
What are you doing with him?
Man, Jesse Tappy. Second show of the day for JT as we roll along here. Oh, it looked like we might have a story to start this show. And I said, yeah, we do. But the story is that the number one team, despite Siona's best efforts, despite the fact they have not made a single substitution with 10 seconds left in the game. Imagine being the sixth man at this school thinking, I'm going to play in the NCAA tournament. Imagine you being a sixth man on Siona all year long and you're thinking, I'm going to play in the NCAA tournament. I know we're the 16th seed, but man, I think we got what it takes to beat Duke. And then the first half comes to a conclusion and the coach never goes to the bench. And you're like, that's all right. That's all right. We got a whole half ahead. They have not made a single substitution. And there are 10 seconds left in this game. It is 69-65 right now. Duke ahead. Duke last led 10-8. They took the lead about 2.5 minutes ago. But the first day of the madness is underway. And man, what a start. What a start it would have been just to give you a good first half scare. What was it? A 11 point lead for Siona coming into going into the second half. Oh, that's good first day tournament action. Duke clearly got cussed out. And Cam Boozer came out 20-13 for Cam in this one. And Siona's going to continue to foul. But it looks like Duke is going to wrap this one up again at 69-65, just under 9 seconds left. Your precious little bracket is protected. I'm going to say this now. There is a D-Lo and Casey bracket challenge out there, as most of you are aware. I have nothing to do with that. My name is on it because my partner puts my name on it. But I have nothing to do with the D-Lo and Casey bracket challenge because I don't fill out a bracket. Why? This question came up a lot last night. Shout out to the wonderful people at Sky River Casino, man. We had a fantastic dinner last night downtown. Just a terrific time, just hanging out, talking about the partnership with D-Lo and KC and the wake up call and Sky River. Just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night. But the question of a bracket came up. And it was like, man, it's a lot like fantasy football. I do not play fantasy football because it takes away, to me, in my opinion, this is my feeling, it takes away from the joy of the game. And this game is over. Duke is going to win. Duke has won 71-65, and they move on. And, man, the just hearts out to Siona's bench, who just didn't get to play a single second in an NCAA tournament game against the number one seed. And I can't blame them. They had an 11-point lead. They thought, hey, y'all are getting this rest at halftime. We got to come out. We got to do it again. We got to close things out. Obviously, that didn't happen. But shout out, one, the ball's on that coach to do that strategy, try that strategy. And shout out to, those poor guys there on that squad who just never got to see. Like, how do you even tell the story? Like, oh, tell your kids, like, no, I went to the NCAA tournament. Yeah, play Duke. Oh, how'd you do, Dad? Well, the coach went with a different strategy that game, and I just Just didn't get ready to play. I just didn't get the opportunity to play. So Duke advances here. They'll take on TCU, who got the dub earlier, beating Ohio State 66-64. But I don't fill out a bracket because I don't care. Like why would I don't want the emotional investment in a school in which I know little to nothing about. I don't know a coach, a player. I haven't watched a single game. I don't need that. I don't need that shit. What it look like? I get mad because Ohio State lost to TCU. What would it look like if I get mad about that? No, that ain't me. That ain't me. Y'all go ahead and have it. Have fun. Fill out your brackets. Have a blast. Good luck to each and every single one of you. Hope y'all win. But it ain't gonna be. It'll be like fantasy football. I'm watching the Miami Dolphins, and I need Waddle to catch a touchdown pass, and I'm mad because Tua didn't throw him the ball. It's a hard pass for me, man. It ain't for me. It ain't for me. Be embarrassing. I sit out here and get mad over Ohio State losing a basketball game. Speaking of getting embarrassed, your boy got embarrassed today. When I tell you, I was no Aaron Judge the last 16 hours or so. Your boy was swinging. And when I say swinging, I'm talking about for the fences. Thursday is a day that we don't have like Monday and Wednesday. That's James Ham for the marathon. Tuesday is TK. Friday is Eddie. That's an hour. We just hanging, we talking. I was originally going to have KC on. It's like, yo, go take the afternoon. It's good. Man, I got some ideas. Sent out text message after text message after text message after text message, thinking, yeah, yo, we're gonna get somebody, man. In today's show, we're gonna cook. I reached out to people we've never had on the show before. I reached out to people we haven't had on the show in a long, long time. Man, I didn't get a single response. Do you know this is why the skin of a producer is as thick as it could possibly be. Because, yeah, it's a damaging shot to your ego. And I'm not talking about, these aren't cold calls. You know what I mean? Like, they're not randoms. Like, I'm not just hitting up people that I've never spoken to before. Hitting up people that I know, that I've had a relationship with. No response. I swung, man. I'm talking like home run swings. All right, didn't get this one. I was hoping for at least hey man, sorry. Like, hey man, let's try to do something next week. Or let's try. Yo, got you. Or hey man, got to get to the game. Not available. Let's do that. Just nothing.
No response back is tough.
It is so tough. I'd rather they text back, lose my number. At least I know. Yeah, well, all right. I get it. Hey, but I wasn't taking pitches. I was out there swinging. My man Mark says, yeah, just crickets. I didn't even hear the crickets. It was so damn silent. So, but shout out to my man Connor Sutton. Connor, I didn't even reach out to in the last 24 hours. I reached out to Connor a couple of days ago. I reached out to Connor before a fight broke out at the Sac Republic game last night.
So that was wild.
Man, that was something. We'll talk to Connor, not just about the fight, but the terrific start that the Sac Republic are off to when Connor joins us right about 4:30 here. And then, truth be told, I'm relying on y'all the rest of the way, man. 916-909-1320 is the Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line. You can text your thoughts here to the show. Or I'm just gonna call you 916, man, because that's a tough name to say on the radio without full context. So
just call him Harry.
All right,
Harry.
Yeah, my man Harry. He says we here for you, D-Lo, and y'all always provide terrific content for us to keep the party going. Mark says, hey, did you try ESPN 1320's Jason Ross? I did. He said he was listening to the Pointer Sisters Essentials today, and he didn't have time. So, we keep grinding. We keep working. We keep doing what we do. And as embarrassing as my performance was in booking a guest, I kind of feel like the NBA's performance last night was a little bit more embarrassing. Now, that was a fantastic game that has really got my eyes open. I don't like it. I don't like the direction this is going. I'm a broadcast journalist, so we're going to have to talk about it. But as a whole, when you talk about the frustrations that Adam Silver is dealing with, when you talk about the issues that plague the National Basketball Association, a lot of it was on display last night. Now, I'm not changing my tone here. Please understand me. I believe there is some terrific basketball to be watched here over the course of the final 4-ish, probably a little less than that, weeks of the season. I do. And we're going to talk about some of it. But we saw the Brooklyn Nets. Hear me when I say to you, we saw the Brooklyn Nets, a professional basketball team, scored 24 points in the first half. Push notifications going out from every sports media service, 24 points in the first half by the Brooklyn Nets. That is embarrassing. We saw the Bulls lose by 30. We saw the Jazz lose by 36. That is embarrassing. When you talk about teams tanking and you talk about, what this is, when you, if you missed the marathon, if you missed the 2:30 conversation on Monday with James, if you've missed recent editions of the Locked On Kings podcast with James Ham, I strongly encourage you, go listen to that segment from Monday. Go listen to some of his recent podcasts. Everything that he said about the Utah Jazz in the way that they approached that game against the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center on Sunday was 100% accurate. Everything he said about the Utah Jazz not only pertains to the Utah Jazz, but it pertains to the Brooklyn Nets. It pertains to the Washington. It pertains to some of these other basketball teams that we've been watching, not just over the course of the last couple of games, but over the course of the last couple of months. 24 first half points, 11 and 13. Fam, what? You've got teams routinely, I think, and this is, man, then when you look at last year versus this year, and I couldn't find the running tally for this year, but last season, I think by the very beginning of April, had the most 30-point blowouts in NBA history. This season had to have eclipsed that. It had to have. Given what we saw last night, given the amount of times that the Sacramento Kings alone have lost by 30, and sometimes the Sacramento Kings don't lose by 30, it feels like it, they lose by 27. Sometimes it feels they lose by 100. But they might only lose by 25. They cut the lead to 25 in the fourth quarter because the team essentially just stopped playing. Their opponent essentially stopped playing. But, we talk about integrity of the game and the draft and, trying to land this player, trying to increase your odds, trying to do this, trying to do that. Yo, what the league puts out there at the end of the regular season is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to Adam Silver. It's an embarrassment to the Brooklyn Nets. It's an embarrassment to the Utah Jazz. I'm going to leave the Sacramento Kings out of the equation because they're not doing it on purpose. Hell, the media alert from the Sacramento Kings just went out last night that we just keep losing players to see. just when you thought there were literally no more players you could lose to a season-ending injury, the Sacramento Kings lose Drew Eubanks to a season-ending injury. Now, we kind of knew that was going to wind up being the case when we heard he was having surgery, but it was made official yesterday. So he joins DeAndre Hunter, Zach LaVine. He joins Domantas Sabonis. Keegan Murray is out another, I was going to say 2 weeks. It's probably a week and a half here at this point. Like guys that just aren't going to play anymore. The Sacramento Kings are not doing what the Brooklyn Nets are doing. The Sacramento Kings are not doing what the Utah Jazz are doing. They're a bad basketball team. That's not a question. They've had horrible luck. That's not to say that that's why they are where they are. Like they were a bad basketball team before horrible luck hit them. Bad luck hit them to start the season, but like things just went terrible for them. But still, they are not doing what these other basketball teams are doing. And if I ran this league, I would be absolutely furious. I'm talking throwing stuff around my office in New York furious. Guys like Sean Marks, and I don't even know what Danny Ainge's official position. I don't know if he's the general manager or his son's the general manager. Whoever's running the Utah Jazz, it's an embarrassment. And you have the nerve. You act like you're competing with the National Football League, and you put that product out there. You could talk about integrity of the game. You could talk about all of that. All of those different talking points that were had all around February, they have all quieted down because people's attention are focused elsewhere. And like, I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. Perfectly fine. But goodness gracious, last night was disgusting. A 36. The Utah Jazz, like they might like. I'm dead serious. We talk about this with the Pacers and the Wizards. Can you imagine two teams ending the season on 20-game losing streaks? Now, we went over the schedule, 20-plus game losing streaks. We went over the schedule. I think it was Washington and Utah. Maybe somebody has to win a game. Like, that might be, and let me double-check to see if it's Washington versus Utah to close out, somewhere between now and the end of the season. But someone is going to take two teams at minimum. I think two teams are going to take incredibly long losing streaks into the offseason. So Utah and Washington is the game I was thinking of. That's March 25th. Can you imagine for 1 second how bad that basketball game is going to be? How many players, if you're listening to Sports Talk Radio, if you're listening on ESPN 1320, if you're watching, you're probably a diehard sports fan. You're probably a huge NBA fan. There will be at least 3 players in that game none of us have ever heard of. There will be at the very least 2 players who were signed on March 24th. For so many God-blessing reasons, the NBA needs to fix this. If I'm a partner in the association, I am demanding this being fixed. Adam Silver is running around in every opportunity. Oh man, shout out low-key trickster here. He says Pacers versus Nets also on the horizon. Dear God. Pacers versus Nets? A final score of 79-76. Man. Can you imagine Adam Silver running around here talking about he wants to do away with the archaic way of regional sports networks? Fam, word? You want to do away with regional sports networks? All right, dope. Like, I'm with it. There's got to be a better way to consume this product. There's got to be a better. But I will speak for all Sacramento Kings fans. It shouldn't be so freaking difficult to watch a preseason game. No, I got it. There's got to be a better way to do this. I'm with you, Adam Silver. But who outside the local market would ever want to invest in what we had to watch last night? Start cutting the cost of my league pass. Because by the time we get to this point, the games I want to see are going to be moved to Amazon. They're going to be moved to NBC. They're already on ESPN. You've dumped these trash teams that you misjudged to start the season. And what am I going to do? Sit down and watch a Chicago Bulls game for on March 19th? After what you have shown us the last 2 years, can't do that. Hey, blowouts happen. Like, that's not a new thing. Blowouts in this league happen all of the time. But a 36-point loss, a 30-point loss, and I can't even use the Nets one because I think that wound up only being by 29 points. Let me get the final score on that one real quick. I think it was by 29 points. Where are you at? 121 to 92. The jarring part was the 24 points in the first half. Man, this is awful. Absolutely awful. And shame on me, I focused on that. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Hawks have won 11 straight. No one cares because they beat Dallas. And Dallas stinks. And Dallas is perfectly okay with not being good anymore. Dallas is like, it's all good. Just get through this season. See what lottery luck brings us, and we off. Karen points out we see that in week 15 and 18 in the NFL. Yes, but think about that. One, it's a 3-week stretch. Two, it's a little less blatant, even though if you know, like you could see it. And it's really 2, maybe 3 teams. Maybe. I mean, does anyone think if Max Crosby had played that the Raiders wouldn't have the number 1 overall pick in the draft? But again, Securin is right. It absolutely happens in the NFL. It just happens to a far, far lesser degree. And even at that, I feel like you don't see what's the equivalent of a 30-point blowout in the NFL. I mean, is it a 30-point blowout? Is it the same thing? Is it high? Is it closer to 40? Because I don't know. I always thought a 30, like a 20-point win, that happens. Talking about in the NBA, it happens. It's whatever. Double-digit wins is not really anything. A couple of things can go awry in the final 3 minutes. Maybe you're trying to feel whatever. But like 30, and maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm completely off. Maybe I'm just 1,000% wrong. Because I absolutely thought 30-point blowouts were like, yo, that's bad basketball right there. Now it's like the norm. At least I feel like the last 2 seasons have shown us that's just the norm. What do we got right now? We got teams we got 1, 2, 3, Sacramento, that's 4. We got the bottom 4 teams in the league, and the teams that will probably finish in the bottom 4, knock on wood, because this is probably really between Sacramento and Utah. Right now have wins in the teens. Let me go back to last year. Utah had 17. New Orleans had 21. Washington had 18. Charlotte had 19. Well, we might be on a better pace this year than we were last year, actually, but not much of one. Yo, salute to Charlotte. 19 wins last year, 35 this year. 35 and 34 at this point in the season. Good for Charlotte and good for Atlanta. 11 straight wins. No one's talking about them. They're talking about somebody else, and I'm going to do it too. And my sincerest apologies in advance. I'm not going to apologize to any specific player, but I might apologize to Jesse Tapia. I'm not sure. I'm going to think about it. No, don't go over to the mic. I see you.
What's
I see you
going
out there.
on?
No, I see you out the corner of my eye. Don't do that. Go back to your podcast and all of the clips and all of the brand manager work you got to do over there.
Kyle, please come back.
Please. For the love of God, Kyle, come back. But Jesse said something the other day, and he said it on both his shows. He said it on The Jump. He said it here. And he might have been right. And then when he said it, I thought, yeah, man, maybe you do a few things. Like, yeah, I'm going to need y'all to talk me off this ledge. Please, I'm going to need y'all to talk me off this ledge because it is a dangerous ledge to be on. But I'm watching a few things. And I know y'all know where this is going. We're going to talk about it. We got a lot to talk about, man. Hopefully, y'all will talk with us because, as I mentioned, I came up.
We have no friends, you guys.
None.
We have none.
We came up as a 16th seed here and came up short. And this is, again, another reason this is demoralizing. Like when Kenny used to do the shows by himself, he had KC and friends. It turns out D'Lo has none. So,
like Dusty Baker would walk in sometimes when KC was here.
Crazy.
It was a who's who.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm just left on. I don't even know if the texts have been read, to be honest. That's tough. So it's just me and you, like Tony. Mojo's local tap in kitchen text line, 916-909-1320. That doubles as the phone lines if you want to get in there. 916-909-1320. Soren always good for a laugh. D'Lo and some acquaintances. Couldn't even get those. Katie volunteered to come on, but she doesn't even quite understand the NCAA tournament. So I thought, maybe not. Maybe not today. Dr. David, D'Lo was the first 4 game this week. Man, I was the team on the bubble that didn't make it. But since we're talking and we're using these college basketball analogies, let's talk about college basketball. I heard The Jump talking about Darren Peterson there on the replay. Heard them talking about him this morning. Heard Brian Katz having a lot to say about Darren Peterson this morning. I have some thoughts, and I'd like to share them with you. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. How do you punish a 17-year-old? That's a serious question. Oh, man. That's tough right there. That's tough. Not wrong. Tough.
I don't know if I was like getting punishments at 17. It was more like, hey, like snap out of it, dumbass. It's tough for me, I guess.
Yeah. Katie's frustrated. So am I. Like our 17-year-old doesn't like wash her dishes and put them in the. And she's like, next time she's got to receive some sort of punishment. I'm like, okay, what? Like, what do
that
we?
might be a skill she learns. When
like,
she's,
she has a
lives on her
job.
own,
like,
yeah.
what do we do? Like, what do we do? All right. You guys are hilarious with these. What Scooter say? D'Lo, did you see the article on Dennis's comments about how the Kings made promises and broke them? I didn't. I did not see that. Where was that? Yeah. So that's the thing. She has a job. She very much has a job.
Carlos Connor's at 4:30, I believe.
D-Lo, have you talked to Ken Rudolph lately? No, probably not for a couple months or so. There's a guy I could have called. Ken would have been happy to jump on. The way his day is gone, he probably would have been busy. Or the way this day is gone. Oh, man, where are we at? Let's check this email up here. Go. Boy, you know it's tough when you're asking the chatty house for parenting advice. I got a text from Katie that said like we're having trouble with our 17-year-old isn't, she's 17, like, and I don't ask her to do very much. We don't ask her to do very much because she has a job. But like, I'm sure to the shock of absolutely no one, especially my producer, I keep the house like pretty tight. Like, it's very clean. One
of the cleaner houses I've ever been to in my life.
well,
Very well kept together.
I just know that Jesse knows, like, I want things a certain way. I like things a certain way. Like, that's true at work. That's true at home. But she has a tendency to, like, and she's great about like making her own food. And she has the tendency to just kind of put stuff in the sink and not put it in the dishwasher. And I don't love that. It's like there's no reason to leave dishes in the sink. Put them in the dishwasher. And I mentioned that during the commercial break. And this is a legitimate question. Like, how do you punish a 17-year-old? Because Katie was like, okay, she got snappy with me, and this is the last time we're going to ask her. The next time we have to do this, there's got to be some sort of punishment. And it's like, how do you punish a 17-year-old that like has a job, a paycheck? She's got a car note. Like,
it's a roommate.
Like, she is damn near a roommate. Like, I was like, what do we do? And she says, we tell her she can't go out with friends. And like, I haven't responded to her, but like, is that going to work? Like, again, she has a car. Her school schedule, she's home from school before I come into the studio. Like, let me be clear. She is the greatest kid in the world. Like, especially when you're talking about like a 17-year-old in her final semester in high school. Like, she's like the absolute best you could possibly hope for. But she is like kind of messy. Like, there are times where, and this is another thing that frustrates Katie, like she'll throw her clothes in the washer. I'll move them to the dryer to get out of the dryer. I will fold them for her and put them on her bed. I swear to you, like maybe a week ago, she came home. The clothes that I folded for her were on the bed, and she just took a nap on top of them. Like, she just kind of like laid in a way where like she didn't put the clothes away. She just kind of laid there with them. And I thought, okay, I don't know that I'm doing that again. Because like, you couldn't, like, all you had to do was put them back in the drawers. So her worst characteristic is she's a bit of a slob. And so we've asked, like, okay, you can keep your room however you want to, like, but by the end of the week, it has to be clean. There can't be in and out bags in there. Can't be, plates with food stuck to them. None of that. It's got to be clean. And she always adheres to that. But she doesn't always get those dishes clean. And it's driving Katie nuts. And now she's threatening punishment. And I don't know I don't think she's watching this. I find the whole thing funny. Because, like, Jesse,
I'm trying to think, too. Like, where's the punishment here?
Jesse's spot on. Like, she is a roommate.
Yeah, like
she's a straight up roommate. The only thing we don't have, she's not paying rent at this point. But
I don't think you take the car. I've seen that in the chat. I don't think you take the car away or anything like that.
Well, I'm gonna take the car, so I got to drive her to work.
That's what I'm saying. You can't take the phone away. She needs the phone.
Go and take the car out of spite. Like, no, man. Oh no. I don't think Katie's idea of punishing the 17-year-old is gonna work. We kind of just have to let her be snappy.
Yeah, I feel like you almost like you gotta low key accept it. Like back then when I was a kid and stuff. Like my mom, we were athletes, so we never threw away our Gatorade bottles, water bottles. Always just throw it under my bed, throw it away later. Slobs. And my mom was like, no, throw it away. It's like, what do you want from me?
So like this is the tough part with the 5-year-old. I will correct the 5-year-old. Like you have to. Like she's 5. There's just like little things that just, say please, say thank you, just don't say say yes or stuff like that. And like it has been a battle with me and the 5-year-old, but like that's part of the deal, right? The 12-year-old she's a little easier. She's got like some quirks, but correcting them is pretty easy. And it's normally just like, Audrey, can you do this? Can you do that? I've never once corrected the 17-year-old. And in my eyes, the 17-year-old has never done anything wrong. If she leaves dishes in the sink, I just wash them and put them away. Katie then finds out about it and gets mad at both of us. So, as G. Brooklyn says, becoming an instant girl dad is tough. It's been tough. It's just the different dynamic between all of them. And again, when you're talking about the measurement of like a 17-year-old girl in her final semester of high school, like she's as great as they could possibly be. But Katie says we got to punish her if she doesn't wash her dishes. Okay, Mom. Whatever you say.
So you're gonna punish her for not doing dishes, and all of a sudden she's gonna start using that work money for DoorDash and things like that.
Gonna take her car away, and all of a sudden I gotta leave here and drive her to work. Like all of a sudden, oh no, baby, you gotta pack up the kids and take her to her 4 o'clock shift.
I feel like that's something like you'll learn like later on, like once you live on your own and things like that. Because like mom and dad are always there, and like you kind of just lean on that. But like once you kind of live on your own, it's like no, I don't like these dishes stacking up in my own place.
Yeah, and I hope that's the case. She's such an interesting, like her ability to sleep through an alarm is the most fascinating thing I've ever experienced in my life. Her first alarm goes off at 6:45 and the volume on it is insanely loud. And it could go off for 30 seconds. It could go off for 5 minutes. But another alarm is going to go off at 7 and at 7:15 and at 7:30. The cutoff point is when I walk in at 7:45. Sometimes I walk in and the 7:30 alarm is still going off and she just sleeps through it. She sleeps with white noise, so the alarm instantly becomes white noise. And she just sleeps through it. And if I walk in and say, hey, baby, you awake? And she doesn't say anything, that means she's in a terrible mood. It's like, okay, I'm out. I did my job. You're awake. If the door doesn't open within 5 minutes and she starts getting ready for school, I send one of her sisters, hey, go make sure your sister's up because I'm not going back in there. It's the worst part of the day by far is trying to get her out of bed. She is a perfect human being the rest of the time she's awake. But the moment you have to wake her up, man,
that's what I'm saying.
Not
like
fun.
Handling business at school, job, and all that stuff. Like worse is some dishes and heavy sleepers. Like I think you're all right.
So I kind of feel the same way too.
Yeah.
But also,
you handle
put your
yours.
dish in the. But the same. It's just like it's quick.
Yeah,
I'm not even asking.
I've heard the same when I was a child.
I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I love all 3 girls. 4 girls when you count Emma, who's 22. She just doesn't live with us. But the 3 girls who live with us and the unique relationship I have with all of them, it's the most amazing thing in the world. But there is a bit of I think with like the 5-year-old, like because someone asked, I can't remember who asked about like the good cop, bad cop thing with me and Katie. With the 5-year-old, I'm the bad cop and Katie's the good cop. Like Morgan is very much the baby. And you can see like she is the light of Katie's life. She is the child who is closest to Katie. She's a performer. She sings, she dances, she wants to do all of this stuff for you. She cannot, for the love of God, stop talking. And she looks like Katie. And Katie knows that, and that is her baby. So I'm the bad cop when it comes to her. With Audrey, it's a little bit more balanced. With Abby, the 17-year-old, she's definitely the bad cop, and I'm the good cop. I kind of spoil her. It's probably bad, but I do.
Everyone spoils their kids. It's all good.
And I got a late start, so I'm spoiling,
I'd imagine,
especially Abby. I'm spoiling them a lot.
I'd imagine this has to be like tougher with girls and stuff too. Like, because back then, like, oh, go do the dishes, and I'll be like, oh, Dad, I'll do it in a bit. I'm playing the PS5. He'll just turn the PS5 off, and like, get your ass. I'm gonna do the dishes. It's easy. It's like, all right, I'm gonna do that. Or Mom will start like yelling at us. It's like, all right, we better get up before we get our ass kicked.
I always said if Katie had 4 boys instead of 4 girls, we probably wouldn't be together. Because there's like, I'd probably want to.
Gonna get into it at times.
We've had that's it exactly.
Yeah, you're gonna get into it at times. It happens.
Exactly.
I've been through that. Yes,
Exactly.
I've been through that. You challenge it. You challenge it.
Exactly. We've had boys in the studio.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey,
no, I remember.
Get your
Yeah.
ass out of here now. And if someone in my house acted like that, oh my God.
Oh, there's times where that rises up.
Oh, like, no, go ahead. Let's talk. Let's talk. Oh man.
Parenting, huh?
Amazing. Just that's the name of my book, Parenting Out of Nowhere. Because man, did this come out of nowhere. It's like, no, here's 4 girls, all at completely different walks of life, figured out. Because people our age, like, we talk to other people who are our age, like, you have kids. Oh yeah, one's 25, one's 20. Occasionally someone's 16. For us, 22. Oh, yeah, and 17. Oh, great. 12. Oh, well, okay. And 4 or 5. Oh, wow. Got a 5-year-old. Love that little girl, too. So thank you to the Chatty House for all the parenting advice. That's where we've Stevie B says, kids blasting 1140 out of spite after a fight.
Yeah, if you had some sons at the house, that's probably what happened.
All of a sudden, I hear Matt George's voice. Like,
yeah.
Yo, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, Matt, so I wanted to talk Kings real quick. He's like, what are you doing?
Dude, that was spiteful, too. No, hey, Matt, it's D'Lo's son. Yeah, no, let's talk.
He's pissing me off again.
Oh, man. Oh, and the great part about that is Matt and Dave would lean into it. They'd be like, yeah. what's D'Lo doing now? I don't think Whitey and Allen don't know me well enough. They wouldn't touch it. But Matt and Dave, they'd be all in on that. All in on that for sure.
But it does get to a point, I say, when you and your dad become best friends and things like that. Like me and my dad and brother always.
Oh man, your dad loves you so much, man. Like being able to spend some time with your dad on your big day for me was the highlight of the day. Like your dad is just so proud of you, man. It's awesome. It's
I feel like
awesome.
You butt heads at a certain point, but then like me, you grow up and it's like, all right, I get you now.
I take that back. It was the second best part of the day. Meeting your evil brother.
Oh yeah. Shout out to my brother Marco. That's my guy right there. That's my best friend.
That you talk about good cop, bad cop.
Oh, we're the complete opposite, bro. Like I was always a good kid at home, handling my business and stuff. But Marco was always like, "Oh no, we're gonna get into some mess."
Yeah, and it's like the second he starts talking, you realize, oh man, he's Jesse's evil brother.
Legit, no, that's how it was growing up. Yeah, I was the Undertaker, he was Kane, all that stuff.
Who, of course, were real brothers.
Yes, of course.
Terrific, absolutely terrific. Oh man, Chatty House, thank you. 916-909-1320. The Athletic, I know Jesse and Scooter both sent me this. So here's Dennis Schroder. I missed this morning. Let me read this quote from Dennis Schroder. But I have to say one thing with Sacramento, with Doug Christie, I'm assuming. It's extremely difficult right now. I don't want to build context there right now because the situation was extremely difficult. And I think what they said and what they did simply were not, it just wasn't the same. And that really, well, does hurt. Sorry, I'm trying to read through
It
this.
was on a German podcast, so the translation, I'm sure,
Okay,
is a
so
bit
it's
tough.
translate.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
If he was speaking German and all that stuff, I'm sure the English translation is not smooth.
I'm in a better situation now, but when someone says something, I'm always a fan of making sure we keep it that way. I'm sorry. Hey, we're going to do this and this, and then I don't suddenly go off to the right, you know, so you should always keep your word. And unfortunately, the Sacramento Kings didn't do that, and that's a shame.
The way this reads off to me is that Dennis was told he was going to do something and maybe be the starter or something like that, and plans changed. And
well, he was
feels like
the starter.
well, that changed eventually, didn't it?
No, it absolutely did, but I don't.
I think that's what
I
he's
think that was
talking
because
about.
of the way he was playing.
Maybe Dennis sees it differently.
He also, I mean, I don't want to. I'm not going to try to I'm not going to pick apart Dennis Schroder here or beat him up for this because I have no clue what he's talking about, no clue what he's referencing. It's just left up to speculation for us, and I don't really know what to make of that. I think when people, he mentions Doug specifically though, so that's the part I'm kind of like stuck on. He didn't say with Scott Perry, he didn't say with the front office, he didn't say Vivek, he didn't say with the organization. Like he said, but I have to say one thing with Sacramento with Christie. He's talking about Doug. I don't know. I can't speak to Dennis's experience, and he didn't offer a lot of context there, so I don't know what to do with any of that.
Is it fair to say that Doug struggled to get the vets to buy in this year?
Yeah.
Maybe less now. DeMar and Russ are
Yeah.
here, but like it really seems like Zach, Dennis now talking. I'm not sure what Domas things like that, but it really feels like Doug really struggled to get the vets to buy into what he was talking about.
Domas has been a really difficult one to figure out for a variety of reasons because we started hearing things this offseason like that maybe Domas likes Doug, but he didn't want him as the head coach. And that's not a report, though. I know that's kind of like bad journalism stuff. Like that's just stuff we heard. We never really brought that to the air because I don't know if it's true or not. It makes no sense, especially given how close it seemed Doug and Domas were when Doug was an assistant coach. Yeah, I could be completely wrong. That could all be completely overblown. But how many times did we see off-season videos of Doug and Domas working out? But I don't know what Domas wants. So like I'm giving you kind of a long-winded answer of like, yeah, I think he did. I don't know what Zach LaVine wanted. I don't know what DeMar DeRozan wanted either, but I do think there's been a point. I do think there was a point, and I don't know if it was when the season officially like went to hell or if there was a turning point in the locker room, but I do think something happened somewhere, and I do think it was when, it was clear that the season was lost and DeMar was going to be here, that there was a discussion had about how do you want to approach the rest of the season, talking about DeMar DeRozan. And, Doug talks a lot, not so much now, but he used to talk a lot about, playing loose and playing free. And I think DeMar does that a lot more now than he did at the beginning of the season. And it feels like the guys that Doug was really able to connect with, and this is the conundrum, if you will, that the Kings are in, or that Scott Perry is in, when it comes to Doug Christie. You can't convince me that he didn't connect with Maxine Reynaud. You can't convince me that he didn't connect with Nick Clifford. You can't convince me that he didn't connect with Dylan Cardwell. I mean, he was obviously a fan of Dylan Cardwell from jump, dating back to training camp. And so in that sense, it feels like he did his job. Now, the wins aren't there, but, and this goes back to the conversation that we have as a group. This goes back to the conversation that Jesse and I have. This goes back to the conversations on the jump, and, they'll be had, unfortunately, at bare minimum, for another month, is like, how do you judge Doug Christie? What are you judging him on? Are you judging him on maybe an inability to connect with the vets, or some of the vets, or is it actually not the vets? It's just one of them, or is it two of them? Because I don't think it's DeMar DeRozan, and I don't think it's Russell Westbrook. I do wonder if there was a little give and take with DeMar and Doug at one point. But now, like, I don't think that that's the case. And I never thought that was the case with Russell Westbrook. I think Russ had a role when he got here, played it. Doug made the decision. Hey, Russ, we're going to switch your role. Hey, Dennis, we're going to switch your role. And everybody went along with it. I mean, even, credit, like, I think Dennis Schroder, like, I don't know what Dennis Schroder was talking about on that podcast, but, or in that translated transcript of the podcast. But when he did move to the bench, he was fantastic. He was a professional. He's always a professional. Even when he punches Luka Doncic, he's a professional, allegedly, or slaps him or does something. We'll never know, because I guess it's the one piece. I guess the Luka Doncic slap and the Wilt Chamberlain 100 points are the two videos that don't exist. But he was, when it came to changing his position with Sacramento, when it came to moving around on the depth chart a little bit, he was a professional. So it's a tough. It creates a difficult landscape to judge Doug Christie on, because, with all due respect to the future Hall of Famers that we have referenced, along with guys like Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Dennis Schroder, the relationship with the young guys feel more important to the future of this franchise. No. And man, I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but if this is the biggest draft that the Sacramento Kings have been a part of in recent memory, if this selection is the most important selection, you've got to have the right coach in there. And if Doug is the right coach, great. Perfect. Let's go. Let's work. But if he's not, I hope you know that. And to, kind of tie into some earlier conversations with James Ham, if Doug's not, I can tell you, whoever you might think it is, if you're Scott Perry, sure as hell is not on this staff. It's not that guy who worked in New York, with all due respect, of course, to Mike Woodson. It's not. Just an interesting, difficult landscape. Difficult to critique Doug on. Difficult to critique Darren Peterson too. Got an opportunity to listen to the jump. Actually, it was great timing. I listened to the jump this morning. Heard Brian Katz, Coach Brian Katz, doing great work over there with Jake Gaden and Brandon Benitez on CBS 13. No, him and KC are really close, and Brian, he had some very strong opinions on Darren Peterson.
Yeah, he's not a Darren Peterson fan,
and that wasn't really left open for interpretation.
I was telling Casey, I had a question for Coach Katz. Like, oh yeah, what's it like, I guess, being a coach in that situation, trying to protect your player who's kind of quiet from media narratives and things like that? And,
great question.
Yeah, and Brian before was like, no, Darren, this, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll just hold on to that one then.
It's a great question that he would not have wanted any part of, which is fine. Like, Darren Peterson is an ultra polarizing player right now. But the thing that I feel for, and we'll get to the piece in The Athletic here in just a second, is like, is anybody talking about Darren Peterson's game anymore? Like, if you have critiques of Darren Peterson, does anybody have a critique of the basketball player? Now, the line that's getting used a lot, Jake Gaden brought it up yesterday, I believe Brian Katz brought it up today, is how good Kansas was without him. And I don't know if I don't know. What do you do with that information? Is that indicative of whether Darren Peterson is a good basketball player or not? Or are we getting into this? Are we getting back into this ultra gray area of brace yourself for it? Are we getting back into the winning player conversation? Is that what we're talking about with Darren Peterson? He's not a winning player. I mean, I forgot the exact numbers. I think it's 10-2 and 13-7. That's a big difference. So if the idea is, and those are numbers, and we always say, shout out to Will Z, he's going to join us tomorrow. We always say you can do anything with numbers. You can make numbers work for your argument. But what exactly is the argument? Because prior to full body cramps, prior to asking to be subbed out of a game, prior to all of that, Darren Peterson was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Prior to that, Darren Peterson was the most dynamic playmaker in the draft. Prior to that, Darren Peterson was must-see TV. So what's influencing what here? Is Darren Peterson no longer any of those things? And if he's not, that's fine. Tell me what happened between now and then. Don't tell me about all of the other stuff. Don't tell me about all of your hypothetical questions. I don't want that. I want to know about Darren Peterson's basketball game because it seems to be the one thing nobody's talking about. We're getting full podcasts on Darren Peterson and his desire to play. We've got beat writers in Kansas joining podcasts, joining radio shows, joining The Jump, talking about Darren Peterson. Like he's a terrific young man. He's a little bit introverted. He loves basketball. Like the people who are closest to him are essentially like, what are you talking about? There's a terrific article in The Athletic and terrific in the sense that it's really, really eye-opening regarding Darren Peterson that I encourage everybody to read. You're listening to The Marathon here. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk on Dealing with KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app, live on a smart speaker. Just ask it to play ESPN 1320 for you. Shout out to everybody listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, and a big thank you to the Chatty House on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and over on Twitter. You can follow there at ESPN 1320 as well. Make sure you're following all the social channels, Instagram, TikTok at ESPN 1320. The title of the piece, it's the does he care question. And like that's what everybody has been asking regarding Darren Peterson. Does he care about basketball? And that question, it's not, I don't think it's a genuine question, because think about it for a second. Shouldn't the question be like this, hey, yo, what's going on with Darren Peterson? He's having, obviously I think he had a hamstring injury. He had a couple like a hamstring strain. He had those like different things. But what's going on with him? Oh, he has these full body cramps. And again, this article tells that entire story about the Bill Self Kansas camp and all of that different stuff and how everything was great. And then, was it 24, 48 hours later or whatever, he's like seizing up and his body is for 45 minutes. His body's in the worst pain he's ever experienced. Like he's in the hospital getting 2 bags of IV fluids. And like the sentence is the worst pain I've ever experienced. Imagine being in a basketball game feeling like, oh my God, this is how the last episode started. This might be happening. Hey, coach. Like, and he's criticized for that. Mind you, we just had a very lengthy discussion about a 17-year-old who I can't get to wash and put away her dishes. We're talking about an 18, 19-year-old on a massive stage, probably making big money at Kansas, playing with a Hall of Fame coach, the projected number 1 overall pick in the draft, and he's experiencing something terribly, terribly painful that he has no idea how to handle. He doesn't know exactly what caused it before, and he's trying desperately to keep it from happening again. And all along the way now, all of a sudden, he's getting criticized for it. So the question is never, hey, is Darren Peterson okay? Yo, what's going on with Darren Peterson? He good? Yo, what's causing Darren Peterson to ask out of games? Those, to me, all seem very sensible. Yo, you see Darren Peterson asked to get subbed out? What's the word there? Here's what we've learned. No. That doesn't work. That's information. That's old school. News used to be information. Can't just have information anymore. Got to have a take. You got to have an opinion. You got to have a click. You got to have a retweet. You got to have a heart. You got to have a comment. You got to have a view. So instead of, hey, is he okay? Yo, what's going on? You get, does he care? Does he even like professional basketball? Does he even like basketball? Obviously, he's a collegiate, he's not professional yet. Does he like basketball? See, that question is inflammatory. That question is asked to provoke a response. And I feel like so much of sports media is to invoke a response. And when it comes to the NFL and the NBA, like, I don't love it. It's the game, but that's fine. Yo, man, this is a 18, 19-year-old, young man. It's a kid. But we have to ask questions that invoke responses, that invoke emotions. Is he okay? Does not bring about an emotion. Does he care about basketball? Invokes an emotion. He has, through this process, it also should be pointed out, in salute to the folks at The Athletic, because I knew it had been a while, but I wasn't exactly sure of the time frame, and they gave it to us. He hasn't asked to come out of a game since February 18th. He was clearly in fear of his body revolting against him. And, we have had these nonstop opinions and takes and think pieces on Darren Peterson, his, quote, red flags, and his love of basketball. The evaluation of his game has ended. If you think Darren Peterson is no longer the number 1 overall pick in the draft, perfectly fine. You think AJ Domantas is the one. You think Cam Boozer is the one. Or you think he's the second pick, the third pick, the fourth pick. You think he's going to fall in the draft. It's fine. You could tell me your thought process on the cramps and all of that stuff. Tell me about his game first. I'm begging anybody to have a conversation about Darren Peterson's game. Because it was just a couple of months ago that he was one of the most exciting players. He was the most exciting player in college basketball. He was a definitive playmaker. He was a scorer. He could do just about everything from the guard position. So what has changed? In his game, what has changed? And I think you'd stump a lot of people if you ask that question. Or you'd put those people in a position to admit that they were wrong about Darren Peterson. Because it can't be both. It can't be nothing has changed. He's still all those things. And it can't be Your other option is to make, oh, no, I was wrong then. He's none of that. Oh. But go like Darren Peterson literally said the incident that sent him to the hospital after Bill Self's camp to get those IV fluids. He used the term traumatic experience. A traumatic experience. Yeah, like I don't blame him. Like, yo, man, something's wrong. And that was this is privately, this is on campus. This is in his dorm. Imagine whatever that traumatic experience is to him happening in front of 1.5 million people watching the game. Happening in front of the still the old sitcom live in front of a studio audience. Imagine that. And we get he's a hypochondriac. He's this. He's that. All right, man. Like, cool. If y'all believe that and you don't want to draft Aaron Peterson, that's fine. And this is please do not misunderstand what I'm saying. And I'm speaking like and I'm absolutely, I promise you, looking at this from a Kings perspective. I mean, this works for any other team, but I don't give a damn if any other team makes a mistake in the draft. I am looking at this from a Kings perspective. The perspective is, if you are really concerned about all of that other stuff, do you move in a different direction? But I would make sure I am positive. I know enough about this young man's game. I would make sure I am positive that I know whatever issue he's dealing with, whatever red flag you perceive him to have, is going to be something he can't get over. Because again, it was not that long ago that Darren Peterson was a must-see player. And in the NBA, how many must-see players are there? And when I say must-see, I don't mean just a Shea plays tonight. Got to tap in. Bron plays tonight. Got to tap in. No, I'm talking about how many players in the league would you say, Lord knows, you might not want to watch the Sacramento Kings right now. It's okay. If Oklahoma City is here in Sacramento, do you want to spend your money to go see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? If you're in Indiana or Brooklyn or one of these, or God forbid, Utah, and Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets are in town, do you want to spend your money to go see Nikola Jokic? There aren't very many players in the league to where you say yes to that question. Maybe you've never seen SGA before. Do you spend your money to go see him? Maybe you've never seen Nikola Jokic before. Do you spend your money to see him? LeBron James, still very much a must-see player. You want to go see LeBron James play professional basketball. How many players in the league are like that? Because I was told that Darren Peterson is one of those players. Victor Wembanyama is a must-see player. I want to take a quick peek. I should have looked at this before. How much did Sacramento? Oh, that's funny. Oh, no, there it is. 16,475. So I believe the 16,475, that's what the listed attendance is for the game versus the San Antonio Spurs. For those who are unaware how NBA attendance works, particularly here in Sacramento, this is the Spurs game where Wemby was here. 16,475 is equivalent to 93,173. Wrestling fans know that number. It's the number that we have been told for years appeared at the number of people who were at WrestleMania 3. Most of us know 40 years later, that's a joke. That's not true. That was a very good number, probably around 78,000, 80,000, something like that. A very, very, very impressive number. It was nowhere near 93,173. But that's what they tell us. That's essentially what the Kings attendance number has become. It's become a wrestling worked number. And anybody who's been at the Golden One Center anytime recently knows that to be true. And it's also probably tickets sold. Maybe it's tickets that are on the market, tickets that it's not the number of people there, it's the number of tickets that were sold for the game. And I thought, you know what? Let's look at recent attendance, because I would bet that the San Antonio Spurs game is even in a worked number. I would bet the San Antonio Spurs game is the most attended game in recent memory. And I'll just look here in the month of March and go no further. We've got 16,000 for this game to see Victor Wembanyama. 15,000 and some change to see the Utah Jazz. The Los Angeles Clippers, interestingly enough, that's the Intuit Dome. That doesn't even count. Let's go to the next home game. The Hornets, 15,000. The Pacers, 14,000. The Bulls, 15,000. The Pelicans, 15,000. The Suns, 15,000. So even in fake numbers, the most attended game in the month of March at the Golden One Center was Victor Wembanyama. He is a player you pay to see. And there aren't a lot of those. He is must see. He's going to be the next player, a lot like LeBron James. He's going to be the next player where you say, I have to see him before he retires. In Sacramento, I take advantage of that now. Spurs tickets are only going to get more expensive. Kings versus Spurs is only going to get more expensive. I don't know what it looked like a couple nights ago, but it's only going to get worse. I don't know what it's going to look like tonight either. Kings and the 76ers. I'll say this about the 76ers is we do have Kings basketball tonight. I haven't referenced that much throughout the course of the afternoon, but we do have Kings basketball tonight at the Golden One Center. And the 76ers are a incredibly interesting basketball team, not in the sense like they're so interesting I got to watch them. Interesting in the sense of it feels like they're really bad, and they're not. There's no Tyrese Maxey. Joel Embiid has he's missed like 10 games straight. He's missed 15 of the last 17. It feels like they should be an absolute disaster, and they're not. And part of that is like remember the 76ers season started like terribly. Like this thing looked like it was over. And then Joel Embiid became Joel Embiid again. Like not a facsimile of Joel Embiid. Not like, oh, this is cute. It's pretty close. That's close. No, he became Joel again. It's a 27-game stretch where he looked like one of the best players in the world. And from what I understand, my man Keith Pompey, Joel's on this trip. Like Joel hasn't been playing, but he is in Sacramento. I don't know if he's going to play, or actually, I probably should pull up the injury report. I don't know if he's going to play tonight or not. I don't know if that's been a conversation or not. But he is on the road trip. At the very least, there was an idea of Joel Embiid potentially playing in Sacramento, and he's listed as out. So even though he's on the trip, he's out. This is another one of those games where we got it looks like Malik's available. Just noticed that. Malik is available for tonight's game. Devin Carter once again out. I imagine that's going to be wild. Nick Clifford is out with left hamstring soreness. We've learned we lost Drew Eubanks. I need to find something else to watch tonight. I've been watching Neek for the last handful of games. Maybe I'll watch Dylan Cardwell tonight. And here's the thing about Philadelphia. As bad as it seems that they are, they beat bad basketball teams. Like they'll beat a Chicago. They'll beat an Indiana. This is just so fascinating to me though. No Tyrese, no Paul George, no Joel Embiid. Got VJ Edgecombe. Like and maybe that's the kind of the deciding factor. And I don't mean to, like, Philadelphia's had like a couple of quality wins since Tyrese Maxey has gone out. Again, they've beaten up bad teams, but they have a few, what you would consider quality wins. Like they're still competing. Like they're still very much competing, like for a playoff spot, a top 6 spot. That's still available for the Philadelphia 76ers. And then you got the Sacramento Kings tonight, where it's like, I don't know what to do with this. And I don't know if Darren Peterson is still a player you pay to go see. I don't know how many players, like I just used the example of Victor Wembanyama. Outside of LeBron, Steph, is there like you will spend your money to go see this individual play? Does anybody feel that way about SGA? It feels like shade. I don't mean it to be. I've been like super pro SGA lately. You want to spend your money to go see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the way many of you spent your money to go see Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs? What about Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant still on that list? I think he was. I don't know if he still is. Giannis? I feel like you got to see Giannis. That's a sight. Giannis got the longest damn arms I've ever seen. Seeing Jokic in person is something, but like, does anybody? We talk about young players. Cooper Flagg? Cooper Flagg must see TV. Or I got to get to the Golden One Center. It's the sorry-ass Mavericks versus the sorry-ass Kings, but I got to see Cooper Flagg play. Is there a player in this draft that falls into that category? Because once upon a time, we were told, yes, there are 2. There's Darren Peterson, and there's AJ DeBonsta. Would you spend your money to go see those guys play? If they're not in Sacramento Kings uniforms. Better yet, if they were in Sacramento Kings uniforms, is there a player in this draft, because there have been a lot of people frustrated about season tickets, ticket prices, organizational stuff, understand all of it. But if the Sacramento Kings land, we'll say a top 3 pick, and they land whatever, and I don't even care which one, but they land one of the players that you love the most, you're coming out the pocket to go watch them next year. And I bring this up because it all ties back to Darren Peterson. It all ties back to the narrative around Darren Peterson. It all ties back to how I think the conversation has gotten completely lost. Who is Darren Peterson, the basketball player? Are you telling me this issue with the cramps? Are you telling me this issue with the missed games? Are you telling me it is so overwhelming that we've lost who he is as a basketball player? I find that really, really difficult to believe, but negativity is extremely loud. Extremely loud. What was Drake? What was it? Rudy Gobert? Who had the line "insecurity is loud"? And they were talking about Draymond Green. Negativity is loud. Where was Brandon Miller taken? Second? Brandon Miller was second, right? Remember all of the conversations around Brandon Miller? Loud. Really, really loud. Some of that stuff was easy to debunk, too. But didn't stop him. Didn't stop the negativity around him because it's loud. And you can click. You can get views. It's much easier to do that than it is to do anything else. So I'm just fascinated now at, like, because, you know, and we'll talk more about this as the day progresses. We got the tournament jumping off. These are two of the most fun days in not even two. You get like the next 4 days where it's just basketball. You get 2, 3, 4 games on at a time, virtually all damn day. Man, that's great. It's a great time, and we'll continue to talk a ton about this tournament. We'll keep you updated as the games continue to move along. But there's this idea that oh, this is, you know, to steal the old line. This is where the big boys play. This is where the top draft picks are going to separate themselves. And I'm gonna give everybody an assignment. You're gonna have some time if you want to hang out with your boy today. You're gonna have some time to do this homework assignment. I'll give you. See, we got Connor joining us at about 4:30. So I'm gonna give you a full hour to work on this. Has anyone in any tournament that you can think of catapulted their draft stock with their play? Because the amount of players that I can name that didn't is very, very long. I immediately thought of 2 that weren't even in the tournament. Another one got eliminated on the equivalent of today's day in the tournament. But we lean on these because this is an ultra competitive situation, and it's like this. Yeah, this is the guy you want to lead your franchise. Okay. Tell me who. We're gonna get back to that. This draft has such high stakes to it. You know, from a ticket selling standpoint to to making a better basketball team standpoint. You got Utah, who's got to change directions next year. You got Washington that's got to change direction next year. You got Brooklyn and Sacramento that are looking for a direction. Stevie B says, D-Lo's so frustrated with his kids, he got us doing homework now. Yeah, I'm not frustrated with the kids. I love the kids. Like Martin Payne. Love the kids. Martin, love the kids. Can't remember if that was Martin Payne, if that was Martin Lawrence as the character Martin Payne, or it was Martin Lawrence and something else. But y'all know Martin loved the kids. But I challenge people to do that. And I'm seeing a couple of good names already popping up right here. It's going to be a fun conversation. It's going to be a fun conversation for sure. Because, again, the stakes of this draft are massive. For Sacramento, for Brooklyn, for completely different reasons than they are for Washington and for Utah. And then, I mean, this doesn't even factor in, you know, the Chicagos yet. It doesn't even factor in Memphis. It doesn't factor in, I was going to say Golden State. I shouldn't. It doesn't factor in the loser of the play-in tournament. Doesn't factor in any of those teams, which I also think make very compelling discussions. What happened? For all of the goodwill that they have, for all of the goodwill that they've established, for all of the things that they've done this year, what if Charlotte loses in the play-in and wins the lottery. Not necessarily wins in terms of moving to 1, but wins in terms of moving to top 4. Oh, good call, Daryl. I forgot to mention Indiana. God, what would the right draft pick do for Indiana this year with Tyrese Halliburton returning next season? Milwaukee, the stakes of this draft are massive. And I want to make sure all I'm asking, I can't make sure of anything. I'm not the purveyor of college basketball. I'm not the purveyor of conversation. I'm not the purveyor of sports media. All I'm asking is the conversation be about basketball and not reasons to get people to watch your Instagram video or your YouTube short or read your article. Is Darren Peterson no longer the player that you told us he was 3 months ago? That's what I'm asking. And if the answer is no, great. Enlighten your boy. Tell me how, tell me why. But in this, does he care storyline? Darren Peterson cares about basketball. He absolutely cares about basketball. Are there other things at play going on? Sure, absolutely. But I don't think his desire to play basketball is one of those. And why are y'all asking the question now? Y'all many of these people like to reframe the conversation. They'll never admit that they were wrong. They'll just reframe something that they already said to fit into the now because they rarely get checked on it. That's going to happen with Darren Peterson too, one way or another. It's going to happen with draft picks. Like all of these names that we keep talking about, all of this is going to be the most amazing draft. Maybe it is, but there are going to be a lot of people who are wrong about a lot of players. We'll come back. Phone lines stay open for you, by the way, 916-909-1320. You talk about reframing a conversation. At some point, some of these same people that I'm talking about are going to stop disrespecting LeBron James. And this brings us to a very unfortunate time in this show. But I encourage you to stick around because we have a conversation ahead. Stealing with Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to grab a snack, y'all, real quick. Hang tight, please, please, please. Don't go anywhere. Kyle, entertain everybody. I don't know what Tyler's talking about, but I like Alex is how I read that, and I assume that's how you intended me to read it. I can't lie. That 60-minute segment really was a motherfucking marathon. That was a monster. Made it work, though. Shout out to the kids. Yeah, I bring my own. The funniest thing about that, I think we talked that James cleared that locker out. James was like, y'all hoes can't have any of my snacks. I'm taking everything. He even took the peanut butter that I don't think was ever opened. But shout out to James because he bought them all. Every single one of them filled that snack shack up. I've been trying to eat like super clean though, so I try to bring my own little. Those were like little protein donut things. They're actually really good. You got to keep them in the refrigerator, and you can't. You got to just accept that little protein taste. D'Lo making up for Kenny being gone. Oh, you talking about with the snacks? Yeah. Normally, I just have the juice, but I actually suffer from really nasty headaches, and I kind of had one today that I was scared wasn't going to go away. It started to go away a little bit in that opening segment. But when I have really bad headaches, like I can't cut my diet too much, like I have to eat. Oh, Securin, my bad. My bad, Securin. I got you. Yeah, right? Yeah, I guess that's what, you know what's great about that? And I was, never talked about parenting before because I couldn't. But it's clearly something a lot of people can relate to. Clearly. Boy, hey, Scooter, I was legit. No, we got to come back. Okay. Shout out to my man Jesse Tapia, always. That was a fun 60 minutes right there. Connor Sutton in the Sac Republic going to join us coming up in about an hour. Hell of a night at the park last night. But don't let that distract you from the fact that the Sac Republic are playing pretty well to start this season. So we'll talk to our man Connor coming up at 4:00. Obviously, the tournament is jumping off. We'll keep you updated on all of that. And we got a Sacramento Kings basketball game tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers. Let's get to these phone lines, 916-909-1320. You can use that as the Mojo's local tap-in kitchen text line as well. Same number, 916-909-1320. We'll start with my man, Leezy. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and Jesse, what's popping, guys?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Hey, D-Lo, man, I'm loving the show, man. I know you're riding solo right now, but you're doing great, man. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you, boss.
I just wanted, yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, I just want to just have a little quick comment and a question. I'm really excited for March Madness. Like you said, it's going to be interesting to see the guys separate themselves and see whose stock goes up, whose goes down. Like right now, Darius Acuff, he's like the new hotness, as you would say. People comparing him to Iverson. Kingston Fleming, I think James Ham's ready to draft him today.
Yeah, facts.
I'm excited to see guys like Mikel Brown Jr. see if their stock goes up. Because right now I'm kind of like, I'm hurt right now because I don't think we're gonna get AJ, because that was my guy. That's the one right there.
That's your number one.
That's my one.
Okay,
it's a no-brainer, D-Lo.
Okay,
come on now. Sorry,
I don't know that it. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but my question was going back to the Kings. Right now, this season, we've got to see Devin Carter play a little bit more. The Kings signed Killian Hayes. Going forward, if let's say their draft position drops and they have to take a point guard, what do you think they're going to do with them? Like this season, do you think Devin Carter's like stock has risen? Maybe his trade value's gone up. What do you think the Kings might do with Killian Hayes? Because he's shown some glimpses of being good. I was just curious of their stock maybe going up or down.
Yeah, good question there, Leezy. I don't know. So this man in TC, I see you there. Hang tight 1 second. I know this is the difficulty of where we're at. I think if we're doing the true stock up, stock down gimmick, The only player's stock who's truly gone up, I think, is Precious Achiuwa. Like when you talk about maybe from a Kings perspective and from a league-wide perspective, I think it's just Precious. Like Devin's stock is, to me, Devin's stock is it's not up or down. It's a penny stock. Like it's nothing. And I swear to you, like, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be degrading. I'm not trying to be negative. Like there's nothing there. Like you have to be a coach. You have to be a general manager. You have to be a franchise somewhere that says, I see something in this young man that he has not been able to display in a Sacramento Kings uniform. And that might exist. And I think that exists a lot with players in the league. But what's it going to take to go get him? I honestly don't think it's going to take anything. Someone called and said, I want Devin Carter. Like, great. How do you want to do this? Killian Hayes is a little bit different. Killian Hayes is interesting. He's really, really low cost. He's shown glimpses of like, God, Killian Hayes really does some good things on a basketball court. But how does that translate when you're we have discussed this for weeks. I don't know how to take away any of this because it's all bad basketball. The Sacramento Kings are playing bad basketball. It's several, developing or bad basketball players playing against great ones, good ones, and in some cases, one's even worse than they are. And it like, how do you judge Killian Hayes when you're on a team that's attempting to be competitive? You go back to these, Killian's different because he wasn't here, but you go back to these moments earlier in the season where the team was trying to be competitive. Devin Carter was not playing. And those are the things that I can't get over. That's why I think higher of like Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford. Those guys, they've played more. Their sample size is greater. They were playing when the team was attempting to win games. They were playing before the season. Not that they're not attempting to win games. I'm sorry. But like they were attempting, the season hadn't completely gone to hell yet. They were playing. Killian got here. Like Killian, remember Killian Hayes was signed because I think they had just given up on Devin Carter. Devin's big moment only happened because Malik got hurt. So to answer your question, Leezy, like Killian will be interesting to watch because I think he could have a low key place on a Sacramento Kings team that's attempting to compete and develop and hopefully be a hell of a lot better than they were this year. Yeah, he can have a role in this team. Devin can too. I just don't think the stock for any of those guys matters. And there's probably not a point in having both of those guys on this team if you draft a point guard. And as we know, this draft is loaded with point guards. AJ DeBonsta is your guy, Leezy. It's a no-brainer, you said. That'll be a nice segue here because TC's on the line. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, my man?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, Jesse, D-Lo? What's up, man?
We here, baby. Why you talking? Why are you talking all romantic? What you want me to put a slow song on? What you doing?
Hey,
you want to dedicate something to your wife? What's going on?
Hey, man. Hey, shout out to my wife, man. I love her, man.
No
sure,
doubt.
Man.
I know you accidentally texted us that one day.
I know. I love y'all, bro. I love you, D-Lo. Hey, so hey, where I'm at with this draft, right? So the boys is balling. I mean, the Boozer twins, Cam is starting to grow on me. His brother is balling, right? But my pick is still AJ. But I'm saying if the Kings fall to 10, right? Just say if we fall to 10 for sake, right? I think at that point, if A-Cup is not there, I think because it's so deep, you go take Kobe Pete at 10, right? And then we got 2 higher second-round picks. You can go ahead and you can either pick up the Boozer, one of the Boozer boys. You got 2 guards. You can either get Braden Berries, you can take him, or you can take Kobe Pete, his wing. Both them is studs, right? With our first round pick, if we fail to 10, just walk with me a little bit. Mm-hmm. Then you go to second round, we got 2 high second round picks. With that second round pick, I'm drafting the center from Arkansas. I'm taking him, bro. I'm not waiting to undraft it. I'm taking him. That kid, Brazil, he's 23 years old, but that light-skinned kid is a stud, bro. He's blocking every shot. Imagine him with Cardwell and Max. Precious can come back, but we need him on the bench. I'm just saying it's so deep, bro. We can find him in the second round. I'm pretty sure people now watching him, but pay attention to that cat. That's the guy when I called earlier, D-Lo, when I was like, he's kind of prime Anthony Davis, and he was like, TC, you tripping. But I was like, just watch him a little bit, bro. We can pick him up. That's why I say this draft is deep. Just pay attention, y'all. Watch the tournament. We gonna hit.
Okay. There was a lot there. Let's start with the Kings drafting at 10. For the Kings to draft at 10, they'd have to, and I don't mean to, I don't even know what the thought process was for TC to get the Kings to 10, because Utah would have to jump them, which the way things have been, that's conceivable. They've got 2 games against Brooklyn ahead, they being Sacramento. They have 2 games against Brooklyn ahead. Like 20 wins is conceivable for Sacramento. Dallas would have to catch them. They're at 23. That would put their worst position, if they get jumped by Utah and Dallas, their worst position would be 10. Again, and maybe this is semantics, and maybe I'm not even answering Leezy's question. Probably the worst they're going to draft. And God, this would be so bad. The worst that they could possibly draft if something goes wrong the rest of the way is 9th. But that's not Leezy's point. He's talking about later in the first round. And like, yeah, you talk about Koa Pete, like it's cool. I'm trying to decipher. And we did this, and I thought honestly we were great. Because I Barry Horowitz and pat myself on the back here. When the Kings had the 4th pick, we went through so many scenarios. So many. And we did, whether it was Dyson Daniels or Keegan Murray or this player or that player or this player, like we had an in-depth draft profile on them that was available at any time for anyone to listen to or to watch. And I think that process will probably not start until after May 10th. I mean, we'll have thoughts, obviously, on whether it's Koa Pete or the Boozer twins or whatever. Like, you just kind of thoughts, topic of the moment. Hey, Arkansas is playing. Let's talk about Alabama's, Arizona. Let's talk about, those players. But like when it comes to an in-depth, let's talk about the good, the bad, the great, the ugly. Let's do all of that. That's probably going to happen after the lottery. And it'd be sick if the Kings were drafting it at 9th. Just sick. After how bad this season has been, it would be sick. And the pressure would be on Scott Perry because, as I've established, and perhaps this isn't fair to him, but as I've established, you don't get any sympathy from me. You better get it right. You better get that pick right. And he's done a great job. And this is where I do applaud Scott Perry. I think his draft last year has turned out to be pretty solid. I don't think what we're seeing with Max isn't real. I don't think what we're seeing from, Neek isn't real. I like Dylan Cardwell. That I think, we going back to Leezy's question about guys like Killian Hayes and Devin Carter. I think what you're seeing from Maxime Reynaud, Nick Clifford, and Dylan Cardwell, I think that all translates when a team is when you're dealing with a competitive basketball team. When your team is healthy, when you're just out there competing on a night-to-night basis, like those guys work. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean you're the Oklahoma City Thunder. It doesn't mean you're a 50-win team. It doesn't even mean you're a 41-win team. It means those guys look like competent NBA players who could be a part of something that is growing and getting better. I don't feel that way about Devin Carter right now. And I don't really know how to answer that about Killian Hayes because we haven't seen him in any other environment with Sacramento. Devin, I feel like we have. Killian, we haven't. And then I also think it matters what position you wind up going with when you finally make that selection at this upcoming draft. Shout out TC and Leezy always. 916-909-1320. By the way, Leezy, if you're still listening, fantastic job on the work that you're doing over there with the wake-up call and 106.5 The End. Leezy's got some great video magic on the way to social media. So well done, Leezy. Leezy, that's your bag. Social media and those reels and that Leezy Scorsese name, that's legit, man. You're doing a great job over there. At some point, and maybe we're here. At some point, the people who cover this game are going to stop disrespecting LeBron James. We've talked a lot about negativity today and how negativity sells, how negativity gets clicks, it gets views, it gets retweets and all of that different stuff. And LeBron James has been he's the name because he is arguably, MJ fans, relax, arguably the greatest player to ever live. Luka's not there yet. Luka is generational, and he is phenomenal, and he is reminding us of that on a night-to-night basis. But LeBron is the one. And when you're looking for a story, you're looking to LeBron James. It's not that Luka Doncic is playing out of this world. It's not that DeAndre Ayton has finally found his role. It's what do the Lakers do with LeBron James? The Lakers right now have won 7 straight. LeBron last night was 13 of 14 from the field. 30 points for the King last night. Amazingly, Luka had 40. And that dagger with a minute left, dear God, that man is cold. Goodness gracious. And we'll get to this. But if the Los Angeles Lakers compete for a championship, if the Los Angeles Lakers are indeed contenders, they are contenders because of LeBron James. He was incredible last night in a way that was different than how he was incredible the game before. And that game was similar to how he was incredible the game before that. And we've gone over, I'm trying not to overreact to this 7-game winning streak. But I'm trying to react to what I'm seeing from them when they're playing. Because, there's been so much, conversation about LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves. Luka Doncic, by the way, this 7-game win streak, 38, 9, and 8. And if you didn't see that 3 last night against Houston, go see it. I'm sure it popped up on everybody's phone moments after it happened. What a shot. What a dagger. What a huge game for the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers are in Miami tonight. The Lakers, I think I heard it had to have been Winhurst say the Lakers landed in they got to the hotel in Miami at like 5 o'clock this morning. They got the heat tonight. You almost had to get that game. In that scenario, you had to get that game. You've got a tough one against Miami. Miami always going to fight. And then you also have truth to be told, I did not realize this was still a storyline because it's been so many years. And then it dawned on me why it's a storyline. But LeBron is back in Miami tonight. Again, did not think that this was still a storyline. It's been years. I mean, it's been a decade since LeBron has played for Miami. But then I realized, oh, wait a minute. This might be LeBron James's last time in Miami. I know a lot of people don't believe that this is LeBron James's last year. I didn't either. But my opinion changed after the Cleveland game. When he went back to Cleveland and I saw him, that reaction, some of the different stuff after the game, I thought, oh, God, maybe this really is it. And I don't think it's going to be that same type of reaction from him in Miami tonight. But I do think those fans in Miami, just in case, might treat this like it's LeBron James's last game in Miami. I did have a little bit of cold water thrown on that this morning because I missed this last night after the game. But did you see LeBron was asked about Las Vegas? He said he not only will he not be a part of any bid for the new Las Vegas NBA franchise, he doesn't have any desire to, which is in stark contrast to comments that have been made in the past. And, you know, even mentioned this earlier in the week, Adam Silver's even joked about that. He said something along the lines of, like, I can't gift you a franchise, but, you know, here's another trophy, I think when they won the in-season tournament or whatever it was. So there goes that thought, because I thought, man, this might be, we got this expansion vote. We know LeBron wants the Las Vegas team. At most, he'll play one more year, but outside of that, he's out. And he says he doesn't want any part of it. Maybe that's something he has to say. I don't know. I don't know. But it caught my attention. He said it loud, and he said it with a lot of confidence. But the Lakers are back in Miami tonight. A huge win against the Rockets. A second straight win against the Rockets. They played the Rockets. They had a day off. They played the Rockets again. The Rockets were brutalized. I saw a tweet that I had to send to the professor, our man Jason Jones, because there's a video. There's a video. Yeah, and I don't know. It's the internet. I don't know if it's real. But they said it's Ime yelling at JJ, telling him to put Bronny in or something like that. And the first comment I saw was, Ime ain't nothing but an unfaithful Darvin Ham. And that's the funniest tweet I have read in a long time, and immediately sent it to Jason Jones because I knew no one on the planet would appreciate it more than him. But Ime was getting eviscerated for that Rockets offense. They had an entire day. They basically had a film session. And this is why this right here, what just happened, is why I don't buy the Rockets. What just happened is why I will tell Eddie tomorrow at 2:30 for the second straight week I am out on that basketball team, is this was a playoff-like situation. Game, film, game. They lost them both. The adjustments were minimal. Or the adjustments, at least from the naked eye, that being mine, were minimal. There were points where you could see Kevin Durant's frustration again for a second straight day. There were moments, again, for the second straight game, not the second straight day. Second straight game where you saw the Houston Rockets just standing around while Kevin Durant is desperately trying to create some type of offense. And I've said KD is going to get the heat for this, but it appears people are starting to look at Ime a little bit funny. And here's how the Rockets got bailed out. Because somehow, some way, the Nuggets lost to the Grizzlies. That would have, man, you talk about like figurative game changers, that would have been a game changer. And I am so sorry to my dear Sacramento Kings fans, because I'm not quite done talking about the Los Angeles Lakers. I'm going to tell you why in just a second. First, I want to tell you, as the weekend is approaching, NCAA tournament is jumping off. We got North Carolina and VCU on the floor right now. Go get you some Baker Family Wine. If you want to stop by the tasting room in West Sacramento, that's the perfect way to do it. They've got some drops coming out this weekend if you want to make your plans to get out there on Saturday. Oh, they've got some good ones on the way. Make sure you're following them at Baker Family Wines on Instagram. That tells you everything they got jumping off all week. Of course, you can go to bakerfamilywines.com. Best thing you could do is join Dusty's Clubhouse. That's the equivalent of Dusty's Wine Club for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. You can grab you a bottle at the Nugget in Elk Grove, Roseville, Granite Bay, select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations, or you could join me and Katie. We're going to be out celebrating her birthday, March 28th, at the Lodi Wine Festival. 40 wineries, including Baker Family Wines. Over 200 different wines to try, including from Baker Family Wines. There's going to be live music, craft vendors. The food is absolutely fantastic. We did it last year. We are back here for year number 2 at the Lodi Wine Festival, and this just happens to coincide with Katie's birthday. So we're going to have a great time. Go to grapefestival.com to buy your tickets. Grapefestival.com to get your tickets. It'll be well worth it, and Baker Family Wines are going to be a part of it.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
Is there a sleeper in the championship race in the NBA? There might be. And to my producer, he will get an apology. Next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Yeah. Always. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. That'd be great. Y'all, I'm sorry, man. Can y'all give me a minute? TCG, entertain everybody. I want to fill this water up real quick. I'll be right back. TCG, tell the Joker something. All right, here we go. Oh, I'm gonna start at TC because I think you're, or not TC, Lazy because I think you're right. Sorry, guys. All right. What's TCG talking about here? Where is that? I'm trying to backtrack to the original message. Anti-take solution. Determine lottery odds based on wins after elimination. Once team eliminated, every win goes to lottery odds. More wins equal higher. Interesting. Okay. I like that. What is this? We already messed up. Did you see that email?
No, what did we do?
No. You remember we had a discussion. It was like right when Kyle just decided to go to Japan. And we got the email about the Final Four.
I think.
So our boss, Aaron Miller, asked us, "Hey, I think it's a great idea to try to carry the Final Four where, we got the games Saturday and we got the games Monday, but we don't want to preempt any programming. We don't want to preempt you guys." And it's like, well, we're now 2 to 6. So like you would have to preempt us in like some sort of way. But there is a note in our work calendar.
Are you talking about April 6th being a holiday or not?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that too.
There's a note in our calendar that says Easter Monday and it's a holiday. I'm positive Miller saw the same thing. And now Kyle Madsen, fresh off his little airplane, is like, yeah, Odyssey at work says it's not a holiday. Well, too late, pal. We're off.
Yeah. Take that, Kyle.
Hey, how about this, Kyle? Because I know you're listening. Don't leave the country for 2 weeks and put me and Jesse in charge.
Yeah.
Because we're going to create new holidays.
April 6th is a holiday. Make sure you guys take that off of work.
That's
now.
it. Everybody take April's. And I remember seeing that. It's on our calendar. It's labeled as Easter Monday. And I remember saying to Aaron Miller, I have never heard of this before. To the best of my knowledge, this has never been a thing before. And he goes, well, it's on mine too. It's like, well, of course it is. We share the same work calendar. Well, I guess we're off. Hey.
Sounds good to me.
Go ahead. In fact, Kyle, go ahead. Leave another 2 weeks. We're going to create some more holidays while you're gone.
Eric Escobar in the chat says Kyle's the kind of guy to remind the teacher about the homework. Yeah, it kind of is.
100%, bro. Like,
just play along, man.
It's like, yeah,
it's fine.
You'll be fine, Kyle. Relax. Jesus. I had to run and get my green juice from the refrigerator. I told TCG to entertain the chat while I got up, and I think he did. He said he's got an anti-tank solution, which this is amazing. This has literally never been a discussion before. This year, it's a 4-month discussion. That's how sorry the NBA has been at different times this season. TCG says anti-tank solution, determine lottery odds based on wins after elimination. Once team is eliminated, every win goes to lottery odds. More wins equals higher odds. So I like that. Let's try to work through the flaws of this really quick. So a team that we say is eliminated on the last day of the playoffs or last day of the regular season, excuse me. That's obviously a good basketball team. Their lottery odds can be lower. That's okay. It's not lottery odds of 0. It's just significantly lower than the rest of the teams. But what if you're like really bad? Like what if you're not tanking? You're just bad. You might okay. So I think TCG is right. It eliminates tanking. It it rewards winning. But what if you're just like Brooklyn? Brooklyn probably to a certain degree is tanking, but they also suck. With Utah, whether you like it or not, there's a direction there, and they're going to take it next year. With Washington, whether you like it or not, there's a direction there, and they're going to take it next year. Sacramento was bad and decimated by injuries. Brooklyn they've got nothing. So what if it's less that you're not trying to win as much as you can't? Now, Camp says no team is that bad. Okay, I got you. That to me is Utah. That's a team that is putting guys off the street in uniforms and saying, "No, go play." Signing guys in March off of their G League teams to go play just to finish out the season as bad as possible. When you look at Brooklyn, what does Brooklyn have? I mean, I guess in the case of Sacramento, you put out DeMar DeRozan and play him for as long as you can. I mean, the Sacramento Kings, I think, and this also TCG, the Sacramento Kings, they just got eliminated. Like you said, from the point of elimination, they just got eliminated like a couple days ago. In Indiana, and I believe it was Washington, were just before that. So we're really talking a 3.5 to 4 week sample size, because 15 and 55 you got eliminated. Let's go with the best scenario. It was a week ago. So you've got so the lottery odds really boiled down to a month. I don't know. I feel like, and I like the idea, TCG, and it's like the one that hit the internet that Trista brought up a couple of days ago on Tuesday, where you had it was like the lottery draft. There's pluses and minuses to all of this stuff. It's up to the NBA to figure out what are the worst pluses, what are the worst minuses, how do we balance all of this stuff out? And I've been critical of the NBA. I started the show after I talked about my embarrassment of not being able to book any friends on the show. I talked about the embarrassment of the NBA last night, and it was embarrassing. The Brooklyn Nets, for example, scoring 24 points last night. Multiple teams losing by 30 points last night. One team losing by 29 points last night. That was Brooklyn. But I'll also be quick to say, hey, Adam Silver, NBA, y'all got to fix this. Mark Tatum, get to work. However, I don't know what the solution is. Skirin points out, teams are going to be tanking even earlier in the season. Again, think about this for a second, and I understand why TCG. I understand why Securin is saying that, because in TCG's proposal, you want to win games after you're officially eliminated. But at 15, think about it, Indiana's at 15 wins and they just got eliminated. You have to officially be eliminated. Camp brings up a great point. Dump the play-in. The play-in's got to go. That's one thing that I think has to go. But it makes money, and that's the problem. How do you just willfully get rid of something that has a title sponsor or has marquee status with a broadcast partner? Karen says, I like the play-in. I actually like the play-in too. I don't. I think it incentivizes losing. There is an easy way around, as we have outlined, quite a bit with a team like the Golden State Warriors, who, by the way, have fallen to 10th. They can't get any lower. They're going to the play-in. It's just a question of what seed will they be at. Portland is a half a game ahead of them after their latest loss to Boston. They're 33-36. They're 3 games under 500. There's absolutely no telling if or when Steph Curry is going to return. And I'll just keep repeating it until they do it. Don't play Steph Curry, lose the play-in, enter the lottery, and you'll probably win. Because how could we make things worse in Sacramento? Let the Golden State Warriors land one of these allegedly generational selections in this upcoming draft. I posed the question before the commercial break. Is there a sleeper in the championship race in the NBA? Remind you that the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Even the computer wants to get in on the act. The Mojo's local tap-in kitchen text line. If you want to text the show, if you're not in the chatty house, you just want to shoot your thoughts to us, it's the same as the phone number, 916-909-1320. I do feel like I got to point out, and shame on me for waiting for 2 hours to do this, Cade Cunningham diagnosed with a collapsed lung today. And it's always jarring, like reading something like that. That is such a bizarre, like, injury. He's obviously going to miss extended time. It's difficult to tell how much. You know, CJ McCollum is a reference, a frame of point of at least a frame of reference, because he's dealt with this twice. He missed 3 weeks in 2023, and when he suffered a collapse lung the first time in 2021, he missed 6 weeks. So at the very least, there is like a time frame, 3 weeks, 3 to 4. Detroit's a playoff team, so 4 weeks, probably 4 weeks will get you through the regular season, and it'll probably get you through the play-in, because remember, there's that week where it's just the play-in games happening before the playoffs, the series, get underway. That probably gets you to 4 weeks. Detroit doesn't have to worry. They're the 1 seed. They don't have to worry about any play-in scenario. 6 weeks. Now you're starting to talk about the end of the first round of the playoffs. Now, remember, Detroit, this is a 1 seed. And they will be the 1 seed. I don't think Boston is as great as they are. I don't think Boston is going to catch them unless things really, really turn without Cade Cunningham.
I kind of wonder if they might, because who is supposed to kind of lead that offense while Cade is out? Like, who are we giving the ball to? Like, Tobias Harris?
Maybe.
They don't have that second player, I don't think.
Jalen?
Duren?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He's not that guy, I don't think. I'd love Jalen Duren, but just the type of center he is, I don't think you're force feeding him.
Turn Duncan Robinson loose?
I know I'm not helping. Kevin Herter.
I feel hey. Huh? Kevin Herter. Let's take a quick peek. What we say, 3.5 games. Boston is back in that 2 spot. We take a look here at the tail end of the season. Well, Detroit is playing Washington right now. Keep that in mind. They've got Golden State next. Oh, man. Okay, Jesse. I hear you. They got the Lakers coming up, who might be playing their best basketball of the season right now. That game's on Monday. They've got Atlanta, who absolutely is playing their best basketball of the season.
Playing their best basketball in the last 5 years.
They've won 11 straight. They've got the Pelicans after that. At Minnesota on ABC. At Oklahoma City on Peacock. They've got Toronto, a second game against Minnesota. They got high-stakes seeding games with Philadelphia and Orlando. And then they'll close out the season with Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Indiana. So we might learn relatively quickly if it's a possibility. Like, Boston's obviously got to keep winning games, but you've got Los Angeles coming up, you've got Atlanta coming up, you've got Minnesota. Those 3 games in a 4-game stretch with New Orleans worked in and then somewhere, and you got Oklahoma City right after that. Yeah, there's a tall task ahead of them. That's a tough stretch of basketball games for sure.
Highlights the fact that they might need to make a big move this offseason just to pair someone up with Cade. I don't love the roster's fine. They're the number 1 seed. But again, you need to be prepared for moments like this. And I just think in the NBA, you need 2 guys that can go out and get a bucket.
So walk me through you had a reaction to Jalen Duren. Was it Jalen Duren as being the de facto number 1 with Cade out, or is it Jalen and just you're not very high on him, period?
No, him being the number 1 with Cade out. I like Jalen Duren as a player and all that. I'm not sure that he's a number 2 on a title team. I don't. If you're going to be a number 2 on a team, I feel like you have to be able to create your own shot first and foremost. And if you can't do that, I feel like it's always going to just result poorly for your team at some point in the season, playoffs, things like that. So I think if you truly are going to be a title team, I think you need 2 guys that can go out and get a bucket. Like now Detroit's missing Cade, and it's like we're already looking at the schedule being like, yeah, Boston can already catch them potentially.
3.5 seems like a lot with this amount of games left, because it's not just Detroit losing games, it's Boston winning the right combination of games as well. But we just looked at that Pistons schedule, and there's definitely there's some games there. There's some games there that are going to be real tough for them. So tough news for the Detroit Pistons. Really tough news for Cade Cunningham to start this. And I don't know, like, to me, despite the fact they're the 1 seed, despite the fact that they're 49-19 in Eastern Conference, best right now, 3rd best record in the association. If I considered Detroit a championship contender, I'd probably consider them like a sleeper candidate. I don't think I do. Like even before this injury, I don't think I do. But we just had a pretty extensive conversation on the Los Angeles Lakers. And I'm really struggling to put them in this sleeper category in terms of the championship race. But I have to. And I'm going to tell you why, because Jesse mentioned this. The conversation was less about the Los Angeles Lakers, more about Luka Doncic. Jesse kept saying, you're overreacting. You're overreacting. Maybe this Lakers team isn't good enough to win an NBA championship. Say Luka Doncic isn't good enough to win an NBA championship. That's not fair. Now, I'm going to preface this with, I think it's important when we talk about a sleeper in the championship race. The championship race has to be narrowed down to like the final 4 teams, meaning in the entire league. So we got the NCAA tournament on. We got that Final Four. This Final Four, the conference championships. Who can make the conference championships? Because you get there by the fact that you're competing for, you are a true championship contender. You're one of the Final Four teams. And all of this talk about Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves on the floor together, particularly defensively, because as noted, Luka lights out offensively. 7-game win streak, 38, 9, and 8 over that period. 40 last night. Dagger. Game winner over the weekend. An incredible game winner over the weekend against the Denver Nuggets. But the conversation has been defense, 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 defense. Los Angeles Lakers are 44-25. They've got a game and a half on Minnesota, who, by the way, they jumped to the 4 seed. Houston continues to fall back, and it could get worse. Keep an eye on that. With all of that said, the Los Angeles Lakers are 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the league in defensive rating. So there's 2 things that I get stuck on with things like defensive rating. It's the eye test. Okay. What are we seeing here in terms of on the defensive end, and what is everybody's role on the defensive end? And that's the question that we don't know the answer to. And that's something that I was taught very, very early when it comes to evaluating basketball. It was something I was taught really early when it comes to evaluating the defensive side of the basketball court. It might look like player A messed up, but the game plan is for player B to move over and player C to rotate. That's why player A did what he did, but player B didn't move. Like, that was taught to me very early. Sometimes it's just obvious. So they just got right past them. Like, that's crazy. I don't care who was supposed to be there. You're not. Have some resistance. But 6th in the league in defensive ratings. And when you talk about the top defensive teams in the league, guess who you're talking about? You're talking about Oklahoma City. You're talking about San Antonio. You're talking about Boston. In fact, I'll just name the teams in front of them. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, the Detroit Pistons, who we just mentioned, the Boston Celtics, not the biggest fan of, the New York Knicks are 5th, and then there's the Los Angeles Lakers. Are the numbers matching the eye test, or are our eyes wrong? Are we just looking for excuses as to why the Lakers aren't winning basketball games? It's LeBron James. He's got to be the third wheel. It's Luka Doncic. He's got to play better defense. Well, LeBron is playing terrific. Their defense has been good all year. And now they might be playing their best basketball of the season. This is a 3 seed, by the way. This is the Lakers. They're always going to be under heavy scrutiny. This is a 3 seed. There's also context important to this because they're the 3 seed, but they are not San Antonio and they are not Oklahoma City. They are 7 games back from the San Antonio Spurs, 10.5 games back from the Oklahoma City Thunder. But you talk about sleepers, and the Lakers might be in this conversation. But here's where I struggle with, or here's the thing I struggle with, when it comes to the Lakers, is it feels like their offensive game can be thrown off pretty quickly. And they might be a good defensive team. They are a good defensive team. That's not debatable. The numbers tell us that they are. When we're talking about being one of the final 2 teams in the conference, you got San Antonio, you've got Oklahoma City, the 2 best defensive teams in the league. And how does Los Angeles adjust to a series against those 2 basketball teams? How do they adjust when San Antonio decides we're taking Luka completely out of this game? We're going to force LeBron to be LeBron and be great, and Austin Reeves is going to have to have 30. We're not going to lose on a Luka Doncic 40-piece. If we lose on an Austin Reeves, not that we're letting Austin Reeves do anything, not that we're letting LeBron James do anything, but what we're doing is not letting Luka Doncic do something. Luka Doncic is clearly the best offensive player on the Los Angeles Lakers. His numbers say he's the best offensive player, certainly one of the best offensive players in the entire league. So that's the scout. The same is going to be true for the Oklahoma City Thunder as well. And I think there are a lot of people who might have put the Denver Nuggets in this conversation had they not seen the game last night. If I had asked this question about championship contenders yesterday, I think a lot of people would have been like, Denver. It's tough when you see them lose to Memphis. Now, this isn't a one-game reaction thing. It's like totality. Denver's good. But are they better than Can Denver be one of the final two teams in the Western Conference? I would tend to lean more that the Los Angeles Lakers could be rather than the Denver Nuggets. And would anyone, again, looking at these defensive, would anyone put Miami in this conversation? Knowing, like, Detroit, very good defensive team. Detroit going through an adjustment period here without Cade Cunningham. Are we higher on New York? Toronto's been a pretty solid defensive team. What about them? Who do we really want to lean on in the Eastern Conference to be a sleeper? I don't even think New York would be a sleeper considering they were the talking point headed into the season. Man, I'm going to lock into that Miami Los Angeles game today. Actually, that game might be starting here any minute. Might be on. I don't know if they have 7:30 starts out there. Oh, no, that's a 5 o'clock start. Yeah, we tapping into that one. And we're going to tap in with our man Connor Sutton. Connor's everywhere, but he's with the Sac Republic right now, and they're off to a great start this season. We'll talk about what's been going on at Heart Health Park when our man Connor Sutton joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Is LeBron? Oh. 1 game shy of tying the all-time record. Oh, he just keeps breaking records. I need a better multi-view. This multi-view I got on here is trash. Oh, come on, man. Orlando and Charlotte. I kind of want to peek in on that. And hang on, Connor. I got to find a good multi-view here. Hang on. Why they got man, YouTube need to be better. I'm always going to find something to complain about with YouTube. Hang on, Connor. I'll be right there, dog. Be right there. Gotta get my. There we go. Man, they got multi-views where I can watch Fox News with these tournament games, but I can't watch these tournament games with the Orlando with the NBA game that's on. I'll put this one on. Wow, why does YouTube make this so difficult? Connor, what's up, buddy?
What's happening? How are you?
I'm excellent, my friend. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay. All right. We're excited to get out there this weekend, man. Really, really excited.
I know. I'm excited. It's going to be nice weather.
Yeah, that's going to be good. None of the girls have ever been to the park before. They've never been to a Sac Republic game, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Amazing. Do you know about? I don't know how old they are. I think they're probably old enough. We do a halftime run with kids where they get to run across the field at halftime. It's pretty fun. So you got to get them involved in that.
Oh, they'll love that. Yeah, the two little ones will love that. Especially the 5-year-old. A chance to just run for no reason. She'll be all about it.
Yep.
All
for sure.
about it. Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun, man. How's your day going? We got about About a minute and a half before we're back.
My day's good, man. Hey, so Kenny's off. What's going on?
Kenny's been working in the morning the last couple weeks because Kyle went to Japan for a few weeks.
That's right.
Yeah. So Casey's been in the morning, and I've just kind of been hanging here. So we're back to normal on Monday, though.
Got it. Okay, that's where I was getting to. I was curious when it was back.
Yeah, back on Monday.
Good. March Madness, what starts today? In Sac tomorrow.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, it was. It's not in Sacramento till next week.
Next week, thank you.
Yeah, because it's the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. So that'll start next Thursday, next Friday, I think. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Yeah, and that's super exciting. Super exciting.
So when we hosted the opening rounds for the first few times, I have many stories from that, but I volunteered. I was in college. I volunteered at those, and it was Danny Hurley was the coach at Rhode Island. Let me know when we're coming back. I can stop telling the story.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Hurley was a coach at Rhode Island. Lamar Odom had just had his situation, if you remember, and it was like the first time he is out publicly, and he was there because he went to Rhode Island. So saw that. Lonzo Ball was playing for UCLA. The Cincinnati Bearcats coach, can't remember his name, short guy, bald guy. He was coaching for Cincinnati, and it's pretty wild to see like where all those coaches, players are now.
Back. Yeah, we're coming back. I was able to grab one friend to join me here for the day, and that is my man Connor Sutton, Sac Republic, Sac State. Anything going on in sports in Sacramento, Connor's going to be a part of it. And it was an interesting night at Heart Health Park last night, but don't let that take away from the fact the Republic are off to a fantastic start. 3 wins, a draw. We even got the tournament within the tournament that I always talk about with you. We got a U.S. Open Cup win last night. Tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm new to this, and I'm trying to be a bigger Republic fan this year. Connor, feels like we're off to a great start.
We're off to a great start. No, you're right. And listen, we can do some soccer 101 about the tournaments. Basically, the Open Cup is, remember a couple of years ago we waited all the way to the final. This was the first round of that. So we got the win last night. But yeah, team's off to a good start. Opening night, got a nice 2-0 victory. Got a draw last Saturday on the road in Lexington. So off to a good start. Players are playing really well, and it's exciting to see. What's funny, D'Lo, we've always had in the striker position, in the forward position, guys a little smaller with a little more speed. And one of the changes that we've noticed early on in the season with new players coming in, Mael Malongo, Forrester Ajago scored twice last night. Physical. They are big, fast, and physical. And that's been the biggest difference so far in this early season. It's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past as a Republic fan. It's been really fun to watch. Those guys are electric when they get the ball at their feet.
Yeah, and it feels like with the exception, obviously, it was a 0-0 draw on the road. This team seems to kind of find their footing a little bit as the game goes along, get into the second half, and all of a sudden that ball's hitting the net a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's because there's a lot of new guys, so it's taking a little bit longer for things to kind of click, and they're settling into the game. If I get a little bit of X's and O's with you from this year compared to last year, the team is just taking more of an attacking basis just in general. Previously, we've played with 3 center backs in the back and then 2 wing backs. Now we're playing with just 2 center backs and a right and left back. So basically 4 defenders versus 5. And what that has done is allowed the midfield to create more and get out wider more. So I think that's the biggest thing we've noticed is, especially at home, head coach Neil Collins has said we need to score more goals at home in front of our fans. And that is one of the big steps we've seen so far is that formation change. I'm trying to think of a good example. I guess you could compare it a little bit to football in changing formations and how much of an importance that makes. It changes things slightly, but can make a big difference. We've been so good defensively for many years. So the thought process, I think, there is you know what? We're so good defensively. Our center backs and defenders are the best in the league. We have Danny Vitiello, the best goalkeeper in the league. Let's maybe pull one of those guys back and let's try to get forward a little bit more.
And how is this? Because the Republic have only given up 2 goals on the season. How is this, that formation you're talking about, affecting what they're doing on the defensive end?
Yeah, no, it hasn't affected too much. I would say it's been really good. The 2 goals you're talking about are actually from the preseason game. So far since the season has actually started, we haven't allowed any goals. So it's been a really good start. No goals last night, no goals Saturday on the 0-0 draw. And then this past weekend on March 7th, we won 2-0. So far it's been really good. I will say last night we played a little more defensively to start the game. And then as substitutions came in, we kind of changed that formation to be a little more attacking focused heading into the second half. So you know what it does is it really gives us multi dimensions in our attack. There were times last year when you have, I mentioned those 3 center backs. You use those wing backs, the left and right wing back. They get up and down the flanks of the field. We were whipping in a lot of crosses, and really that was kind of the priority of how we were trying to attack is, sending a cross in, trying to get ahead on it. Versus now we're playing much more through the middle of the park, which makes there's many different options. And so I think that's what's been exciting for fans early on is seeing kind of the change in the attack we've seen early on in this season. And like you said, it hasn't impacted anything defensively so far. It's early in the season, but I'm excited. It's been a really, really good start.
Well, you said it hasn't impacted anything defensively. I was actually wondering if it had a positive impact on the defensive end. But that kind of contrasts with what you just said about the plan to attack. I don't know. Maybe what's happening on the defensive end is an unintended byproduct, but you just mentioned they hadn't given up any goals so far this season, including in the Cup game last night. So that's a plus.
Yeah, I think what it is too is we have so many good midfielders this year. I mentioned we were on last time. We have Memo Rodriguez, who has played, I think, over 200 appearances in MLS. Mark Anthony Kaye, who played in the World Cup for Canada in 2022, also played in the MLS for many years, and more guys than that. Our midfield is so good. They keep possession longer. So our possession stats have been higher so far this year, which means less chance for the opposing team to get on the ball. And I would say the spot that will be interesting to see is when teams counterattack us. When we have guys forward, they get the ball and start heading in the other direction. Just by a byproduct of having fewer defenders, you have fewer guys back. So how we're able to balance that throughout the year, I'm sure that's where teams are going to try to exploit us versus years past. There has been a couple of those instances, and so far, because we have such good defenders who are really good in one-on-one situations, that's been the difference so far.
And it is jumping. I think 3 of the 4 games have been at Hart Health Park, and it is jumping at the park right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. We're back home again on Saturday. It's crazy. We just played last night, back home Saturday. It is jumping. We had a great energy on opening night, and we expect that to be the same against Monterey Bay this Saturday. Can I introduce you something that's a little soccery that I think you might enjoy, D'Lo?
I'm all in, man. I'm Mr. Soccer this year, so I'm all in.
Oh, let's go. Let me change your Twitter handle. It's called the Hella Cup, and what this is just in league play. Okay, so don't get distracted by the other tournaments. It's between us, Oakland, and Monterey Bay.
Okay.
So only games between those 2 teams. It's among the supporters groups, and basically whoever wins the most games amongst those 3 teams gets the Hella Cup. This last year was the first year of that cup. Sacramento won the Hella Cup. So this is the first match of the Hella Cup this upcoming Saturday. So a little extra to play for. And what will happen is when the team wins, whoever wins that year, that supporters group gets to own that trophy for the next year. So it's a cool little tradition that has just started. And when you got some division rivalries, it's good to add a little actual hardware into the mix, which is exciting. So it's the first opportunity for that to be on the line this Saturday.
The Hella Cup is fantastic.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I should have brought it. I got it. It's we have it here in the office. We won it last year. I should have put it behind me.
Oh, I definitely need to see the. So does it come out like so this is a this is a Hella Cup game on Saturday. Does the trophy come out? Like obviously no one can win it, but is the trophy like, hey, this is what they're playing for, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. No, the trophy will be displayed in front of our supporters
there we
section,
go.
Tower Bridge Battalion. Yeah,
There
it's
we
cool.
go. I'm gonna have to get some pictures with the Helicup for this weekend because I told Connor two things. One, we always say, "Oh, you got to come on more." We're making an effort. Like Connor's going to be a part of this show more, both for the Republic and the Sac State Hornets, and I'm going to be Mr. Soccer. Now, Premier League, Champions League, that's like advanced course for me. I don't quite understand that stuff, but I'll start with U.S. Open Cups, Helicups, and then what the Republic are doing here in the regular season.
What about World Cup? We got World Cup this year. It's a great time to be Mr. Soccer.
Yeah. No, I'm down. Yeah. I'm down for the World Cup. Look, World Cup's easy to understand. It's like this is where you lose me is all right, this is going to sound weird. The cups within the cups, like the tournaments within the seasons, like that's where I tend to get a little lost.
Fair. Okay, so I'll break it down super simple. I'll try. This is something I struggle with, is to explain things simply. The Open Cup is it's a tournament. One of the things that's so cool about it, it's happening on basically Wednesdays throughout the season. We block out those dates. We can't play a league match in those windows. It starts with amateur teams, then the USL teams come in, and then MLS teams come in later and later rounds. So it continues slowly throughout the season. So that's the US Open Cup. Completely separate from league. Those points don't matter at all in league play. Then we have, last year it was the Jägermeister Cup. Great name. Unfortunately, not the name anymore. It's the Brinks Tires Cup. That is only amongst USL championship teams. I saw your reaction. I completely agree.
That cup costs money right there, boy.
It's a little, we could talk about it offline.
I got you.
It's it's in with USL championship teams and USL League One teams. That is functionally the in-season tournament for the NBA. You play 4 group stage games, and then if you are one of the top 2 teams in your group, then you go into knockout rounds, where US Open Cup is knockout rounds every round.
Okay. All right, I got that.
Yeah.
I got that. I've had people see that all makes sense to me. I've had people try to explain Premier League and Champions League to them, and I eventually, as they're talking, I tune them out. I was like, all right, you've lost me. Everything you just said, and that didn't even factor in the Helicup. The Helicup to me is the most exciting thing that we got going on right now. Like that's the one. Like I know all of that stuff. There's probably money tied to all of the other ones. This is the one I want. I want bragging rights forever.
There you go. There you go.
The Helicup, you gotta have the bragging rights forever. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for carving out some time. What's there's a Funko Pop right behind you. Who is that?
We got a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure who this. Oh, it's from Ted Lasso. I think it's Mr. Beard.
Oh, okay. I kept looking at that like I know I'm not the biggest Republic expert. Like, what is that? Oh, Ted Lasso. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And then we got Danny Vitiello bobblehead. Not bad. We got some props.
Yeah, no, it's good. You got to prop up the live stream. You got the little plant behind you. Like it's a good look, man. It works.
Just full disclosure, I did not design this. We have much smarter, better, and cooler people design it behind me. So I just get to use it.
I wish I could say the same about my background but unfortunately the person who designed it was like, let's make it look like an insane asylum and throw our on-air personalities in here to do video streams. Let's do that.
At least your head most of the time blocks out Kenny. So that's a good sign.
There you go. Connor, I appreciate you. Can't wait to get to the park on Saturday. Really excited to see the Republic in person for the first time this season.
All right, man. We'll see you. Thanks so much.
All right. You got it, my friend. Connor Sutton right there. Sac Republic. Again, the Republic off to a fantastic season. Some ugly work in the near the end of last night's game. Connor had shot me a text like, hey, I'm assuming you saw what happened last night. Can we just kind of leave that out of the conversation? I was like, yeah, like, of course, don't want to put anybody in a bad spot. Sean Cunningham has a great view of what went on last night. Come on now. That's awful business. You can check it. I think I retweeted it. If I didn't, man, Sean Cunningham has it, because Sean Cunningham is in fact everywhere. I don't know how he does it, but he is in fact everywhere. He'll be at the Golden One Center tonight for sure. I want to talk about that game coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We'll count down to Kings basketball getting underway. Actually, no, we won't. Nobody wants to count down to that, but we'll talk about Kings basketball. Shout out to the homie Warren. I mentioned I was struggling getting the Orlando game, the Orlando Charlotte game on with the tournament. Shout out to Warren. He said, like, I've got it on my screen, the North Carolina and another one. I was able to click on I went full screen for Orlando and Charlotte, then went to the bottom, and then was able to add multi-view from there. And I've got Michigan and Howard on up here, as well as it looks like Texas BYU. And I think the game at the top is the North Carolina game. So I say that like I'm going to be able to sit here and watch. I'm not, but every once in a while I can glance over and see what's going on. So shout out to Warren for helping me through my technical issues, as I forgot my iPad and I'm trying to watch everything that's going on here. And what is one of the most exciting days in basketball, and certainly tomorrow will fit into that category as well. The women's tournament will get underway. I think Duke has a real early game tomorrow, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock. And hopefully we can very quickly Friday and Sunday get those 64 to 32 games out of the way. And then the big dogs will come through. They'll be at the Golden One Center. And one thing about the upsets happen in the women's tournament, going to knock on wood, knock on this desk, knock on this computer. There often aren't any like massive upsets, especially when you're talking like 64. You definitely get upsets in 32 and then, 16-8. It gets a little bit more difficult to call those, upsets. Certainly gets them difficult to call them big upsets. But, unless something crazy happens, South Carolina is going to be here. Unless something crazy happens, UCLA is going to be here. LSU is going to be here. I'm going to stop short there because I don't want any bad mojo to fall back on me. But there are some good basketball teams that should be at the Golden One Center next week. Just said it's Connor. I think it's next Friday. Tournament gets underway, or the Sweet 16 gets underway on Friday and Saturday. Then we'll go to the Elite Eight on Sunday and Monday. I think Kings fans are locked in to this March Madness tournament unlike ever before. By the way, Connor is my only friend, as we have established here today. I have no other friends other than Connor Sutton, who was kind enough to join me. So the phone lines are open for you the rest of the day. It's also the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen text line, 916-909-1320. If you want to hang out and you want to talk here. But with March Madness underway, I think Kings fans are locked into this tournament in a way like maybe they never have before. And, I mentioned this earlier. I think TC called right on cue. Said, hey, man, the tournament is here. We're going to watch some of these big dogs. We're going to just stock up, stock down. And I gave you all the homework assignment a little over an hour ago, about an hour and 15 minutes ago. And I asked you, and this homework assignment can be a last-minute project for those that are just tapping in as well. Can you think of someone who has greatly increased their draft stock by a performance in the NCAA tournament? And I'll go a step further because I could think of a few players who increased their draft stock, like Steph Curry is one that immediately comes to mind. Carmelo Anthony, I think, is another one, despite the fact that Anthony was absolutely incredible through that entire freshman year at Syracuse. But I'm going to take it a small step further. Maybe I'm moving the goalpost a little bit. I'll ask you, has an NCAA tournament ever decided a number one overall pick? Did Greg Oden's NCAA tournament put him over Kevin Durant, who had a phenomenal freshman season? I don't think so. What about Kyrie? Kyrie played 11 games. Anthony Davis? Anthony Davis was the number one overall pick before the season started. Same with Cooper Flagg. DeAndre Ayton, I have maintained to this day, I do not understand why DeAndre Ayton was the resounding number one overall pick in the draft. tournament goes, he lost the first day.
They lost to Buffalo, didn't they?
The first day. It was over. Zion? No. Did Markelle Fultz even make the tournament?
No.
Did Ben Simmons make the tournament?
Don't believe he did either.
I don't think he did. Who was the last number 1 overall pick that was like that because of the NCAA tournament? I don't think you can think of one. There wasn't one. And so, like, I know everybody is excited for the tournament. Like, that's great. I know everybody is excited for these 2 days of basketball, for really the next 4 days of basketball, and as the tournament, unfolds. I know everybody is locked in. Kings fans, we're watching this. We're watching Kingston Flemings. We're watching Acuff Jr. We're watching Domantas, Darren Peterson, Koa-Pete. Name a player that you fixated on. We're locked in. Got it. But the idea that this tournament is going to somehow change, like, our thinking on someone. Now, again, you can move up, but is something going to happen that's going to change? We'll say Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonsta being the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Now, here's what I think could happen with those two in particular, because I think there's already, as we have outlined pretty extensively today, there's a conversation about Darren Peterson that seems to actually have nothing to do with basketball. But the conversation is being had, and it has been being had. If Darren Peterson has a tournament to remember, a Steph Curry, Carmelo Anthony-like tournament, it could finally shut that stuff up. And the guy who was the presumptive number 1 overall pick before the season even started, once again, becomes the number 1 overall pick as the season comes to a conclusion. In just the same, if Darren Peterson has a fine tournament, plays in all of the games, nothing to add to the narrative, but does Darren Peterson have a solid tournament, but AJ DeBonsta goes crazy? Can I also say, I have no idea how to say AJ's last name. I have heard it pronounced just today 4 different ways.
I've been going to Bonsta.
And that's what I always thought it was. I think the person I heard say it different was Seth Greenberg. I was like, wait a minute, this is Seth Greenberg's job. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? But Seth is a bit quirky, so maybe he's...
You kind of play those things by ear. Like Christian Brown and on the Nuggets, his last name, brother, your last name is Braun. That's how it's spelled. Say Braun, but they say Brown. So it's like, you play it by ear, I guess.
Well, that's just the spelling that's confusing.
Even still, it's like, no, your name is Christian Braun, pal.
But what if AJ has a crazy tournament and Darren Peterson is fine? AJ has that big tournament. Maybe that's the situation where AJ DeBonsta is like, no, this is the guy. You can't pass on him. Look at, I mean, in part of the big tournament isn't just the big scoring outputs or their, double doubles or highlight dunks. It's like, they wouldn't have won that game in the Elite 8. They wouldn't have won that game in the Sweet 16 if it wasn't for AJ did. And I'm not saying these guys have to win the NCAA championship or even get to the Final Four. The pressure rises, though, the further you go along in the tournament, you're able to pull out some of those games. Does it add anything? I think for those two players, it can. Now, maybe there's some shuffling the rest of the way. Because, like, I see Kieran's asking, did D. Wade's Marquette run help him at all? Absolutely. I believe it did. Can't remember what his draft stock was heading into the tournament, though. But I remember there was a lot of talk about Dwayne Wade coming out of that tournament. And so once you get away from the Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsta conversation, and I believe those two guys can kind of fight it out, I guess, so to speak. It'll also be interesting once basketball is done, what the conversation around once basketball is over and there's no conversation to be had about cramping, there's no conversation to be had about anything other than just your opinions on the player as a whole. It'll be interesting to see once we're further away from that what the conversation around Darren Peterson centers on. Also, who's going to be the last man standing out of those two? And does that help their draft stock at all? Because I still think that's 1 and 2. As much as people are trying to work Darren Peterson out of that conversation, I still think it's 1 and 2. I don't know who number 1 is, and I don't know who number 2 is, but I think it is those two players. And I think the Westfield Galleria at Roseville is once again giving fans a chance to win instantly. You can scan the QR code on their ad at the Golden One Center to play the instant win game with prizes from top retailers, and that is tonight as the Sacramento Kings take on Philadelphia. Every player is entered to win a $250 gift card as the Westfield Galleria at Roseville is awarding 25 winners to celebrate their 25th anniversary. And don't miss the hot shot activation on court. Take a shot, hit the target, and win even bigger. Scan, play, win with the Westfield Galleria at Roseville inside the Golden One Center tonight at the Kings game, which we'll talk about next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm not going nowhere, y'all. Not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. For the Win has an article quoting Derek Queen and Nick Clifford from last year's tournament. I love Derek Queen, man. Yeah, so that's probably a good point, CJ. It's a good point. Securing it probably does help a lot with or maybe not a lot, but it probably does help with the other lottery picks. Hopefully the Kings aren't another lottery pick. Hopefully they're drafting somewhere near the top. I got you written in a little bit to this segment, Jesse. Okay. Didn't know if you saw that. Man, Hornets running on Orlando right now. Oh, we got an eject. Uh-oh. Coach got tossed. Oh, he's fuming. Uh-oh. I love that dude, man. He looks like he constantly wants to fight. I would not cross Jamal Mosley at all. He looks like he is in a perpetual state of being pissed off. Team down 17. I guess I would be too. Where are we at? Lakers. Close all these Lakers tabs I have open. What was I looking for? Where's my tournament scoreboard? Come on now. Where is my tournament scoreboard? There we go. We were talking, about draft status and stock up, stock down. AJ DeBonsta, 10 points in this one. Texas, though, up 7 on BYU right now, 28-21. And this is the point we were attempting to make, or I was attempting to make a moment ago, is if AJ DeBonsta is eliminated, is everybody out? Or I'm sorry, that's unfair. If BYU is eliminated, is everybody out on AJ DeBonsta? Oh, you can't get eliminated. No, no one's out. Literally just pointed out DeAndre Ayton, who feels like he had a fraction of the season at Arizona that AJ DeBonsta had this year at BYU. I'm not saying the NCAA tournament doesn't matter. I'm just saying I think some of the narrative about how there's so many great players in this draft. We could see a lot of movement in who people like based on what happens over the course of the next few weeks, and I just don't think that's true. And as we were talking about during the commercial break, yeah, like you could potentially see some movement like in the lottery, but it's not like drastic like jumps. Like, no, all of a sudden Duke wins the NCAA tournament. Cam Boozer is phenomenal. He gets the Final Four most valuable player, and all of a sudden Cam Boozer's going number 1. Like, Cam Boozer's probably the national player of the year. And from an NBA draft perspective, he's been picked apart as if he's like terrible. Not terrible. I'm doing too much with that, but he's been picked apart a lot. He's not super athletic. He couldn't jump over a phone book. He's just not what you would expect. He had 22 and 13 today. He had 22 and 13 today. That's been his season. I don't know, but I guess that's the one we'll keep our eye on right now, because North Carolina, 6th seed North Carolina, they're up 15. That's a little bit different now. At least it feels a little bit different with Caleb Williams not playing. Caleb Wilson, excuse me. Michigan is up 7 on Howard right now, 40-33. But the one we'll keep our eye on, Texas, they're up on BYU right now. Early-ish in the game, 30 to 23 right now. AJ got 12 of the 23 for BYU. Interesting game at the Golden One Center tonight. Interesting in the sense of Philadelphia feels like they're a team in transition, but they're not. They're actually really good. Well, okay. They're actually good. They're right now in the 9th seed, but they're like a game and a half out of the 6th seed and 2 games out of the 5th seed. And this is a team that is currently playing without Paul George, who is still serving a suspension. This is a team currently playing without Tyrese Maxey, who is 2 weeks into a 4-week injury. And then Joel's always a bit of a question mark from what Keith Pompey said on the Locked On Sixers podcast. Joel is here. He's on the road trip. Like, he is here in Sacramento. So there was a thought that maybe somewhere on this road trip he was going to, in fact, return. He's not going to return tonight against Sacramento. He's already been ruled out, as has Nick Clifford for the Sacramento Kings. Malik Monk, he's off the injury report, and he's available for the Sacramento Kings to play tonight. So you have those, those three guys. In Philadelphia's case, those are the three guys out. And they one thing that they have done is looking at like what Philadelphia has gotten done, like, because we mentioned earlier, Joel has missed the last 10 games. He's missed 15 of the last 17. And part of the reason that the Philadelphia 76ers are in this position, meaning a 37-32 record, if you recall, they were awful to start the season. Just absolutely awful. And then Joel returned. And I don't mean just played basketball. I mean, that dude was back. There was a 27-game stretch where Joel Embiid was once again one of the best players in the league. I mean, he was averaging, I think, like 28 and some change over that 27-game stretch. Like, that's a big sample size. That's not like the Lakers, where we're dumbing down their defensive sample size, or that's not like Luka Doncic, where we're talking about, 39 over the last 7. No, we're talking about a 27-game stretch where I said it, Joel is back. Like, that dude, Joel Embiid, is back. But then he did the Joel Embiid thing where he went from being back to being gone. Out of the lineup again. And it feels like I guess from an outsider's perspective, from a Kings fan's perspective, or a non-76ers fan perspective, it feels like that the 76ers have fallen apart. They very much haven't. Again, a game of some change at a fifth. But one thing that this team has done, and I think it was Sakirin who just put the stat. I put the betting line up. It was 2.5. You got 2.5. Philly's got 2.5 today. The 76ers, they'll beat a bad basketball team. Now, I want to give them like they beat Minnesota, they beat Miami, during this stretch of basketball without Joel Embiid. But even in the stretch without Joel, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey, they have beaten the Nets. They've beaten the Grizzlies. They've beaten the Pacers. They've beaten the Jazz. They've beaten the bad basketball teams. The Sacramento Kings are in that category. They're not in the category of the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Miami Heat. They're in the category of those bad teams that they've beaten. In fact, let's look at this stretch here and see who has beaten the Philadelphia 76ers. Let's see. They lost to the Nuggets, good basketball team. They lost to the Pistons, good basketball team. Cavs, Hawks, that's who they've lost to. Spurs, Celtics, that's who they've lost to. Heat. No, sorry, they beat the Heat. Celtics, Spurs. Okay, here's one. They lost to the Pelicans. There's one. There's a bad team that they did not beat. That was at the tail end of a 4-game losing streak. They lost to the Pelicans. But that's 15 games ago. They don't have a lot of what I think you would constitute as bad losses. Of course, the last time they played the Sacramento Kings, they only won that game by 2. Spurs are, the 76ers are an interesting team. They'll be an interesting watch because so Paul George is expected to return because, he's suspended. He's not hurt. He can return. It's clear based on him being on the road trip, Joel Embiid is expected to return. Now, what happens next for Joel Embiid is always going to be the question. And then Tyrese Maxey is expected to return maybe right at the end of the regular season, but in time for the playoffs. But will the playoffs be the play-in? And if you're Philadelphia and you're that guy who runs that organization, do you take the chance that I have suggested that the Golden State Warriors do? You're in the play-in? Fam, lose that play-in game and just try your luck in the lottery. Because right now they are 9th. They've got Charlotte. They beat Charlotte. They're playing Detroit. Now, you might feel a certain way if Joel is available, Paul George is available, Tyrese Maxey is available, and you're playing the Detroit Pistons, who, like, I don't know what the Cade Cunningham situation now is a bit, like, sketchy, because let's go. So we established CJ McCollum. I'm just using the CJ McCollum barometer. CJ McCollum has, and it's incredible that he has suffered this twice, a collapse lung twice in the NBA, once in 2021, once in 2023. One time he was out 3 weeks, one time he was out 6 weeks. So I don't know, like, how to measure this, but if we just use that as like the 3 to 6 week window for Cade Cunningham, the 6th week would be around the start of the first round of the playoffs. In fact, I think the first round of the playoffs would be underway at that point. So we'll go 5 and say he's back at the start. Like, he's just fine. Like, his lung was collapsed. So he's just good. Like, basketball is literally interval training.
I don't imagine you go to the doctor and he's like, oh, yeah, your collapsed lung is healed and now you can breathe perfect again. And
yeah, in 5 weeks.
Go through all this basketball stuff.
Not only you can breathe perfect again, but no, go do the most intense interval training that any, sport offers. Go do
the most intense part of this league season right now.
Yeah, go do that. Maybe Philadelphia looks at this like, we could get that. And now you're starting to talk about getting into the second round of the playoffs. Now you're talking about, building your. Now you're talking about, we can get anyone at this point. Philadelphia, it's an interesting spot. Philadelphia is in, but again, they might not be in the play-in. They could be in the playoffs. Orlando, shout out to the Charlotte Hornets. Orlando's getting their ass kicked right now. And Orlando, if this holds, we're nearing the end of the first half. It's 69-51. Jamal Mosley got pissed off at everybody. He's already been thrown out. This is going to shift some things. This could conceivably drop Orlando all the way down to 8th. Philly beat Sacramento tonight. Orlando, Miami, Atlanta, and Philadelphia all have 38 wins. Miami is playing Los Angeles on the second night, LA being on the second night of a back-to-back, the Lakers. They get that 39th win, all of a sudden they're up there at the 6th spot. Orlando's back. Then you've got a pretty intense fight between Philadelphia, Atlanta, Miami, and Orlando and Toronto, for that matter, for the 5, 6, and then of course the 7, 8, 9 are all in question. Plus this win for Charlotte. This puts them at 36 wins and would get them, within a couple of games of this pack that could see a lot of adjustment here in the, final stretch of the season. I would have loved for Joel to be back because I would have loved to have seen Maxime Renaud against Joel Embiid. When I heard Keith Pompey say that Joel was on the trip, I was like, oh, come on, man. Even if it's for 20 minutes, 18 minutes, let me see it. And like Max has held his, like he's been with Wemby, Jokic, like he's guarded the big dogs in this league. I would have loved to have seen that match begin against Joel Embiid. And these two teams, Philadelphia and Sacramento, there's a lot of focus on the center position. Joel Embiid, his availability, or perhaps inavailability. And then his contract, of course, which runs through 2029 and is worth, roughly projected numbers of like 58 mil, 68, and a player option in the final year for 67 million. And then in Sacramento, long term, or maybe not, you have Domantas Sabonis, whose contract is not that or anything close to it, but his contract is a hang-up for a lot of people. Then you've got the emergence of Maxime Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell. And Jesse made sure to put a note in the rundown that he is completely out on the idea of Domas back on this team. So for those who weren't with us yesterday, James Ham and I had a lengthy back and forth in which we both, and I'm not saying I want Domantas Sabonis back on this team. I'm saying I've settled into the idea of Domantas Sabonis might be back. And I'm not certain it can't work. And Jesse, in the most polite way, told me to take that take and go directly to hell with it.
If Domas is going to be here for the next couple of years because you don't want to take a bad deal, then you let him go at the end of his contract, sure, let's do that. But as far as Domantas Sabonis being any part of what the Kings got going, like just building forward and things like that, yeah, I'm completely out.
Tell me why you're completely out.
Because he's $45 million a year player, and that contract is always going to it's always going to make him the second best player on the team, whether he should be or not. Like, because he's that's the money. It's the money he's playing. I'm not going to say he's overpaid or not. But point being, it's tough to build off of contracts like that. So you got Domas is 45, and then you had someone else, a player better than him. That's fine. But we're again just running it back to what it was before. He's nobody's second best player on the team. I'm sorry, he's not. The 19 points, 13 rebounds, whatever assists you want to call it, that's great. But when it comes down to it, in the playoffs and Kevin Huerter's not knocking down his threes and nobody's shooting the ball well, and I need my second best player to step up and he's getting locked down by Kevon Looney, like that's not going to work. And then we get to the play-in and he's not doing a thing against the Mavericks, that's not going to work. When you need him to do second best player things, it's just he's not that kind of guy. And I think we've seen it already before. I don't want to run the offense through him or anything like that. Like, that's great. They had a great offense beam team one year. There's been 8-9 better offenses since then. Like, the league is caught up. It's not special. I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Like, he took him to a playoff season in Sacramento. That's notable. The rest of the NBA that year is just pretty normal. So as far as everything we've seen, I think I've seen enough. If he's here the next couple of seasons, fine. But if you're able to get a first-round pick for Domas, I'm doing that.
Okay. You said if I get a first-round pick for Domantas Sabonis, I'm doing that. Me too. 100%. I think with Zach LaVine, you do everything you can to move off of that contract, just not have him in a Kings uniform next year. Whatever you got to do, to a limit, give up, draft capital and all that, but you move on from Zach LaVine. I don't feel that way about Domantas Sabonis. I don't feel like you have to move on from Domantas Sabonis. But you said if that first round pick comes around, I started to feel like Domantas Sabonis like Max Crosby. And that's how I feel. This is how I feel about Max Crosby right now. If the deal is right, move him. The Baltimore Ravens set the blueprint for that deal. That was a fantastic deal. I don't know that they're going to get that again, so I don't know that you necessarily have to move him. If you get the right deal for Domantas Sabonis, a right deal including a first-round pick, absolutely. I'd do it right now. I would do the trade. But I'm not taking a deal that I look at and go, yeah, this doesn't do anything for me, just because I feel like Domantas Sabonis has to be out of here.
No, yeah, I don't think he has to be out. Like, yeah, you take a first round pick. He's not Zach LaVine, but also I'm just not going to buy into the whole, oh, maybe he can be part of what the Kings are building going forward. It's like, nah, play out the rest of your contract, and I think you go your separate ways.
Yeah, okay, so I guess I'm not looking at, I guess there's multiple discussions here. I didn't have a thought of Domantas Sabonis playing here for the next 6 or 7 years. It was more of the idea that, you've got to move off these contracts. You got to move this player gone, get this player out of here, get this player out of here. And it always started with Zach LaVine. Then it went to DeMar DeRozan. And then, for some people that went to Domantas Sabonis after that. I just don't feel that way about Domantas Sabonis. Now, again, I'm with you. I don't think you have to re-sign him. Like, I don't think you have to have a discussion about him being here, for the long term. But if he is here with this group, especially, and this is the part, I think this is the part that I keep getting hung up on. If you're able to get one of these really high-end point guards, whether it's Darren Peterson or it's Darius Acuff Jr., if you're able to get, one of these multi-level point guards, how much better does that make Domantas Sabonis? Sorry, let me try that again. How much better does it make Domantas Sabonis in this offense? How much better does it make, Keegan Murray in playing with Domantas Sabonis? How much better does it make, the Neeks and the Max I'm kind of going to leave Dylan out of this because we're talking about offense and that's not really his thing. But maybe with the right point guard, Dylan all of a sudden becomes a 10-7 guy every time he steps on the floor, and who wouldn't take that? But I think to Jesse's point, a lot of people are out on that type of center that Domantas Sabonis is. And it's the center that, he's not really a rim protector. He's not the best defender. Okay, he gets you 19 points in some situations. He'll rebound the hell out of the ball. Yeah, but what is that really going to amount to?
If he made less money and could be the third best player on my team, sure, we can talk about that. But as far as being a focal point, I'm out. I feel like we've seen what that looks like.
Oh, man. Perfect phrasing. Focal point. That's where I think there's a bit of a hang-up with Domantas Sabonis. Not in terms of fans' feelings about him, media's feelings about him, but I think that's an actual hang-up for Domantas Sabonis. Domas, I believe, wants to be the focal point. And I'm 100% with you in that that's going to get us nowhere. That's going to get this franchise nowhere. But at the same time, I just don't think Domantas Sabonis is a bad basketball player. He's a good basketball player, maybe to Jesse's point. And this is where the Zach LaVine comp comes into play, because Zach LaVine isn't a bad basketball player, but he's not a basketball player you want to pay $48 million to.
Nobody's saying Domas is bad. That's not the conversation.
No, I got
but
you.
All things considered, yeah.
It's the $40 million that makes it bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Domantas Sabonis made $20 million, it'd be no conversation. It'd be fine. But we look at salary hierarchy as the ranking of best players on a team. And whether that, this whole thing has to be shuffled from where it was, 3 years ago, where, you have De'Aaron Fox, you have Domantas Sabonis, you have Keegan Murray, for that stretch, you had Malik Monk, Harrison Barnes could, do some things for you at some times. I don't know next year who the best player on this basketball team is going to be. But if Domantas Sabonis is in uniform, it's probably him. And whoever the Sacramento Kings wind up drafting, they're going to have to establish themselves as the best player on the team. And, of course, I'm working under the assumption. I don't believe DeMar DeRozan is going to be here. Even if Russell Westbrook is back, and I really hope that it is, Russell Westbrook's not going to be the best player on this team. Keegan Murray's not the best player on this team, despite the fact everyone so badly wants him to be. He's not. So if Domantas Sabonis is in uniform, and this actually this might make the discussion even worse. This might make Jesse's argument even stronger. But if Domantas Sabonis is on this basketball team to start the season next year, he's immediately the best player on the team. The rookie will have to prove, where he is. And I don't know. I guess some people will continue to just wait and see what Keegan Murray winds up being. I just looked up at the TV and realized this is Del Curry night.
Yeah.
I
asked Kenny before the jump this morning. I'll ask you: was Del Curry like that when we're retiring his jersey? I'm not trying to hate. I'm not, but we've gotten to the point with the video tributes, and I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
I was surprised by it. I would probably say no, but he might be really important to the organization.
Maybe he is, and good for
good for them.
Good for them. Do what you want.
Like, why didn't you guys do this when the Warriors were here? Like we're in Charlotte. Why didn't you do this when the Warriors were in Charlotte?
Because you want to make it seem like it's for him and not. I'm not going to be disrespectful. If Steph wasn't one of the greatest players, I'm not going to be disrespectful. Shout out Del Curry. Shout out Del Curry.
Wow.
Shout out Del
Man.
Curry. Shout out Del Curry.
Wow.
That's all I'll say.
It is.
I'm not going to hate.
Well, there's Seth. Seth is there. Like, he's there. Like, I don't know, man.
Put his number up in the rafters.
They are. DC 30. Texas is up on BYU right now, 46-37. AJ DeMonsta, 20 of BYU's 37 points, but is the possible number one overall pick in the draft, exiting the tournament a little bit early. We'll keep your eye on that again. 46-37 at halftime. Nothing else major of note. Ooh, Howard. Howard is pulled within 4 at halftime of Michigan. Let's go, Howard. Let's get Michigan out of here. If we want a number one seed to fall today, let's get Michigan out of here just for fun. It's 50-46 at the half. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk Sacramento Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, next time someone's like, yeah, Del Curry was nice, it'll be the first time.
I definitely knew who Del Curry was, but I for sure didn't know he was. Yeah. Good basketball player. Definitely didn't think his number would be retired almost 30 years after he played in Charlotte. But salute. Run on, Scooter. I'll be good, man. Oh, Zabo. Come on, man. It's me and Securin. Me and Securin against the world. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Hey, if you want to throw 11.7, 2.4,
No, he was
1.8,
good.
and 6 man of the year, 93 up in the Raptors, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
Also, Michael, if the barometer is who killed the Kings, we're out of numbers.
PJ Washington, you're next.
Man. I never thought I'd agree with Sean, but you're right. Let's go, Howard. Oh, man. Yeah. Warren, you wild boy. Oh, man. Get this mile-long injury report pulled back up. managed to get a couple of friends for tomorrow. Obviously, Eddie will be with us at 2:30. James will be with us at 3:30, and then Will's going to join us a little later on in the show. I think I'm going to try to get one more. Fridays can drag a little bit. I'm going to try to get one more. I just don't know who, because I sent
Kyle Matson joining us at 5 o'clock.
Oh, man, that's a great call. Hey, why don't you do something, pal? Oh, we should do it at 5:30 just so we can give him a big, F off for the last 30 minutes of the day.
Yeah, Kyle, talk to the people for 30 minutes. Me and Dan are going home.
That's right. We're out of here, pal. Let's make an all-time starting five of Kings killers. C.J. McCollum and Klay Thompson. Caleb Martin, Robert Horry, who's at center? I don't know. Austin Reeves had 50-something this year. I assume we'll leave guys there's probably a couple of, I'm sure we could find some really random ones to put in there. Yeah, we're not ending early today. No. But yeah. Thankfully, I did. That timing actually worked out. It legitimately could not have worked out better. I got there literally, I keep saying the word literally. I got there minutes after the Sky River people did. So it would have been okay to get there at 6:30, but it was much, much better to get there when I did. Nate Burleson dresses fantastic. He's a very good dresser. Probably the best dressed guy on television. G. Brooklyn, that's facts. Okay. I see you. All right. Understood. The one-off team would be crazy. Man, speaking of Sky River Casino, shout out to the amazing team over there. Got an opportunity to have dinner with them yesterday. So many exciting things ahead for Sky River Casino. The parking lot, that new parking structure that many of you've seen driving down 99, that's opening up here in the next couple of weeks. They continue to add restaurants, they continue to add bars. They got this tequila bar in there that is so fire. I wish I could really hang out there more at the tequila bar, but I don't even have a drink and drive, and an Uber ride from Rockland to Elk Grove. I've taken it before. It is a monster, but I would really love to spend more time at that tequila bar. And they just expanded the gaming floor out there, so there's more slot machines, more brand new slot machines. It's just all of that land that you see out there when you're going to Sky River Casino. If you've ever come to one of our events, or you've just ever gone there on your own, it is all theirs. And they're going to keep adding to it and adding to it and adding to it and adding to it. That parking structure is up. The next phase of the plan, I don't know if the next phase of the plan is public, so I'll just keep my mouth shut. But there is a next phase. Then there is a next phase. And when I tell you that the phase is after that, Sky River Casino, man. Partners now for 3 years. Again, shout out to Ronnie and that amazing group. We had a good time. We have our man Bill. He's our sales managers here. He has like icebreakers that he has with account executives or new employees, or just when we're having these get to know you sessions. And this was a really casual just hangout thing where we're just talking, having fun, telling jokes, poking fun at ourselves. And one of the icebreakers is what was your first concert? Do you have any tattoos? What was your first tattoo? What's the meaning behind it? And you get into these conversations and you really start to learn a lot about people. One of the girls, shout out Sonia, her first concert was Lil Wayne. That is just terrific. Ronnie's first concert was the Judds. The Judds. This is just an amazing group of people. Mine, unfortunately, I have a very, very unfortunate first concert. I think I've told this story on this show before. And you can't change it because it's your first concert. It's R. Kelly. It was R. Kelly at Arco Arena. I think it was the Bud Light something, but it was supposed to be R. Kelly, Heavy D, and Aaliyah. They told us Aaliyah was taken off the tour because of the alcohol sponsor. Like, oh, that sucks. How come no one thought of this? We learned later in life that is, in fact, not at all why Aaliyah was taken off of that tour. But, yep, that was my first concert, and can't take that one back.
Yeah, buddy, just tell us about your second concert.
Yeah, not the best, man.
I'd imagine at the dinner party. Yeah, I remember my first concert. Actually, let me talk to you about my second.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. How about I just tell you about the last concert I went to? That was New Edition and Boyz II Men and Tony Braxton. It was fantastic. How about I tell you about the next concert I'm going to? I actually don't know what it is. Like this summer, 2026 is loaded. Like there are so many great shows like Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz. They've expanded that Carter 6 tour. Like The Game is going to be a part of that. That's at the Shoreline Amphitheater. J. Cole's going to be here in August. Like Doja Cat is coming through. I can't remember what month that is. And there's a concert that's getting announced. It was supposed to get announced yesterday. It didn't. It's getting announced next week. So Katrina, if you're listening, it didn't get announced yesterday. It's getting announced next week. And that's going to be the one. It's a massive concert that everybody will talk about when it is announced. It's not Jay-Z. Jay-Z announced those 2 shows at Yankee Stadium in July. And then he's doing the Roots Picnic, and I think that's in May. The Roots Picnic, low-key, was a disaster last year. Or they ran into a lot of issues. They probably thought, we've got to win back everybody's trust. And they brought Hove out for this one. And, of course, the Roots were a part of Jay-Z's Unplugged, which was absolutely legendary. And now you add these 2 shows to Yankee Stadium. I remember when Jay and M performed at Yankee Stadium, and I was like, yo, I want to go to this. I got the go-ahead to get tickets, and I just didn't because I didn't have anybody to go with. And, man, that's a regret because older me, I have no problem going to any show. I have no problem going to anywhere by myself. I won't do it now because obviously I have Katie and we're inseparable, but like there was a stretch like, yeah, I'd absolutely go to. I went and saw Usher in Oakland. I went by myself. I wound up sitting with KC and his crew, but yeah, like I'll get up. I remember one day I was walking Smoothie and Sprout. I was like, yo, Janet Jackson's here tonight. I'm just gonna go. Just bought a ticket. Just went by myself. Now I won't miss Janet. This was years ago. I got that ticket. I got like a 5th row seat. I got a 5th row ticket to see Janet Jackson. Day of, like $200. You can't, and this was probably 16 or 17. You can't go nowhere for a good concert ticket for $200. That ain't happening. That is absolutely not happening anymore. But this summer of concerts is loaded. I'm excited for that. Travis said, my first concert was LL Cool J. Summer Explosion, 1998. I was 12 years old. Okay. I can't remember how old I was when I went to that very unfortunate first concert. I remember the first concert I really actively tried to go to. Oh, there were 2. One was, yo, if you my age and you from Sacramento, you remember them spring jams. New Edition was here. And I begged and begged and begged and begged. And this was probably, so I was probably 9, 10, because this was probably 90. Nope. Then I remember my sister, her best friend, and her brother. We went to Great America, and New Kids on the Block were there. Yo, we going? Nope. We didn't get to go. Only my sister and her friend got to go. Me and her friend's brother, we didn't get to. So my first concert got prolonged and prolonged. See, my first concert could have been New Edition. How great of a story would that have been? Instead,
Better than MP and R. Kelly.
Yeah, I recognize that. Thank you. I recognize that.
Just putting that out there.
Zabo says my first concert was All American Rejects at the State Fair. Kyle says my first concert was Metallica at the Cow Palace.
I was talking to Casey about this the other day. Might have been when we had Chun. No, it was actually this morning, I think. Maybe yesterday. Point being, I think I want to be more of a concert guy, but I don't know if I've got the vibe for concerts. I don't be moving to music or anything like that. More just chill and stuff like that. Maybe I'm just not a concert guy. Like I'm not supposed to be a concert guy.
Like you don't have to dance at a concert. Like
I know, but I'm just gonna be standing there and stuff like that. I guess listen to music. That'd be like what I'm doing.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how much you love music. Like I love music. I love live music.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like live like music that I might not listen to in the car, but if I'm at a show or if I have the ability, like it's one of our, a 98 Rock show, like, hey, can you guys go to this? Yeah, it wouldn't bother me a bit. Like I told Katie, we might go to Aftershock this year. Like Wu-Tang is there, Public Enemy is there. Like we might have to step out and go to Discovery Park there for a little bit. But with the last show I went to, New Edition, Boyz II Men, I sang every damn song they did. But other shows, I'm just kind of like hanging out. Like the Renaissance tour, Beyonce, I just kind of chilled. Like I just enjoyed it. I just love live music. That's all it is. So if you have the idea of, just try it, see if you like it. That's all. Just give it a shot.
50 Cent at the amphitheater was cool the one time I went.
And what'd you do? You just stood there and you just kind of vibed.
Yeah, it's chill.
You can do that. You can do that. Kieran says, I went to Astro World. It was cool. I'm not a big concert guy either, Jesse. Did you go to Astro World here, Kieran, in Sac? Because that setup was crazy. That was one of the most incredible setups I've seen. My first concert, this is from In My Tanking Era, Santana in Nevada. Okay. I've seen Public Enemy. Let's see. G. Brooklyn Foxy says Public Enemy, Heavy D, and the Boys, Kid and Play, Arco Arena, August 25th, 1990. Ooh, that's a good one right there. I don't remember that show at all, but I was 10. So, G. Brooklyn. Mark says, his was New Edition. New Edition and UTFO at the Memorial Auditorium, 1985. Okay, Mark, I see you. Sean talking about the Cow Palace was a vibe. Never went to the Cow Palace, but I went to this one, Warren. Warren says, my first was Ice Cube and E40 in 1995. My brother, I was there, and if memory serves, and you tell me if I'm wrong on this, Warren, wasn't that show the day or very close to, I think it was the day of, but if it wasn't the day of, it was very close to the day of Eazy-E's funeral. I think Eazy had just passed away because I have this vague recollection of Ice Cube saying something before he did his last song, and it was so weird because his last song turned out to be Pop Gun. I was like, okay, that tribute didn't match the song, but I feel like I remember him saying, we buried the homie Eazy-E today, and maybe I'm misremembering it. I'm not sure. Not Warren says, yeah, it was that very day. Okay. Man, William went to the season 1 American Idol tour at Arco Arena. Okay. Zebra says the California Jam. I'm not sure what that is. BK went to see Aerosmith at Arco Arena. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Jay-Z was also at a fit. I was this. So 50 Cent and Jay-Z. That wasn't the Rock the Mic concert, was it? I remember the Rock the Mic concert. That was at that outdoor joint in the middle of nowhere. But I don't remember 50 Cent being there. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Filthy McNasty, my first concert was LL Cool J, NWA, and Too Short, either 88 or 89. Okay. That's a good show. Where was that? Was that here? Lord. Oh, Beam says Glow in the Dark tour. That was a legendary one. Glow in the Dark tour at Arco Arena. I remember that. Vividly remember that. I love concerts. Jesse, if you want to become a concert guy, man, go ahead and do it. Kieran says he's not one, but It's easy to become one, man. I love live shows. I love live music. It's a vibe. D-Lo, did you make the Up and Smoke tour? Nope. Man, and when you talk about regrets, did not make it. And I had the opportunity to go in high school. I don't remember the name of the concert, but Biggie was here. And it was that day he performed Who Shot Ya. I think it was depicted in the movie. And I remember before he did it, he went into that Me and My Bitch remix with the Computer Love beat. I regret so much not going to that show. Everybody kept telling me about it. Major regret. I don't have a lot of regrets for shows I missed. The Jay-Z and Eminem one, that's one. And then Biggie. I had control over Jay-Z and Eminem. I had no control over Biggie, but like I should have been there. If I had tried really hard, I could have been there. I'm happy I saw Prince. I had a ticket to see Prince in the Piano and Me tour in that encore. He had done this amazing show. I think it was in San Francisco. It was a real intimate vibe. It sold out in seconds so quickly that he added a show at Oracle. And I got tickets and sat in, very literally, I sat in the Drew the Local Guy seat. The very last seat. I'm talking back to the concrete wall to watch that show. I've never sat in. You can't get much worse than that seat. I had never sat in a seat that bad for a concert before, especially one where I'd gotten tickets during my radio career. I said, I don't care. I want to be there. It was my third time seeing Prince. And I think it wound up being just months before he passed away. And I'm so happy I went to that show. I think it was called the Piano and Me tour. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Second half of basketball underway here as the NCAA tournament continues to roll on. I've got Michigan up 63-55 over Howard as the second half gets started right there. Texas up 48-39 as the second half gets underway in that one as well. 48-39 over BYU. AJ DeBonsta with 22 points in that one. Texas A&M running away from St. Mary's tonight. The games ahead, we've got Illinois and Pennsylvania, Georgia and St. Louis. We got Gonzaga playing tonight in Houston and Idaho. Of course, the game that got everybody's attention was Duke. Duke lost, I think it was 10-8. Duke had the lead. Siena took over after that, and Duke did not get the lead back till I think about 3 minutes left in the game. And the stat line out of that will always be that Siena didn't make a single substitution the entire game. Those five guys played the whole way in an attempt to pull off that upset, and it didn't go their way. Cam Boozer with 22 and 13 in that one. That was the story of the first part of the games. First day, we'll get to do this all once again tomorrow. Two of the most fun days in sports with the NCAA tournament underway and basketball happening nonstop, multiple screens all day long. And of course, we will add Sacramento Kings basketball to that tonight as they take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Neat Clifford out. I think I pulled up the injury report. I think we already have the final injury report. We went over this a little bit earlier. There was a hope, a hope from Philadelphia's side that Joel Embiid might be able to play tonight. And Joel Embiid is very close to returning. They might just feel like we don't need to bring him back here against Sacramento, but there is no Tyrese Maxey. There's no Kelly Oubre. Like they're missing a whole bunch of players. Of course, Paul George is out with the league suspension. On the Sacramento Kings side, you all know who's out. You may not know Neat Clifford is out in this one. I should say Neat Clifford is out with all of the usual suspects, all of the guys that have been ruled out for the season. Patrick Baldwin is on G League duty, and then Malik Monk is available tonight for the Sacramento Kings. And no matter what, Malik Monk I'm trying to figure out a scenario, and we'll get this. We're still about 30 minutes away from getting this. Does Malik Monk start tonight? Or do we find a way to keep Malik Monk out of the starting lineup again? Because Killian Hayes will start, but who starts with him? It's got to be Malik, right? I feel like Doug has gotten equally as creative as Mike Brown did with keeping Malik Monk out of the starting lineup. But it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Malik is back in the lineup tonight. Philadelphia, 2.5-point favorites in this one at the Golden One Center. We said this earlier, and I'll repeat it. Philadelphia, during this run, without Tyrese Maxey, without Paul George, during this run without Joel Embiid, with the exception of the New Orleans Pelicans, and that was like 16 games ago, they beat the bad teams. They've beaten the Nets. They've beaten the Grizzlies. They've beaten, the Pacers, the Blazers are below, 500. Maybe they're not an awful team, but they are below 500. They've beaten the Jazz. They've beaten the Pacers. Hell, it wasn't. They beat the Kings, 113 to 111 the last time they played. So they take advantage of their schedule. They take advantage of these moments, as depleted as they might be. They're very well coached. And man, I could be wrong, but they get through this play-in, and it could be a tough one against Charlotte or win enough games to get to the playoffs. But stick with me on the play-in scenario. You get through Charlotte, Detroit looks a lot different than they might have last night. Detroit with the Cade Cunningham situation, I don't know if the timeline is something that you just can't predict. I don't know what the healing process for a collapsed lung is. I feel like that's just such an insane sentence. An NBA player has a collapsed lung, and we're worried, is he going to be back in a couple of weeks for the playoffs? And even prior to Cade's injury, could you get Detroit? It's a great defensive team. We talked about that earlier. One of the top defensive teams in the league, along with Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Boston. Those great defensive teams. But could you get them? If you're Philadelphia, could you get them? Could you get them while Cade Cunningham is on the mend? Could you get them while maybe Cade isn't even back? Oh, no, it's an interesting place for the Philadelphia 76ers to be in. And I don't mean this disparagingly at all. VJ Edgecombe, who looked, terrific to start the season along Tyrese Maxey, he looks a little bit different with these guys out of the lineup. When you're in, we talk about this a lot. When you're the scout, it's different. When you're the focal point, it's different. And VJ has been the focal point. And you've seen it look a little bit different. Still a very good basketball player, but this team is depleted. And it's, if you're a Sacramento Kings fan hoping for a Sacramento Kings loss, you're hoping for a big night from VJ Edgecombe tonight. Because that's their offense. And, you could be a scout for the Sacramento Kings, and it could wind up meaning nothing. Especially with Nick Clifford out. If you wanted to hang your hat on something defensively, it was probably going to be Nick. There's not really anything to hang your hat on defensively when it comes to Sacramento. It's tough to find something to hang your hat on offensively, but DeMar DeRozan is going to be available, so DeMar DeRozan is going to be capable of getting you points. Russell Westbrook, not on the injury report. Russell Westbrook is going to be available tonight for the Sacramento Kings. Oh, maybe there's your starting lineup. Maybe it's Russ and Malik. I guess it would be kind of funny if it was Russ and Killian, but I don't know. 2.5 points. This one might be a little. There might be some Kings fans sweating this one tonight. Sorry, let me try that again. For the tanking crowd, there might be some sweating this one tonight. But I'm going to ride with the line that we've had all day. 76ers have beaten bad teams, and the Sacramento Kings are a bad team. Regardless of what happens, we will be back here one final time tomorrow morning. The Jump, Jesse Tapia, Kenny Caraway, one last time in the morning before we make Kyle Madsen bring his sorry ass back to work. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with The Jump here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Nice job. Katie is really an amazing woman. She sent me a picture. So I have this thing where I try not to drink a lot of soda. Or I've really tried to. I try. I don't want to say I don't drink soda at all because that's not true. I try not to like drink soda. I really don't like soda out of a can, or to the point where, like, if we're at a restaurant and I'm like, hey, can I have like a Diet Coke or whatever, and they bring out a can, it's like, bro, you can take that back. I don't want that. I like fountain soda. It's the only type of soda like I really really like. She sent me a picture and she's got the uncle nearest out with a fountain soda from that Maverick gas station around the corner, saying, you're probably going to need this tonight for the game. I got you. That's pretty dope. She's a dope woman. I love fountain soda. What you mean? You don't? I love it. It's wait a minute. Securing, what's this? I thought we were vibing today.
There's a lot of dependency on the people switching out the syrups in the back too and all that stuff.
Yeah. It's just so much better. As soon as they put the drink on the table yesterday, I was like, that's from a can. Like, that's not from. It didn't have the bubble. Like, it didn't have the pop. Like, I knew it right away. I was like, I don't want that. But she left it, so I drank it. It was fine. Just didn't love it. And I really only like soda if I'm having a drink with it. Like, not necessarily as a chaser, just as to have something close by. All right, man. I would rather pay more for bottled. Well, okay, I like but bottled's not bad. Bottle's not bad. I don't like can. I also heard that 40 had Biggie's mic turned off at Summer Jam in the Bay Area. I heard that story too. I say it looks like you guys are talking about the Biggie E40 stuff. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that other than what I think E40 shared with us. All right, man, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go have that drink, watch basketball, and try to have one more entertaining show planned for y'all, man. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.